Hello fellow survivors and welcome to Straight Up Interloper Walkthrough 2024. My name is Zach and I've been playing this game for a long time, and if you're new to this channel I have done Interloper Walkthroughs several times, including one that was called Start to Bow and one called Interloper Made Easy, but the last one was 2 years ago and I think it's time to do another one. And I've also got 1000 days on Interloper once, and I'm working on a Road to 500 days on Interloper series as well. So I've been doing this for quite some time, and I thought let's just do straight up Interloper. I'm going to walk you through everything you need to know about Interloper as I go along, and that's what we're going to do today. Straight up Interloper walkthrough, and that's it. Now, just before I start, let me just clarify that this is done in March 2024, and as of this recording we are on part 4 of 6 DLC releases, which means there are 2 more content patches to come. Some of them are DLC items, some are main game items, the main one being that they're going to change the wildlife, so there are some things in this video that might be different in the future, but other than that it will generally be the same. So let's hop into survival mode. And we got some strong winds here in Buried Echoes, and we're going to do Interloper, and I'm going to walk you through everything that I'm doing at all times. And if you want to try Interloper yourself, you can follow along and hopefully you'll learn something, or if you already feel confident you can join and just enjoy the ride, or maybe you're going to use this video to fall asleep to, all of which are acceptable. Alright, so we're going to do a new Interloper run. But just before I do it, on Interloper you spawn in a random location. If you choose Pilgrim or Voyager or Stalker, you then get to choose where to spawn, right? But if you go on Interloper, you don't get to make that choice. You just go straight to the gender, really, or survivor choice. Now let me just explain the spawns before we start on Interloper. We're going to do that by clicking this custom. No, sorry, we'll do Stalker. And first things first, you can't spawn in the far territory in any difficulty unless you choose it. But you can spawn here in the lower Great Bear. And these are all the regions, plus the connector regions. And here's the thing, you can't actually on Interloper spawn in all of these areas. You cannot spawn in Mountain Town, that is to say Milton. You cannot spawn in Broken Railroad. You cannot spawn in Mystery Lake. Cannot spawn in Bleak Inlet, and you cannot spawn in Coastal Highway. So basically this segment here you cannot spawn there. You can however spawn in all the other ones. And then the question, if you could choose what is the best one, well, it doesn't really matter because they're all pretty similar. The best one, if you know the map, is arguably Hushed River Valley, because there's some really good loot in Hushed River Valley that's static and always there. On Interloper, so you can get some really good gear right away. Blackrock is probably the worst one, just because it's the only one with Timberwolves, and there isn't really that much good loot there, so you mostly just want to leave if you get Blackrock. Timberwolf Mountain's alright. Ash Canyon is pretty good because you can get the gold mine backpack right away, so that one's pretty good. Pleasant Valley's fine, a lot of loot there. And then Desolation Point is decent as well, but not great because you had an endpoint. Fallen Muskeg is also fine, but the best one is Hushed River Valley, and then second is Ash Canyon, I would say. But that's what there is to say about the spawn. You'll always spawn outdoors also. Alright, so let's go and do a new Interloper run. And it doesn't make a difference what you choose here, but most people prefer Astrid, just because if you play as Will, when he gets tired he starts grunting like a billiard, like ugh. And I grunts a lot, so Astrid has a bit more snarky comments, so you gotta pick your poison basically. Although you can always turn off survival monologue, I suppose. Then we have feats. So for this walkthrough I'm not gonna use any feats just to make it easier, but if you don't have any of these you can grind them, but they are not necessary to be good at this game. They just make things easier, and they all do different things, but on Interloper, there's only a few that matters. This one is, in my opinion, the best one, because your stamina recharge is faster. So in the early game, that's important because it effectively means you can run further in the same amount of time, and it's going to be really cold, and you want to travel as much as possible. That's one of the key things about Interloper. You got to travel as much as possible and as fast as possible in the early game. So this is very helpful. And in the late game, it also helps you get from point A to point B without getting cold as well. The Fire Mastery one is not necessary at all. If you do have this one, you don't need Tinder, and you're more likely to start a fire, but you don't really need it if you use the right tools to start a fire, and we'll get to that. This one's not really anything. Then we have Efficient Machine. This one's tempting, but food is not really an issue on Interloper. If you're concerned about it, you can choose it, but you can survive for a long time with no food, because food only takes 1% condition loss per hour. So if you have all your meters full, like everything is fine except food, it's still going to take you 4 days to die, effectively. So that's why food is not that important. And you can also go for well-fed quite easily if you pick up cattails. Then there's this one. This one is also very good. It adds 2 degrees temperature, which doesn't sound like much, but it makes a big difference, because in the early game of Interloper, if you have this on, then it might change the whole situation on whether you're cold or warm. You might enter a house or a cave, and you'll be at 1 degree plus, and you'll be warm, right? Or whatever the equivalent Fahrenheit is. And then in the late game, it might be enough to push you to be not as cold in the afternoon of the game as well. So when I play regularly Interloper, I always pick these two. These are by far the best ones, in my opinion. This one here basically makes you read books more efficiently, so you level up faster reading books. But books are not essential to being good at this game. It just makes you level up a bit faster. Okay, well, we're not going to have any feats for this. And we'll call this int walk, whatever. Now, before we start, also notice that I have the DLC installed. The DLC called the Tales from the Far Territory, which adds a few items to the game. Most of these items are not essential, so if you're watching this and you don't have the DLC, it doesn't really make a difference. There are some items that make the game easier, but it's not really that important overall. So if you like this game, I do highly recommend you do get the DLC, because the DLC adds not just new maps, but also adds a whole new plethora of items and mechanics. So it's a really, really good DLC, and there's a lot of value for money. So I highly recommend getting it, but you don't need it. So in this tutorial or this walkthrough, if you see me do something that requires the DLC, then it doesn't matter. Like, just skip that part if you're trying to mimic what I'm doing. Okay, and that's pretty much it. There are some things like the Travail, and I think the Ptarmigans are actually DLC only. The cooking stuff doesn't really matter, and there's some other things, but there's nothing major game changing with the DLC. You can easily do it without it. And if you watch my old tutorial, the last one is 2 years old, called Interloper Made Easy. That's without the DLC, and the main things that's changed is some spawn locations, so you can watch that if you like. Anyway, let's hop in, and I'm going to talk you through everything I'm doing at all times, so that you can know what it's like to survive on Interloper. So let's do that. Now, first thing, let's see where we spawn and what the conditions are where we spawn. Ashura Valley, maybe? Yes. You can tell by the sound of the waterfall. So we have a good start in the sense that it's very clear day. And we are Ashura Valley, which is arguably the best spawn in the game. In fact, it's kind of too easy, this now. Now, if you do spawn in Ashura Valley, the first thing you want to do, oh, by the way, if you spawn and you're not sure where you are, click M or enter your map, and it will tell you in the top right corner where you are. So you know that. Now, it is late in the afternoon, so it's going to get dark soon. That's the only thing. But if you are in Hushtree Valley, the first thing you want to do is figure out where the signal fire is. So the signal fire is in one of 2 locations, and you should be able to tell. So usually it would be, if it was on the south side, I should see some smoke there, but I don't see any smoke. So I think it's actually here. Yeah, you can see the smoke there. So we actually got one of the, the best possible spawns in the game, which is that the signal fire is right there, like right there. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to just restart this tutorial because it's too easy now. But I'll show you how powerful this is. So first, pick up some cattails, because that's energy for you. Energy, I mean food. So you can use the cattail heads for tinder, you can use the stalks for food. They weigh very little and they give a decent amount of calories, so I highly recommend picking all of these up, in the early game especially. They also give vitamin C, which combats scurvy. So we're going to pick all of these up. And then that helps also, you can go for well fed right away if you like. Alright, so here's the thing. So you got this thing. This is a barrier that allows you, that you need a hatchet to break down. So if you try to get through, it won't let you. So you need a hatchet. Oh, that's a shame, right? But if you are clever enough, you can just walk across it. It's not that hard. You just see this little ledge here, this little thing here. You just pretty much just go up it. I think it's here anyway. And then you just hug the wall. I think maybe I'm a bit too low. And then, yeah, I'm a bit too low. You just got to get up there. If you're not sure, you can also start from this side, but I don't think that makes a difference, really. You just got to hug the wall, really, and get as high up as you can. As high up as possible. As high as you can. And then you just hug the wall. And there we are. And we're across. See? So now that's called goating. You goated across. So now you skipped the barrier. And now you're at the signal fire. And here you're guaranteed to find a hammer, Mackinac jacket, moose steak, and some other stuff. And I'll show you what to do next, but I might actually do another one because it's too easy. So here we are at the signal fire. If it's not here, it would be on the other side over there. And that one's even easier because you can just walk over the barrier for that. Anyway, over here there is a hammer. And in here there is a Mackinac. There we go. Put that on. Peaches, moose steak, some wood. There's even a snow shelter if you want that. I think this guy always has a sewing kit or something. Yeah, there you go. Okay, and then that's it. Alright, so now of course the question is, how do you get back? Because you can't walk over the barrier again. Maybe it's possible, but I usually don't bother anyway. Now what you want are matches, and there's a few places that are guaranteed matches. One is down in the river, and one is in a cave just down here. So we're going to go to that cave. And what you got to do is you just got to go down. So you go over here, here's the barrier. You just go down here. And here it gets a bit steep, but just go very slowly. See here? This ledge here. It looks very scary, but it actually, it goes outwards a little bit. So just go hug the wall, and then if you're using the keyboard, just tap D ever so slightly. And you can also tap D and A. So you go out and in, out and in, out and in, out, out in, out in, out in, out in, out in, etc. And then you get down. And then you gotta go on this side. You could go further down here if you like, but here you just hug the wall again. Hug the wall, and you're up here. And then you go on this little slope of snow. And now you're pretty much down. And boom. And go down here. And here there can be a wolf roaming around, so be a little bit careful with that. And now you can just run down here to this ice that's right here. Here there's some deer. And there should be some bunnies up here too, but we're gonna head to there's the bunnies. You basically head up to the bunnies and go past them, and you get to this cave that has matches. Hello, bunnies. If you want, you can kill them, but we don't really need to kill them, but you could if you wanted to. Now, this cave always has matches. There's a corpse in here that usually also has a pry bar, and the matches are always in here. Okay. There we are. Here's the wood. Here's the pry bar. And this guy should have matches. And there we go. And now we're good already, right? We got matches, we got wood, we got tinder, we got mackinaw, and we got the hammer. So we're already ready to forge, basically. And that's how strong this is. But it gets even better. I'll show you one more thing. There's a guaranteed bedroll and hacksaw in this region as well. It just varies exactly where it is. So we're going to go and get that. The only problem is that in that cave there is a wolf, or there's a chance of a wolf, called Sketchy. So we might want to make a fire to warm up a little bit, but warmth isn't really that much of an issue. But to get some torches. So we're going to head into this cave, and when we're there we're going to immediately light a fire. There is a cave right there as well, right there. That's part of the other cave systems. There's 2 ice cave systems. One system leads up to where we are, like where we spawned is the exit of one of those systems. So it leads to the northern single fire. The other one leads to the southern single fire. So let's just call them the northern system and the southern system. But the thing is about the southern ice cave system is that one has guaranteed stuff in it. It has hacksaw, bedroll, and matches as well, I believe. I think there is a 25% chance that the hacksaw does not spawn. It can spawn somewhere else. So we're going to head in there. The only thing is that there is a chance for a wolf in that cave. Which is called Sketchy. There's 3 indoor wolves in this game. Fluffy in Bleak Inlet, Sketchy here in Hushtree Valley, and Scruffy in Desolation Point. And you gotta be careful with Sketchy. Sketchy is called Sketchy because he glitches through walls and that sort of thing. So we're gonna light a fire here, and not so much to warm up, but to get torches. And it doesn't really matter, we use sticks, I guess. And we could make water as well, but we're not gonna use this fire to like stick around. We're just gonna use it to get light and torches, because the torches will protect against the wolf. And that's it pretty much. So let's just do this, put that some wood on, and then grab some torches. Even the bad ones, this early in the game, even the bad torches are worth taking. Although I would have liked some better ones. Some people think that it matters where you click on the fire and then you get different torches, but I don't think that's true. Doesn't seem to be the case as far as I can tell, but okay. And then we're going to keep going. So this system that's here, it looks confusing because there's a lot of left and right and that sort of thing, but it's not that hard actually. There's only like a couple optional routes, but they all lead the same place. But you want to check all the little corners anyway, because there could be stuff in there. Like here there could be stuff. In this case it's just wood. Like the coal though. And you want to keep an ear to the ground to see if you can hear Sketchy. He usually isn't this early in the cave, so it'll be right for now. I believe it's that way, but we're going to go here. And this is check everywhere pretty much. And there should be bedroll and hacksaw. Just got to find it. It can be 1 in 4 places inside here. Should be guaranteed, although someone did tell me that they think they changed it because they couldn't find it, but I'm pretty sure it's always here. You just gotta find it. If you're not sure, just go left all the time. Eventually you come out. Okay, so here's this is the middle exit. This leads out to the middle of the map effectively, but we don't want to go there. Okay, let's keep going. This torch is about to go out. We're gonna chain it. And this should lead to an atrium. There we are. But before we go there, because this is middle of the section basically, we're gonna go back where we came from just to make sure we don't miss anything. Just to make sure, because there's also an alcove right here, and there's nothing. And over here is the split where we were before. Come back here, you see we can go left and right. Last time we went this way. Okay, so we haven't found it so far, so that means it's probably in the upper levels of this system. Let's head to the atrium. We should be here. It's not uncommon for Sketchy to be around here. But I don't think he's around right now. Usually, in my experience, Sketchy is not around in the early game. It's very rare that I encounter him this early. But if you come here later, he's almost always around. Alright. But because he can spawn, if you do have a bedroll, I recommend never really sleeping down here. Okay, here we are. And here we go, see? It was in the big atrium. So here we are, you got bedroll, you got whatever's in here, book, you got soup, candy bar, and more matches, and hacksaw. And then some more coal and wood. Look how much stuff we got. I wouldn't, generally speaking, recommend sleeping down here, because if you do, and Sketchy does spawn, he could attack you in your sleep, so it's better to climb up here. Sleep up here. If you go through all this and you do not find the bedroll, climb up this rope and then go through this little system and then go to the rabbit. Instead of going here to the exit, go around the corner here where this unfortunate person is laying around, and you will often find it here. So that's usually how it is. And if for some reason the hacksaw isn't there, the hacksaw will be in a cave up ahead. I'll show you that as well. So this is the northern signal fire. So to get to the northern signal fire from here, you just head straight up there, straight that way. And there's some bushes, you just walk over them, and then you're in. And then you can just loot the stuff, and then you have to billy go down. And it's the same thing from there. And just to show you, if you don't go this way, you get out of the region. But there is a little hidden area up here. There's not much to it, but you can usually find a like a can of food or something up here. Let's just quickly check that. There you can see the signal fire. That's where we were before. There you are. So we got some more wood, some peaches, and accelerant. So there we go. That's the signal fire right there. We're going to keep these torches alive because they'll be useful against wolves, although I don't think we're going to encounter any wolves from this moment onwards in this region. Let me show you one more thing in here. So if you keep going this way, you get to a cave and a bunker and a plane crash, and then you can leave the region with extremely strong starts. So here's Ptarmigans. I would hunt one, but I think after I showed you this, I'm going to start a new run because this is just too easy. And I don't think a walkthrough is that good if you basically have the best situation possible. Not only did I get the best possible spawn that you can get in the game, the conditions were also pretty good. So yeah, it's a bit too easy. So let's get a different one. But anyway, if you head this way, you eventually get to another roadblock, which again has shrubs in the way, and you got to cut those down in order to get past. But just like before, you can just goat over it, and this one's much easier than the other one. Yeah. If you're not sure how to do it, like what I did in the beginning, the goating, just spawn here on Pilgrim and practice it, for example. So here's the shrubs right there. to get past them, you just go up on these stones here. Oh, stones, you know, the rocks here. And just hug them, pretty much. And then you get up here. And that's it. And then you can just hop down from here. Okay. You don't need to take damage. You can just land on those things. It'll be fine. I just did it literally rushed. And now you get to this wooden bridge. Or this tree bridge, rather. And when you cross it, if you stop and look left, that cave right there, that cave, that's the way out of this region. You can get there. This leads to the stair step lakes, and this path here leads down to the rope underneath the southern signal fire. There's a northern one right there. Oops. And up here, you can always find maple. So here's maple. You can grab that. And now you got your bow materials curing, basically. And in here's a cave. And if you didn't find a hacksaw in the ice caves, if it wasn't there, it will be in here. And there's some coal as well. And then you can sleep here if you like, you know, should make a fire though. So much wood. And then there's 2 more things up here. Around the corner here, there is a plane crash right here. There isn't much to this plane crash, but there's a couple of hatches you can check out. And some suitcases. This is pretty much random loot though. There's not much to it, but still worth checking out. Nothing there. Hat, sure. T-shirt, sure. And then you can check the hatch. And then inside there's usually nothing. You can check, but there isn't really anything. Ah, well, stand corrected. There was a drink. How about that? And you can check in the cockpit as well. Nothing there. And then there's one more thing that was added. This you don't need the DLC for this. It's permanent in the game. There's a bunker up here. In the past, there used to be only hidden bunkers in Mystery Lake and Pleasant Valley on lower difficulties, but now it's in all difficulties. And it's down here. And it has the plane crash right there. You just go down this little slope. And here is a bunker. There's 9 of these in total. Pretty much 1 per region, except for the smallest regions don't have one. And on lower difficulties, 3 of them will be stacked with really good stuff. But in Interloper, they're all empty. There is, however, 1 bunker of the 9 on Interloper that has good stuff. They may have a bed though. So this is the only man-made structure in Hushed River Valley that is just open like this. And you can come in, you can sleep indoors and have a bed and you will be warm. So it's a really good shelter. There is a second bunker as well connected to the Signal Void story or tale, but you need a DLC for that and you need a radio for that. If you do that though, you gotta go to Forsaken Airfield first, get the radio, and then come back here and then unlock the bunker. And if you do that, you get a workbench as well here in Hushed River Valley, but that's quite late game-ish, so we're not really counting that now. However, one of these 9 bunkers on Interloper will have a recipe, a food recipe, if you have the DLC, and also potentially a hammer. So it's worth checking these out, even if they don't have really any loot. Now you want to leave, if you do want to leave, of course, then you just go down. It's not too hard. There's multiple ways to do it. Just pretty much just find the ledge, really. How's this? This is maybe a bit steep. Maybe over here instead. Yeah, this is fine. Go over here. Again, left, right, left, right, left, right. Forward, forward. You can kind of tell that you can walk on them because they're not straight down. So you just kind of find these ledges. Hug the wall as much as you can. And we're down. And you can stay here if you like, but now you got all the major loot. There is one more thing to loot if you want to. You can go into the northern ice caves, and there is a cache in there where you can get combat pants and air wraps as well. And you can do that if you like, but seeing as we're here, you might as well just leave, right? And that's it. Because we got everything we really need. There's no point staying around. So that was Hush River Valley. And look, we're leaving Hush River Valley now. And we got matches. A lot of matches. We got Mackinaw. We got quite a lot of food. We got a hammer, bedroll, and hacksaw. And we got maple. So we're pretty much actually set now. And that's why Hush River Valley is so good. And there was even a few more things to loot that we just didn't do. You can even get a moose carcass, although that's rare. So that's why Hush River Valley is such a good spawn on Interloper. You get so much stuff from it. That is just by far the best spawn. You just got to know where to look for things is the only thing. However, I think I'm going to do a second spawn because this one for a walkthrough an Interloper is too easy. I decided to go this far because now you can see how it's done. If you do spawn here, get to the single fire, you get the hammer, you get the Mackinaw, and then you get matches in the cave or in the ice caves. And you can get the, you know, hammer, hacksaw, bedroll right away. And it's a super strong start. From here, you just go now to Mountain Town. You can loot that if you like. You don't have to though, but you already have the hammer. So what you're going to do now is you basically want to head to Fallen Muskeg. So you can go through Mountain Town and you can grab some birch saplings. And then you could set up base if you like there and drop the saplings in Mountain Town and let them cure. Cut down a little bit of metal, maybe go into one of the houses there and cut down a metal shelf or something. Your scrap metal, and then you just head to Fallen Muskeg and forge that here, or Broken Railroad if you want, but Fallen Muskeg is better. And then you just forge, and then you can make your knife, you can make your hatchet, you can make your arrowheads. And then you can head back to Mountain Town and get some rabbits for some guts, loot some more stuff in Mountain Town, and after, you know, a few days, everything is cured. You can make your bow, you can make your arrows, and then you are golden. And that's it. That's then you can start hunting with the bow. So that's why this is probably one of the best possible starts you could have on Interloper. But because it's so good, I'm glad that you got to see it. But let's make it a little bit more challenging for a walkthrough like this, because most of the time you will not get a spawn that good. So let's start a new one. Oh, okay, I got it. Delete something, I guess. Loper cramp. Oh, yeah. Delete that. Yes. Start a new one. Interloper again. And sure. And then we can no feats. Int. Book 2. And by the way, if my voice sounds a little bit sore, it's just because I've been very sick lately. And I have a little boy who started kindergarten, that is to say daycare, and then you bring all sorts of germs back, and I had a load of viruses and then infections and antibiotics, and there's been weeks of it, so it just takes forever to get out of the system. So there might be some hoarseness to my voice, but you know, can't wait around forever. All right, let's see where we spawn now and what the conditions are. Okay, we got my second favorite spawn, Ash Canyon. This is a good one. This is really good. Now we're still lucky with the weather, although you very often spawn with okay weather in Interloper. You can spawn in a blizzard, it does happen, but it's not a big deal really. Now this is a great region to spawn in as well for two reasons, because you can go and get the backpack right away and you can get to Summit right away. The only problem with spawning right here though in this spawn is this. You got wolves right away, and that's a pain. And see, they already spotted you. So hello, oh, you just spawned in. Well, that means dinner time for me. So what you got to do, you got to basically go down here. You don't have to go this way. You can go whichever way you want, but get down as fast as you can, and don't let yourself get cornered by this wolf. Don't let him get you in a corner. Grab a cattail if you can, only if you have time though. I don't think he's coming for me anymore. You want to stick here on the left? Is he still following me? No. But this area here has wolves. There used to be an invisible barrier in Ash Canyon that protected you from wolves in Angler's Den. So you could actually cross a little line. It was around here. If you cross this line, the wolf could not follow you. If you're interested in that, look up Ash Canyon Wolf Barrier, I have a video about it on my channel. You can see how it used to be. And now you basically want to head to Angler's Den, which is right over there. But pick up all the cattails you can first. And you can get matches right away, which is another reason this is a very good spawn. Because you can find matches right away. So this is not the second easiest spawn or anything. But it is one of my favorite spawns because you can get the backpack so quickly. But most spawns have chances of finding matches and stuff like that really quick. For example, a good one, if you spawn in Desolation Point, just head to Hibernia Processing right away, and you can find quite a lot of good gear in there, including matches. It's guaranteed matches there. If you spawn in Fallen Musker, you can find a flare in Poacher's Camp, which you can use to light a fire. If you spawn in Timwolf Mountain, there's matches in Mountaineer's Hut. If you spawn in Blackrock, there's guaranteed matches there too, especially in Bricklayer's Retreat, but Blackrock I mostly recommend just getting out of there as fast as you can. Head to Timwolf Mountain pretty much, or Pleasant Valley. And Pleasant Valley has guaranteed matches in the Rural Store. And yeah, am I missing one? I think that's, and then Astra Valley, you know about that one already. Okay, let's head to Angler's Den. Alright, so it's late in the afternoon, we're getting cold, but that's fine. There's memento cache here. But we don't have the key for that. But you don't really need them. Mementos are not that big a deal on Interloper. On lower difficulties, sure. And always check here because there can be this. This is important. You get a marine flare. Now this is only a chance spawn though. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe 50%, maybe even less. So you can find it, you cannot find it. So if you struggle with finding the matches, which you shouldn't, but if you do, at least you got this.
Stuff will come in handy.
Now in here, in Angler's Den, there's guaranteed matches. Guaranteed. If you're lucky, you can find 2 matches. And the ones that are guaranteed are always the same place. They are right there. And if it's dark, you can find these matches quite easily. Let me see if there's other matches around, because then I can wait to pick them up and I'll show you how it's done. Some of this is matches in here, and there are. Look, we got lucky and there's 2 matches. These are not always there, but they are a frequent-ish occurrence. Let's pick that up. We got spray paint. We don't need that. We got quality tools. That's good. We don't really need them, but they're good to have. Cloth. And in here there's arrowheads. Okay, and there's usually a cooking pot. Here we are, cooking pot. That's great. Means you can make more water. And we're not going to do that right now though. And then you got some wood. You got some dog food. A letter, which doesn't really mean anything. Cooking oil. This is only for DLC. It allows you to cook fancy stuff, even though it says nothing fancy, but we'll take it. You got a piece of coal, that's good. You got a shooting guide, which is absolutely pointless. You can read it if you want, but it's mostly firewood. And then let's look around. There's these matches, of course. You might want to take a book just to light the fire easier. They're heavy, but they makes it easy to light the fire. You got this metal container as well. Sometimes there's a book up here, not today though. And then you got the trunk. Okay. Now it's just really these matches. But I'm going to warm up a little. Oh, there's also a candy bar. Missed that. There's often things hidden. Alright, so let's warm up a little bit. It's -1. Did I pick up any? No. And I got frostbite risk as well from my hands, which is a shame. Let's sleep like an hour, and we can warm up a little bit. And let's see if we can get it to be dark. It's not quite dark yet. What we could do, I think I'm gonna, normally I would get going right away now, but I'm gonna actually wait and till it's dark. But first of all, I have one piece of cloth, so I'm gonna make bandages from this. You can just click actions here and harvest, or you can go into crafting and click bandages. So now we have that in case we run into a wolf or whatever. Okay. I don't think there's anything else really. No. Let me show you how you pick up these matches in case it's dark. So you spawn here at night. The way to do it is when you come in, you will always be in the same place. So when you enter the door, you'll always be like this. So the best thing to do is to just don't move the mouse or anything, but then head straight forward. And then she'll stop. And you crouch. And then you look right. And then you can't see it, but just like move a little bit to the right. This is as far as you go, right? And then you look down and you should find them. You might not find on the first attempt because you might fumble a little bit. And it's like, oh, where is it? But eventually you'll find it. You can also, if you get disoriented, do this. You'll be like, oh, right, okay, the bench, okay. And then it's got to be there. See what I mean? That's how you find them. I'm actually going to pass a little bit of time to make it dark, just so I can illustrate it in practice rather than just... let's pass time here actually, and then we can warm up. Let's sleep for 1 hour as well. And then I'm going to go through the wolf nest towards the gold mine and get the backpack right away, or almost right away. Okay, now it's dark. Can't see anything, but this is a small place, so it's pretty easy to find the exit. You just gotta go, it's like roughly this way. Leave cabin. Okay, so let's say this is how it looks like. You spawn and it's dark, you know, or you spawned and oh, nice weather. You spawned and you made your way over here. You get inside and then remember how to do it. Now you're going to come in here. It's pitch black, but that's okay. So you go forward, you crouch, you go to the right, and then you just got to look down until you find it. So down, bench, got to be right of the bench. Stop saying bench. Okay, go back to bench, a bit more down. Okay, go back to bench, down. Should be down here somewhere. Wood matches. There you go. See, found them.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
And there you go. And then if you want to rest, you can go left. And the bed should be somewhere. Metal containers, and it should be, there's the bed. Right? So you can sleep or you can pass time until it's light. So that's how you find your matches in the dark. Okay. Now, I'm going to head into the wolf nest, but before I do, I'm going to light a fire. But let's see if we can find the exit. We don't have to though. Okay, we are looking in the wrong place. Bench, we don't want the bench. Bed. We want the left of the bed. We want to go out. If you're stuck, you can just wait it out, of course. Or you can, if you really want to, you can light a match. You can see where you are if you're really stuck. Crate, okay, so I gotta look up, go this way. A bit hard to navigate actually when you get kind of lost, but shelf, okay. Oh, and I need to go more. Way, table, okay. Now I'm kind of lost my bearings, but that's okay. There's two things you can do if you lose your bearings, and the best of us can lose our bearings. Metal pail, okay. I know where I am in the cabin. To the right should be the exit. I believe. Oh, isn't it to the right there? Trunk. Workbench. Drawer. Should be here. Cardboard box. This is weird. Cardboard box. Well, if you do get lost like this, that happens to the best of us. You can either just wait it out, but it's not recommended. But remember, you did find the matches in the dark, so you could always just light the match. It's kind of like a cardinal sin, though. Should you use a match to light your way? If you have to, you have to. But we remember we found the flare, right? So we can just use the flare and use that to start the fire. But let's say you didn't find the flare. Well, then you got to use the match, or you can fumble around. You can, if you have a bedroll, you can use that. You can also use this to figure out where you are, but it's a little bit finicky, as you can see. Our last trick you can use is you can take a clothing item like your jeans, you drop your jeans, and now you can have a kind of a light source. I'm crouched, no wonder it's going weird. And then you can see, where are you? Okay, so here's this table, and I think that's those are the drawers. Yeah, Okay, there's the spray can that I left behind. So that's there. Okay. So now I'm facing the workbench, I think. Because there's a spray can right there. And that's the bed, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's exactly where I am, isn't it? Yeah, so now you can get kind of like a feel for where you are by doing this. You can kind of sense your way around by using the trousers. It's kind of gimmicky, but you get the idea. And I think this is the door. So if I now place these, we can back up. I think the door is there. There we are. See. So you can lose yourself in the dark, but there are tricks you can use to get your navigation going. Just use whatever you got in your inventory, really. But worst case scenario, if you did go in here in the dark and you found the matches, worst case scenario, you stumble around, just light a match, okay? And that's it. Now, on my right should be the stove. There we are. So we're going to light a fire. We're going to use the book we picked up. But you don't have to have it. So you might fail. You only really need to use a match to light a fire once in this game, which is the first fire.
Come on, little fire.
After that, you don't need to use... You can use torches instead. So now, we're going to go soon because we're already rested and the weather's alright. Just dark. I'm going to put this cooking pot here. We're going to cook a liter of water. We're going to put on some wood. Because we found some wood, put on the reclaimed wood. And while that's cooking, we're going to break down this crate with our hands. Takes 15 minutes. And then we're going to put that on. And then we can break down this next crate. And this needs 26 minutes. So we got enough of that, but we're going to put it on anyway. And then I think there's another crate there, isn't there? I'm not sure, but what we can do, we can grab a torch. Ooh, now we can see. Look. And there is another crate right here and there. So we're going to break down, I think this one over here. Douse the torch. Break down the crate. And now I think it's more or less done over here. 6 minutes. Yeah, so we're going to grab some torches. That's a good one. I want to have at least 3, but ideally this early in the game you want more than 3. So these are pretty bad torches, so I'm going to put on another of these. Reclaim wood, grab that. 2 minutes. And then I'm going to keep going. If the weather's terrible, like there's a blizzard, then maybe you can wait it out. But you don't have to. Okay, it's spoiled. Take that. And there's 12 minutes. It needs to be 10 minutes for you to grab a torch. So we'll grab one more torch. I'm going to drink some water. We got 1 liter of water. So let's drink. Make some more later. Alright, so we got some torches. And now we can go. And we're going to head to the gold mine right away. Alright, and where we want to go is pretty much back where we came. There's a ramp up there that leads to a cave, which leads to the gold mine route. So that's what we're going to do. But you have to have torches for it, because otherwise the wolves can be a pain. I mean, you can get past without torches, of course, but it makes it much easier. We kind of need food, but we're not too worried about it. There's 2 ways to manage food. If you want, you can just starve yourself. Just don't eat any food. And what little you got, this stuff, just keep it. And then when you go to bed, when it's time to sleep, you eat enough to not be hungry throughout the night. And then you'll regenerate. Let's take the charcoal. Here, there should be some soup. Over here. It's always there. So you can do that. You can starve yourself and just only eat before sleeping. And that way your resources will last a long time. In fact, you only need 6 cattails really per night. So I already have enough food to survive with this stuff. Probably 4 days. or longer if I want to, but 4 days, and then I'll regenerate about 30% whenever I sleep. So this is the path to the gold mine. See, I spawned, no, I don't have any stones, but it's right over there. That's where I spawned. I walk down, and over to Angus Den. Now there's this ramp here. We're going to follow this ramp. There's a corpse here. We'll pick that up too. Pick it up, loot it rather. I do need a stone actually. Oh well. You can manage without the stone too.
So cold.
I'm not heavy now.
Wanna lay down for a bit.
And here there's a climbing path, and this leads to a wolf nest. It does happen that this nest is empty. This backpack is also with there, but usually you won't be that lucky. Okay, so we're going to climb up here. And then here's some rose hips. But if you click on it here, you'll climb back down, so you got to click like over here. And I think it's the same thing up here. I'm not sure. Okay. And here we are at the top of the waterfall. And this is a wolf nest here that leads into a cave that we need to access. You can sneak past if you don't have any meat on you, which we don't. You could just sneak past the wolves. There's one right there. But we don't have to. We don't have any afflictions. So actually the wolves will be afraid of me because of the torch. Since I'm not heavy, I'm not sick or anything, I have no afflictions other than hypothermia risk, the wolves will fear me when I have a torch. If you have an affliction that the wolves consider a weakness, basically if the wolves consider you weak, they will only fear you if you actively deter them. And being weak for a wolf is something like if you're bleeding, or if you have a sprain, or you're heavy, that sort of thing. But we are just cold, and that's not being weak. So there's a wolf right here. Where did he go? And I could just walk at this wolf and he'll run away. But don't get too close. There we are. And I can just walk towards this wolf. And he runs away. But don't get too close, because if it gets too close before it attacks you, this guy will run away as well. Bye. And you will run away. And let's get some stones if we can find them. If a wolf is too close when it attacks you, like let's say I walk around and then this wolf is like right there, and it sees me, it detects me when I'm too close, then it's already past my fire barrier, so to speak, and you might die. If you don't want to walk into the wolf, you don't really want to do that, you can do this, wait for it to stop, and then you throw the torch, and it runs away. The wolves are not really that much of a threat, as long as you aren't weak. But the throwing is less reliable than the other one. I can show you again though. Then it will charge, then it will stop, and then you can throw the torch, and it will run away. You gotta throw it at the wolf though. Throw it at the wolf's feet, you know, or at the wolf. Don't like throw it over the wolf or something like that. The third way to do it is to use a stone. I don't have one, here's one. If you have a torch and a stone, you are effectively immune to wolves, because they will always fear you. Let's see if one comes after me and I'll show you. Oh, we need these for bandages, just in case the wolf does attack. This torch is about to go out, so let's just chain. We don't lose our fire. When they flee like that, they should be fine. Oh, come on. Come on. Really? No, I'll leave it then. Grab this one instead. I like to always have 2 of these lichen bandages, so you need 6 of these. They are lighter than the antiseptic you can find, so they are worth carrying. Alright. Down here is the cave. This leads up to the upper levels. Okay, where's the... Okay, so what you can also do, instead of walking towards the wolf, let's say you are weak, you're heavy or tired or bleeding or whatever, then you can't walk towards the wolf like I did. Maybe if you throw the torch, you will miss. So instead, you just equip your stone, torch gets dropped, and then you aim at the wolf, and then this happens. And he runs away. It doesn't have to be with a stone, it can be with the bow, or revolver, or flare gun, or bow. It doesn't matter. You just gotta aim at the wolf, and it will always run away. If someone tells you it doesn't work, then they're doing it wrong. It always works. 100% of the time. 6, okay. Alright, here's the cave. From here onwards, there are no wolves, unless they change in the future. There is one bear, but we don't need to worry about the bear either. We're actually cold, so we're going to make a fire soon. And here, there is a waterfall, and the waterfall will douse our torch. So if you go through here, the torch will douse, and you have to light it again. There is a way to go around this, though. What you can do is you can first take off all your clothes. Oh, yeah. I forgot about the jeans. So that you don't get wet. Then you throw this on the ground. And then you basically move it by right-clicking, like this. And then you walk through. So we'll do like this. There, I'm wet. I walk through. Find somewhere to place it. So where it shows green. Doesn't really matter where, as long as you can place it somewhere. There we are. And now it's still burning. Voila. If you have the marine flare, then the marine flare is resistant to the water, so that will still burn. But you probably aren't walking around with a marine flare. And then you put the clothes back on. Actually, marginally warm. I forgot to put the jeans back on after I used them earlier. And remember to put your clothes back on.
Can you eat trees?
Now in here, there is sometimes a deer carcass. And if it is here, I think we will harvest it. So we might as well warm up a little bit. And we can get some meat as well. We got a lot of energy, so I'm not worried about being tired. It's mostly really the weather that's an issue. It's the middle of the night, but that doesn't matter. I'm not going to run because we're warming up. Marginally so, but we're still warming up. And here's some more coal. It's a little backpack. Random loot.
This will come in handy.
Hat. Well, that's handy. Now we don't get frostbite risk. We still got frostbite risk on our hands though. So we need to find gloves. Or find a sewing kit and a cloth, and you can make gloves. Here we are in the atrium. In here there's a rope, there's some coal, sometimes there's a carcass here. If not, there is one up there. We seem to have a corpse instead. With a fishing book, some dog food, and a torch. Hey, it's a mega torch. 100% torch. Oh, nice. Alright, coal. And then we can climb. More coal, yeah, more coal. Coal is fantastic on Interloper. You want to carry a lot of coal in the early game. I have 8 because coal gives so much warmth. If you put 1 coal on, it will be 20 degrees Celsius warm. Hey, flare. So really, really warms you up. The exit is right there, but we're going to go left to check out this ledge. There can be a carcass there, deer or wolf. We're going to check that out. If it's a wolf, I think we'll leave it. If it's a deer, we'll take it. It's a wolf, okay. The only argument for maybe doing it anyway, I guess, is we'll warm up. I think... I don't really know. I should maybe make a fire, but I don't know if I care about the carcass though. I think we will instead make a fire a little bit further along. Where there are some rabbits. Then I can grab the rabbits. Okay, so here's the exit. And this will lead to the upper levels. Alright, here's some upper levels. We'll grab the rose hips, because they can provide us with tea, which also gives warmth.
Wait.
And
Cold.
here is a little bridge. Uh-oh. Whoops. That was not intended. Whoops. Now I gotta use a match. We all make mistakes. Happy little accidents, as Bob Ross would say. Okay. Things never go perfect. Okay, so here's a bridge, and this bridge leads to the gold mine. Over there, you can kind of make it out in this, and there's some structures. If you take this route here, it leads to Minus Folly, which is a settlement over there. But there's a bear in the way. This is the only bear in Ash Canyon here, so be a bit careful. But from here, from this bridge, you get to the gold mine, and it's pretty linear. There are no detours really. It's pretty straightforward. So you can't really take a wrong turn from here on out. You just gotta go. However, I am cold, so I'm going to make a fire, but I'm going to wait until I get around the corner here. Because here there can be rabbits, and I might as well grab a rabbit while I'm at it. And then we can make a fire here. And here there's also birch saplings and maple, but we don't have a hacksaw. So here's the birch, and there's a maple over there. Okay, so if I want to hunt these rabbits, if I equip a stone now, the rabbits will flee as I drop the torch, like this. See, they ran away. If you want to avoid that, what you can do instead... actually, let's just light a new torch. Light the mega torch, sure. What you can do instead is you can drop it from your inventory. Where's the rabbit? Where'd he go? You rabbit. Can't see you. Rabbity, rabbity, rabbity. Where are you? Oh, here they are. So instead you drop it from your inventory. You go here and you click drop. And now they don't run away. Then you equip your stone and you just get as close as possible. Just crouch. Just be patient. It's okay to miss also. As close as you can. And just aim and throw. And then you grab it. And same thing for the other one. There's no wolves there, so you don't have to worry about that. Let's grab the other one. If you're facing the rabbit or behind it, it's much easier because it's very hard to miss. Just aim with your thumb above the thumb, throw and miss, of course. Of course, I missed in my example. We basically aim with your thumb. And it's okay to miss. There. Alright, so let's start a fire. Let's grab this torch. If you're lucky, there's also a snow shelter here. But we didn't get one. But you can get a snow shelter. There's usually a chocolate here. Nothing today. What a shame. Let's make a fire. Well, let's make it right in the open. Let's find somewhere that's kind of sheltered. So, for example, here. Protected against the wind from this tree and this wall. So let's make a fire right there. Book, sure. And we'll warm up. Take a little break, get some warmth, get some more water. You notice my health is deteriorating. That's partially because I'm going a bit slower than I normally would because I'm explaining everything I'm doing. But also your health is a resource. If you are losing health, but you're losing health, let's put a coal on and we'll warm up. If you and put the fur on also, burn a long time. If you're losing health while achieving a goal like a destination, then it's worth it because you can heal up when you get there. The only risk is if you're going to a territory that might have wolves and you get attacked, you're more likely to die. But other than that, it's okay. Here, there are no predators all the way to the gold mine, so we're not worried about that. Okay, let's put on some cooking for water and get that ball rolling. Okay, and now we have a choice with regards to food. I'm almost hungry. What I could do is I just become hungry and just eat when I'm sleeping and I'll heal up. The alternative is to go for well fed. If you go for well fed, you gotta have enough food. And that can be hard. If you are not sure if you can do it, it's best to just starve. But if you think you can do it, it's worth going for well-fed early on, just because you can carry more stuff. So we're going to go for well-fed. So we can eat these dog food and soup. But the problem is that if I do that, I'm going to smash them open and I'm going to lose the calories. So I think I'd rather eat the chocolate bar. And I'm going to eat a couple cattails. And I'm going to harvest the meat of these rabbits as well. I'll start with the first one. Harvest. You can harvest these by hand, but you will lose some calories because you're using your hands and your skill is too low. So here it will say 1 kilo, but I will lose a little bit of it. 30 minutes is fine. Let's do that. Frostbite risk is healed. There we go, and we should lose 12%. So here we are. 19% was lost because I did it with my hands. Okay. That is to say, I got this piece. This was not lost. But notice that there's now only 0.1 kilos left of the rabbit when there used to be 0.4. But this is fine. This is boiled dry. So we're going to pick up the water, pick up the can, and we're going to cook our rabbit. You can cook it in here and it'll be faster, but you don't really need to do that. Then we're going to harvest the other rabbit. And again, we got 1 kilo. Let's just do it. Go. And then the other stuff will be more or less done. I'm warming up very slowly, so I could put more fuel on. But I don't really need to because we're going to be here for a little while. There we are. We lost the rest of the rabbit, basically. 5 minutes left. That's fine. And it's got 35 minutes. Let's just wait until this is ready. You can click on it and pass time until ready, which is space on the computer. Click that. Now it's done. Then we eat the rabbit. Sounds like the wind is picking up, but that's fine. Let's put the other one to cook. Oh, we got ourselves a blizzard. We do. But that's okay, because we're protected for now. 28 minutes. Let's harvest the hide, I think. 40 minutes. Let's go. Oh, I'm getting cold. That's alright, though. There we are. Let's put another piece of coal on here. I'm actually not covered myself. Stand over here, I think. That's better. And we'll put another coal on here. Eat the rabbit. Drink some water. And now it's looking good. And we might as well make some more water while we're at it. You can never have too much water. Okay. And while we're heating up, let's do some crafting. Let's make the bandages, for example. Now, once the wind turns, we're going to leave. There's no point staying here. So once this wind here turns and this fire blows out, we are leaving. We could stay until it clears, and then I can keep this fire going, but it's unlikely that it's going to clear anytime soon. Maybe it will, but I really doubt it. Let's make another water, and then we're going to prepare our rose hips. And now we're looking pretty good, I think. Yeah, pretty good. Then we got a gut takes 40 minutes. Hides take 40 minutes. Yeah. And this is 4 minutes. Let's wait for that to be dry. 16 minutes. Okay, let's make another liter of that. Let's harvest the other hide from the rabbit. And then we're going to leave when the blizzard ends, or the wind turns, or we get impatient, whichever comes first. Looking good so far. 3 minutes to boil dry, pick that up. I don't think there's anything more to craft, no. Not really. Okay, 18 minutes, let's just pass time with this. Okay, the wind turned. So we're going to go now. We're going to be cold soon. but we're just gonna go. And it's a linear path. If we're lucky, 4 minutes. Okay, let's quickly put this down and make this tea. I think this tea will be done before the fire goes out. It says 3 minutes, but when it reaches 0 minutes, it will still be embers, and the embers last something like 5 minutes or something like that. And it will last a little bit longer because we're outdoors and it's cold, so this should be ready. Then what we can do is, when we go out there in the blizzard, when we get cold, we can drink this tea and it will warm us up a little bit so we can travel further. So we're going to see how far we can get before we get too cold, and then I might have to make another fire. We'll have to see. But it's a pretty linear path to the gold mine from here, so you just got to follow the wooden bridges effectively. Okay, we got embers, and this is almost ready. Okay, it's ready. So we're going to take this and we're going to go. Go. Alright, so we're going to run. Over here is a wobbly bridge. On lower difficulties, check around the wobbly bridge, look under it and on it, because there can be matches on the bridge. You can run across these pretty safely, but if you're not confident, just walk. You can't really fall off except through these gaps that are here, right? So this gap right here, for example, you can fall through that. But other than that, no. And sometimes there's wood on the right here, not today. And oh, there's matches. Yeah, look, wood matches. You can find them in Interloper as well. It used to be that you never found them in Interloper, but they changed it, so you can find them in Interloper too. But I'm not 100% sure if that's intended or not, but I think it is intended. Keep running. Hug the wall. You come up here, and I think this is Wolf Jaw Overlook, I think. Or was that further? And this is actually a Polaroid location. Is that here? I think that's here. Okay, we're cold. There's maple as well. That's further. But we don't have a hacksaw, so. And now we're cold, but if we drink this tea, you see it's still hot, so we drink that, we're going to get some warmth back. There you go, see? Now we're no longer cold. For the time being, anyway. So we can keep going. Be mindful, though, that even though you might not be cold, you still get frostbite risk. So even though the tea warms you up, the frostbite risk is still there. So you can be warm and get frostbite because of the teas. Now we get to the other bridge.
My fingers feel numb.
Burdock plant, we don't need that. That's basically the same as a reishi mushroom. There's the other bridge. You can quickly look around if you like. Nothing that I can see. Let's cross it. Now we're cold again. And we can make another fire to warm up, or we can keep going. I think I'm going to keep going, because I don't think we'll get hypothermia or frostbite before we reach the mine, but we'll see. And this one, you go left, but you can also check on the right there for wood. And there is wood. Grab that. Check quickly for matches. No matches. Okay, keep going. Just hug the wall, and you can't really get lost here because there's only really one way to go. Okay, this is Wolf Jaw Overlook right here. There's often a deer carcass here too. And this is a Polaroid location. If you find a Polaroid, it will tell you to go here and it will map a lot of it. And often there's saplings here too. I don't think there is today though. No. But here's the path up. There's a sign here. It says, I don't think it says anything, but it says it's the mine. Wood, rose hips, so we're going to climb. I might make a fire in a cave up ahead, we'll see. Up, up, up we go. Pick that up. Climb. And then now we're going to get to a special cave. It's actually in the open, but it's still a protected cave. And this cave can have special loot in it. It used to be you could find a bear coat here on Interloper, but I think they've removed that. You can find storm lantern, books, rope, or nothing. The way it works is when you come over here, you just walk here, keep walking. and you find this little cave thing here. And what you want to do is when you get here, you stop and you turn around and look right. And check this part right here. We have nothing here today, but you can find good loot right there. So be careful of that. We're actually going to stop here a little bit to warm up. There's no point being reckless. So let's just grab these rose hips. Grab this firewood. And in here, we're actually protected. You can tell because you slow down. You walk slower. See, I'm walking and it's pretty fast. And then slow. So here, even though it's kind of in the open still, the wind will not blow out your fire. So we're going to light the match. We're going to light a fire. Light the match, wow. Light the torch. We're going to start a fire. And we're going to warm up. And when we're warmed up, we can go. We can't stop and sleep because we don't have a bedroll.
Come on, little fire.
So that option is out. Can't do that. Okay. Seems like the blizzard actually has ended. Yeah, it has. Let's put some coal on it. We'll put 2 coal on. We're going to find lots more coal in the mine anyway. Okay. We can make some more water. We have lots of it, but you can never have too much. And while we warm up, we can prepare some rose hips. To make some more teas. There we are. 6 minutes to boil, so we'll do that. And then make the tea. 21 minutes, 12 minutes. I don't think there's anything else to really create here. No, not really. I think this wind might be too strong for a torch. We can check. I think it's too strong. Let's see. And it's 19 wind chill. Seems like it just barely is good enough, I guess. Alright. Guess it's... No, it blew out. Yeah, I thought so. There isn't a fixed rule that we know about, but generally speaking, if the wind chill here, if it's above 17, minus 17, or rather below minus 17 is more correct, it usually means that it will blow out. If it's like minus 14 or higher, then it probably won't blow out.
Looks like I survived another night.
Yes, we are. It's morning. How about that? Okay, we got our tea. Second tea. And we can also harvest our rabbit if you want, like the gut. If you want to. Maybe after though. Boiled. Grab that. Boiled. Grab that. We're going to leave soon. Let's put half a liter. And now there's a thing you can do. So these teas are warm, but they're not going to stay warm very long. What you can do is you can warm them up next to the fire. Put them right there next to the fire. And they will start warming up. But then you'll notice it says 30 minutes until burned. So you don't want to do that. If that happens, it'll burn. You cannot get it back. What you can do is you can literally just move it away and then move it back, and now it won't burn. Basically, an easy way to do this is literally just right click it and then place it back like this, and now you'll notice it says it has reset the time as 6 and 3, but when it reaches 0 it won't say that it's going to burn. It will just say hot, and it will stay hot all the way until it leaves. It's kind of like an exploit, but they never fixed it after all these years, so people use it. It won't work if it's on the stove, if it's on the slab or whatever. If you have it on there, then it'll just burn regardless. Okay, so these are now hot until this fire blows out pretty much. Okay, we might as well just, while we wait, harvest a gut from this rabbit. Carrying the gut around means the wolves will detect us easier, which is a problem. But it's still worth doing it. Worst case, you just dump it somewhere, and that's it. Okay. We got water, and I think the wind it still looks pretty strong. Let's try. And now it's -2, so now it's fine. Okay, let's go then. We might not need the these teas, but we're going to take them with us, and we'll drink them if necessary. Okay. Keep going. See, this is a good spawn, but much more challenging than Husher Valley. Over here, there can be a corpse. So behind this sign, going to the left now, but behind this sign, there can be a corpse, like around here. On lower difficulties, you can find a rifle here. I think it's Barb's rifle, I think. Yeah, keep an eye out for that. Flying crows. They don't mean anything. It's just ambience. You take the rose hips, and in the past, there used to be a guaranteed stim here. There used to be a stim right here in the snow, right there, but they took that away. So it's not there anymore. There's no guaranteed stim in Ash Canyon anymore, although you can find one in the first aid kit in Minus Folly, but it's like a random chance. And then here's a cave, so you can go in here and stay warm and protected if you like. But it's just like the cave we were just in, it's just nicer looking. Then here you'll find wood, and you'll find some more coal. We're going to find even more coal in the mine itself. So I'm not worried about that at all. We're a little bit cold, but not terrible. But I think you might drink one of them. Just wait a little bit, though. We have frostbite risk, but it's going to take a while. Let's drink a tea. Why not? Warm up a bit. There we go. Alright, so here we are approaching the gold mine now. That it cleared up is good, because then it's be easy to show you. There's a birch sapling. There's usually always birch here. And over here is the rope climb down. And we're not going to use that, but I'll explain to you how it works regardless. Let's grab this rose hips here. And also check around here. There can be stuff that's laying around. Like a flare or accelerant in the snow. Happens sometimes. Because this is basically the winch to go down, but it's broken. Like using my low condition torches first, because all the torches regardless of condition weigh the same, so you might as well use the low condition ones and lower your weight basically. So there's the gold mine right there. That's the gold mine with the backpack, and that's where we want to go. And there's a rope anchor right here, but we don't have a rope. Sometimes you find a rope on the way to the gold mine on one of the bridges, and you can take that with you and you can attach it here, and then you can climb down. The other way, there's two other ways, and we're going to use the third one. The other way to do it, we're going to drink our other tea too before we get too cold, before that gets cold. There we are. The other thing is, if you go over here, there's another sapling. There's a path right there. Let's keep this fire going. There's a path here. If you follow that path, right at the end of it, there's a rope anchor, which is the other way to get to this mine. There's 3 ropes you got to climb up, which I highly recommend you do not do in the early game. If you have bedroll and a stem and some wood, sure, maybe do it. But on the early game, especially Interloper, do not do that. You can use it to go back down though if you want. However, what you could do is you can follow this path, go all the way to the end there, and you can grab the rope, take it off that rope anchor, because you're unlikely to go and use that rope anyway. Take it, and then take it back here, and attach it to that rope anchor, and then you can climb down. Voila! Isn't that great? Nice, huh? We're not going to do any of those things though. We're going to go down. So it's quite easy. It's right here by these saplings, looking at this path. And then you go here, you see these 2 trees. You pretty much just walk through these 2 trees. And then you get to this slope. It's a bit steep. But you just walk here, and then you go down here. And again, like right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Or crouch and slowly walk down. You are quite likely to get a sprain doing this. Case in point. Because it's so steep and it takes you a while to get down, that the likelihood of getting a sprain is pretty high, to be fair. And another sprain. Doesn't matter though, because we're about to be indoors to sleep, and it will heal the sprains. There's some more rabbits. We could harvest those, grab those rabbits too, and I might just do that. Let's though. Sorry. Oops. Just because we can do it while we're indoors. Let's keep the fire going. Let's drop it. Oh, I have 2 sprain risks. Oh, the bow sprain. Okay, tell you what, we'll leave it. I'm not going to use a bandage for it. I don't think. We'll leave these rapids. Consider themselves lucky. Okay, so the gold mine's to our left. Look at all these saplings. But we're going to go over here. You can see there's some crows. And that's because there's a corpse here. And this corpse, nothing really to it. It's just random loot. On lower difficulties, you can find a revolver here. So it's worth checking this corpse out. Here it's mostly just feathers that we get. So we want the feathers for arrows. Feathers, feathers, feathers. Check him out. Charcoal. Summon soda. And right below us now is the wolf nest that we walked through earlier. So at least I think that's where this is. Yes. So this is it. This is the wolf nest that we walked past, where I showed you how to deal with wolves. And over there is the bridge, the first bridge, and the cave we came from. We walked all the way around. There's another bridge all the way around until where we are now. And that's it. A little bit of a back and forth to get up here, but here we are. And now we're going to get into the gold mine. Health is running low, but that's okay. Sorry about the occasional cough. It's still remnants of being sick. That's how it is. Anyway, there are a couple of things to loot here. They don't usually have stuff in them, but they can. We're getting very low on health, but it's no problem because we are in a safe space now. We're going to warm up, we're going to sleep and recover. It's really no problem at all. I think I only have 1 torch left, which is the mega torch. I think we find there's another torch inside, so I'm not worried about that. This container is always there. And up here there is a cabinet on the floor you can open as well, which also usually doesn't have anything. It's over here next to this cart. Here we are. Nothing. And then here's the gold mine itself. And we're going to go in here and get the backpack. There's a bed in here, there's a workbench in here, so we can use this to recover to the mine. There we are. And we're still cold actually. Barely, but we are cold. But that's alright. Frostbite risk though is very high. Almost got frostbite risk, so we might as well make a fire right here. We're going to use our torch. This is what I mean, like you don't need to use matches to start fires. Except for the first fire, because you can instead just light your torch and then you use the torch to light the fire. Because you'll always succeed in lighting your torch. Okay, here we are. Let's put on 2 coal. Because there's more coal around here. Yeah, let's go. Now we're warming up. You can also find matches here. There's always matches in the gold mine. If they're not here, they will be further in. We got lantern fuel, how much? Oh, enough to make a torch if I wanted to. I don't tend to make torches though. I just grab them, but still. A wool scarf. Summit soda and a book. We're gonna put on the wool scarf. And we really need gloves because this frostbite risk is really the issue here. Okay, we need to eat also because we're kind of running out. This rabbit, I think we're going to drop this rabbit because it's just a scrap of food on there. And then here we got this hide. We might actually do that now. Let's drink one of these Summit sodas first though. And we can douse this torch. And let's just harvest this rabbit while we warm up. We don't need water right now, so we're just gonna do nothing, I guess. Let's grab this gut. There we are. The rabbit is done. Frostbite has gone down significantly. Let's just keep moving. We need a couple torches though. This one's alright. Let's get a couple good torches. That's not so good, so grab a new one. That's alright. And that's okay. And then one more. There we go. And now we're going to get cold feet. Because it's freezing water. So our shoes are going to get wet. That's okay. When your items get wet, they start weighing more. And the warmth bonus is not as good. So you generally speaking want to avoid it, but it's not always possible if you're out in the blizzard or something like that. You can dry your clothes by just being next to a fire. If you take your clothes off and then place them next to the fire, they dry faster than if you're wearing them. Okay, so here is some more wood. So you got coal, you got a flare, some more wood, container. Usually there's a torch around it too, I guess not today. We go through the water again. And we're losing calories faster than usual because we're tired. So that's really the main reason we're losing calories. We're soon going to approach the birch forest, so we're going to get more stuff. So I'm not too worried about calories. There's a corpse here. And then I always check around this corner, but there's usually never anything there. Maybe a piece of coal or something. But and then over here we have our backpack. And this is what we really came here for. A couple other goodies as well. So here's the backpack. And what you do is, it's not an actual item, it's just an upgrade. So you just click on it. If you leave the backpack, I think it actually just goes away. But you just take it. And now your backpack has been increased. You'll see now it says +5. So you can carry more stuff. And we all like our stuff. If you get well fed, you can get another +5. And if you get a moose hide satchel and equip it here, it's another +5. So you get +15, which will be 45 kilos, or whatever the equivalent is in pounds. There's also candy bar, sardines, wait with that, tinderblug, coal, lantern fuel. Let's check this. Okay, and then you have crampons.
I think I can use this.
And crampons are... Let's just... Sorry, before I talk and it burns out. Crampons are alright. Basically what they do is, if you wear them, you have a reduced chance of sprains. You can walk a little bit further on weak ice, but barely anything. And when you climb, they don't actually help climbing in terms of energy, but it says less stamina. And what it means is that when you climb the rope, your climbing meter or your sprint meter, which we can call stamina, is reduced slower. So they do help. You can also just equip them because they have protection. Yeah. And that's because, so you get a little bit of protection rating. You have to have shoes on though. If I take these shoes off, I don't think, okay, maybe you, yeah, there we are. Yeah, now it won't let me equip it because I don't have anything for my feet. But if I have socks on, you can do it. And shoes, of course, yeah. Okay, there's one more thing over here. And that's this supply bin right here. More lantern fuel. Hey, a hat. I don't think we need the hat. Here we do. Alright. Now we want to really sleep and recover some health. It's daytime, which is a shame, but that's alright. Do I need to cook anything? I don't think so. So we might douse this now because we want to sleep. Or we get a little burnout. We're going to still go for well fed, so I'm going to eat wherever I can. And try and maintain well fed. We're going to find some birch soon. And some more cattails. And then we're heading to Summit. So I think we'll be okay. It's a little bit harder to start with well fed in Ash Canyon. That's because if you go the route I'm doing, there's less cattails and that sort of thing. In other regions, like say you spawn in Full on Muskeg, for example, there's just so many cattails around that you get well fed very, very easily. All right, we're just gonna eat this until we're full, basically. And then we'll get some more after. I think this is probably good enough. Let's eat one more. Okay, then we're gonna sleep. And we're gonna sleep 10 hours. You do not want to sleep more than 10 hours in Interloper, because you will just you'll take damage that way, because you'll become dehydrated. So instead you sleep 10 hours and you'll heal about 30%. It's -2, but the bed gives +5, so it's 3 degrees. And we're indoors, so this is static. So the temperature will change during the day, but indoors it stays pretty much the same. So we should be warm the entire 10 hours. If you're not sure, light a fire. We should be fine. There we go, and everything has been healed. We got up in health. But it's nighttime though. Let's drink some water. We can also actually drink our Summit soda to get the calories from that. By the way, on Interloper you only get the green drink. You do not get the orange or purple one. Only the green one. Okay, it's just for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, that's a mistake. I forgot to drop these. So of course, before I went to sleep, I should have dropped these, because then these could have been curing for about half a day, but I just forgot to do it. I'm going to drop them now. But remember to pick them back up also. We're going to kill some time, because I don't want to go out at night. We could do it, no problem, but let's try to not do it. We're going to prepare some rose hips. So there's that. There's not much else we can really do. We can harvest this torch. We could read, but it's too dark, so we can't really do that either. We can do some inventory management. I think we're going to bring all the stuff, I guess. This hat is about to break, so we can actually harvest it. We don't need the hat. And now we have an extra cloth, but we can't really do anything with it because we don't have a sewing kit. And we got 2 of these. Great to have 2 of these. And then we have all this stuff. We're a bit heavy. I might leave this fur behind. We don't need this many tinder, so we might drop some of these. Drop 12 of these. Then we have 11 tinders. That's good enough to me. A load of matches, because it's Ash Canyon. And I guess that's it. Actually, there isn't really much else to do. Not really. So I guess we can wait to sleep. So if you want to wait until it's morning anyway, we might as well wait so that we can sleep as long as possible. The reason being that the longer you sleep, the more you heal, basically. So this is probably good enough. And your frostbite risk is going down, but it's still there. Have a drink, and we can sleep probably 5 hours, maybe 4 hours. We'll put 5 and go from there. All right, be right back. All right. Okay, it's morning. It's pretty much time to leave. It is colder in the morning though than the rest of the days. I'm gonna light a torch because we can actually see. Oh, here we are, and we have all this stuff. Oh, I dropped the cattails on top of the fresh guts. But that's okay. I think we can grab the. There we are. And I like taking the charcoal. We don't really need it though. I might have to start a little fire here just to get some more torches because we don't have that many. We could also heat up some teas, but it's not really necessary because we can just start another fire later. So now we got the backpack, we got more stuff we can carry, and now we're gonna go to the summit. The only issue is that we don't know if there's a hacksaw on the summit, but even if there isn't, we can set it up so that we can come back there easier later. You see, there's a chance on Interloper for a Hacksaw to spawn on the summit. It can also spawn in the Mountaineer's hut, or it can not spawn in Timwolf Mountain altogether. So there is a possibility we go up there and nothing happens. But if that does happen, we can attach a rope so we can access it easier later. Because we have a Hacksaw. So there is that. Okay, I think I got everything, right? Yeah. A little bit heavy, but it's not a big deal. Wolves won't be much of an issue because wolves are mostly just in the central level of Ash Canyon. They're not on the upper levels, and they're not very much on the edges of the map either, with some exceptions. So I don't think we're going to run into any wolves from here on, at least not in this area. Gloves. Now we don't have frostbite risk anymore because everything is covered. Hurrah! So for the rest of this region, I don't think wolves will be an issue. But in Timwolf Mountain, that's a different story. But it's good to get some guts going early, so you can use them for crafting, and some rabbit hides for gloves or hats as well. But you don't have to do that, you can just leave it. If you feel they attract the wolves too much, you just don't do that. Or even better, you leave them somewhere. You just like, okay, I'm entering wolf territory now. I'm going to leave my hides and guts behind and come back for them later. And you can do that. Okay, frostbite risk should go away because we got gloves. Alright, so it's morning, sun's coming up, and we can go down here. This is a one-way. You do not go back up this way, it's not possible. In order to get back up to the gold mine from here, you have to climb the rope back up. Let's try and use these poor torches we picked up. Got a lot of echo here. We have this. Now the rope I talked about earlier, that was the rope that was you could go and grab, is this rope right here. This rope. This leads up to the gold mine, and if you go at the top and then just grab this rope, you can use it to attach to the rope bank and climb down to the gold mine. But then if you were to come this way again, of course you can't climb up it. But generally speaking, I would not recommend going this way to the mine, because there's 3 ropes you have to climb, and that's quite a lot. So if you want to do that, you kind of have to have resources available to do that. You need to have a bedroll, you need to have firewood, maybe a stim or coffee. So it's a little bit risky to do that. Now, I've only done it once, and I don't think I plan on doing it again. Okay, we're going to start with this ledge. And it's getting very cold very fast.
Gotta warm up somehow.
We'll probably light a fire down here. And the reason it's so cold right now is, this one's a bit weird. It's because it's early morning. So in the game, the coldest part of the day is pretty much in the morning, because it gets colder and colder overnight until the sun rises. And then from there, it gets warmer and warmer, but you don't really notice it until around noon. When you reach around noon, the world starts getting progressively warmer. You might as well start a fire. Yeah, let's start a fire.
Like a new day is dawning.
You don't need to do it here or anything, but let's just do it here. And the warmest part of the day is the afternoon. So if it is possible, it's good to really go out.
One little fire.
Stick. Don't use coal. It's good to go out around noon and then travel in the afternoon until evening, because that's when the world is the warmest. So in the early game of Interloper, if you can get enough gear, you can actually stay ahead of the cold curve. Oh, it's taking forever. So in the Interloper, the world gets progressively colder until day 50. And it reduces by 20 degrees Celsius. So it gets colder and colder. It doesn't go every day. Oh,
come on!
I agree, Astrid. Come on. But I think it's every 10 days or something. It gets slightly colder. Until eventually you reach day 50, and then it will be at its coldest, and it doesn't get colder from there. So that means that as of oh my god, You know, 60% does mean that every now and then you will fail again and again and again. You can have 95% and fail 20 times in a row. It's just a statistical outlier. But yeah, so right now, because we're in the very beginning of the run, the first few days, the world hasn't really started getting colder yet. So because of that, if you get enough good clothing early on, you can actually stay really warm in the beginning of the run, and you don't really get that cold traveling around. So if it's possible to go to the summit early or something like that that gives you good clothing early, it is worth doing it. Okay, I don't want to stay here too long. I pretty much just want to warm up, and that's about it. I don't think I'll do much more than that. Wait until these are ready. Ready. Nothing else to cook except for these soups. I have more than enough water. Let's just map this for the fun of it. Why not? And then we're going to warm up our teas. Right click, and then we are almost warm. And now we can go. It is possible to goat down here, but it's not really worth doing it. But you can do it. And now we get to the final rope anchor going down from the gold mine. And sometimes there's a little cache here with loot in it, particularly on lower difficulties. But there's also another thing here, which is the moose. The moose can spawn here. Let's see if it's around. I don't think it's around. But the moose can spawn in this area, and then it can block your rope. So you might need to throw a stone to distract it. No cache or anything today. Double check for moose again. I don't see anything. No. No, this is there. If this is not the moose spawn, you are likely to find the moose in the bitter marsh. That I think that's what it's called. The area with the broken fishing hut. You usually find it there. You can tell it's a moose spawn by moose markings, which I do not see here. There's a little bit of oh, I didn't mean to do that. Of loot down there, but we're not going to go and get it. Here we can grab all the birch that we want. That's going to be a big help. So from now on we're going to grab a lot of birch. So let's drink a tea because we're getting cold. We're going to run because it's cold as well. And from here there will be a lot of birch. So there's a lot of birch in Ash Canyon, and in a couple areas in particular you can find tons of it. We're coming up to it soon, and you want to grab that because for one thing it gives you a tea that you can drink that gives you calories, hydration, and also warms you up. It doesn't warm you up as much as the rosips though. Different teas will heat you up at different levels, which is a bit odd, but this is how it is. So like reishi tea and rosips tea, they warm you up a lot. Well, birch doesn't warm you up as much, but birch tea also heals you. Basically heals you, I think it's 5% over the course of 2 hours. Ah, wolf. I said we wouldn't encounter wolves, but the wolf could smell me, so here we are. I'm not too worried about the wolf, because we have a torch. If the wind picks up, then you need to go to somewhere that's sheltered and start a lighter torch there. In the past, this wolf couldn't get here because there was a barrier preventing the wolf from going this far. But because they removed it and I'm carrying guts, the wolf can now follow me. I'm going to drink my other tea to stay warm. And I'm going to grab these birch barks that are here. Before I do, I'm going to get rid of this wolf. Because he's just annoying. Let's just do this. Especially before the wind picks up too much. Yeah. He kind of bugged out a bit there. So he's still going to follow me because I'm carrying the guts. Grab all of those. Let's get out of spraying range. There we are. Then grab the next ones. This is great because the birch will It will heal you, it will give you calories, it will give you hydration, and it will level up cooking as well, of course. And very often you'll find some glitched birch bark around here, where, where there's like one that's really massive for some reason. There's even more of it up there, but we don't really need to go there, not really. And we're heading towards the exit to Timwolf Mountain now, but we're not going to go there right away since we don't have a bedroll. So what we actually want to do is we want to be fully rested before heading up the mountain so that we are more likely to reach the summit. Oh dear, carcass. We are getting a bit cold, so we could actually make a little fire here and harvest this this guy. Why not? Take a little break. We're not in a hurry, so let's do that. We need to thaw up this.
It's making my head feel thick.
Oh, come on, really. We can't harvest the carcass until it's thawed, unless you have a hacksaw, which we don't have. And of course, I failed.
Come on, little fella.
And it chooses the birch bark as tinder by default, but of course you don't want to use it for that unless you absolutely have to. I've used a lot of my tinder because I failed so many fires.
Come on.
But I'm not using any matches, I'm still using the same fire that I lit back in the gold mine.
Oh, yeah.
And 2 pieces of coal, and I can't harvest this, but what I can do,
I'm so cold.
I can make some water. Just throw this away. Sorry, water. And while that cooks, we can craft some birch bark. Also doesn't take very long, it takes 5 minutes. So let's just make all of them at once, why not? There we are. This is now boiled. Well, then we can put on a birch tea to create. This is still not frozen. Sorry, thawed. If you want to be safe, you can drop your guts. If you don't know how to do that, you just click 3 on your keyboard and drops decoys. But that works just as fine as going in the inventory. Technically, dropping a decoy is a bit different than dropping it from the inventory, but doesn't really make a difference. Okay, are there feathers around actually? Yes, there we are. Feather, any more feathers? No, we'll take the stick, I guess. But when you harvest it, we might get more sticks. Okay, grab the birch tea. Okay, and now I can harvest this. 15 minutes for half a kilo, and so on. So I'm going to, that's roughly the same time as it takes to make a birch tea. I'm going to put those on and grab half a kilo. We should lose some meat doing this though, because we don't have a incision. Oh no, that doesn't count. Because this is already ravaged. That's a whole mechanic I should explain. So in order to harvest an animal, you need to make an incision cut. So if this was a deer I killed, I can't harvest it by hand. Because you need to make an incision first to basically open up the deer. So you need a hacksaw, a hatchet, or a knife to do that. The exception is if it's a small game like a rabbit or a ptarmigan, then you can use your hands, but you will lose some calories or meat, as you saw happen to me. Okay, that's done. Okay, let's just do half a liter. However, because this is a ravaged deer carcass, it's basically been opened up already by a wolf. It's already, the incision has already happened with wolf teeth, effectively. So you don't need a tool to harvest found carcasses. There's also an argument for keeping found carcasses as laying around, because they will be feather farms. But this early in the game, I think it's preferable to get it. I'm gonna grab the hide. I want that for crafting. The guts are the lowest priority, because guts are easy to find. You get them from rabbits, and eventually when you hunt like a bear, you'll get a bunch of it. We might grab one gut from it. while those steaks are cooking. And we're going to eat it right away so it can add to our well-fed bonus. Alright. And let's just warm up our teas as well. Let's place them next to here. You can also just do like this. Just drop them from inventory. Some of them will be too far away. And then you gotta just reset all of them, of course. Takes a little while, 15 minutes. We're gonna eat this. We're gonna eat this one as well. And we're going to have a drink. And while we're warming up the teas rather, we might as well map. But let's put on some wood so we can grab a torch after. Mapping isn't necessary, but it's something nice to do and it will help you down the maps as well. Okay. We got a couple of torches here. And I think we have one more. Oh, yeah, we just barely didn't make it. Okay, well, put a stick on there then. Grab the teas. And let's keep moving. Now what we want to do is... there's some rabbits there we can hunt if we want to. We don't really need to, though. Because we're doing fine. But we now want to go up here. So the exit to Timberwolf Mountain is just around the corner. And we could leave right now. We could do that, and that would be just fine. However, if we do want to reach the summit from here, then we kind of need more energy to climb. Because we don't have a bedroll to rest. We don't have coffee. And we don't have a stim. So if we try and climb the summit now, we won't make it. We do have crampons, which will help. Because, yeah, well, I'll explain in a second. So basically what we want to do is we want to get rested. And there's two places near the entrance to Timberwolf Mountain that allows you to sleep. So we're going to basically go to those, and we can sleep until we're fully rested, and then we go to the summit. And we should have enough energy to get up there. And if we are a little bit low, if we're not as rested as we would like when we climb the rope, that's fine, because we have crampons. Now crampons, climbing wise, don't do as much as people think. A lot of people think that crampons make you climb faster or you lose less energy and that sort of thing, but you don't. You climb just as fast with crampons as without, and you lose just the same amount of fatigue as you would without it. However, if you get tired and start getting heavy while climbing, then you slow down at a decreased rate with crampons. So if you have crampons, your climbing meter, which is your sprint meter, drains slower, so you can basically climb further while tired if you have crampons on. So trying to climb the summit when you're a bit tired and you have crampons, you probably will get up there, but without crampons you won't. There's another deer carcass. I think we will leave this one because it's not as cold anymore. We're actually kind of almost warming up. We're going to leave that. If I interact with this, it triggers the deterioration timer. So then it will despawn after about 3 days. I'm going to drink one of my teas. Warm up a little bit. So I'm not going to interact with it. Now the exit to Timberwolf Mountain is here on the right. I got to restore condition, which is birch bark. It's this cave. You should be able to see it. It's right there. There's the cave. Right there. Where my thumb is. That's the exit to Timberwolf Mountain. We're not going to go there yet. We're going to go up there. Up on this hill right there. Because up there is the bunker for Ash Canyon. And with the bunker comes a bed. So you can actually sleep there for the night and regain some energy. But even without the bunker, because the bunker only existed, they added the bunker with DLC Part 2, so that was in March, I think it was, 2023, so about a year ago from this recording. Before that, it wouldn't make a difference because you would still do the same thing, except that there, instead of going to that bunker, just around the corner from the bunker, there is a bed that you can sleep in. So it'll be the same. I'm going to grab these mushrooms as well. These are basically antibiotics, but what we want them for is tea. Now you can see that we're barely cold at all, because now we're in the afternoon. It's still clear, and we have a torch, so we're getting cold, but barely. I might actually drink one more, just to maintain the warmth for longer and regenerate some health. These things stack, by the way. If you drink a birch tea, it gives you 2 hours of restoration, which means you heal 5% effectively over those 2 hours. And of course, if you then take 2, it becomes 10 over 4 hours and so on. So you can stack them. It is possible to survive on birch bark only on Interloper by only drinking birch bark. It's a bit tricky, but it can be done. I have a series about it, and you can check that out if you like. I only did 2 parts, but it's perfectly possible to do. You just gotta constantly rotate where you go, is all. Alright, there's crows here, so that means that underneath this bridge there is a corpse. Could be this guy right here. Here he is. Nothing. And then we're going to cross this bridge and we reach what's called Climber's Cave. And in there there's a bit of missed loot. And we can warm up if we need to. And oops, we're basically now on the middle level of Ash Canyon. I think here on we can just select our torch normally. We're getting a bit colder now, barely. There's a very slight wind, I think. That's what's doing it. Yeah, no, not really, okay. So here is this is the middle level. Seems like the water texture hasn't loaded because there's ice here. There we are. And to my left here is the Climber's Cave. You can go down the Climber's Cave via this little entrance here. Or, more commonly, you can go via the main entrance, so to speak, which is around the corner here. Here's the main entrance, if you want to call it that. And then you'll find bits and bobs. Find some wood. Find some rosehip tea, or rosehips rather. You should be able to eat these, by the way. I mean, we have them here in Norway, and I eat them sometimes. So we got a crowbar, or pry bar. That's good. Got a page, wood, backpack, and then we got some good loot here. Soda, crackers, and coffee. The coffee is great because it makes it easy to get up to the summit. So that's fantastic. And then from here, there's rabbits out on the ice. It sounds like there's wolves around, but they're not actually here. They're nearby in a canyon. So they're not an issue. There's a cave that direction. And if you walk this direction straight here, you get to Angler's Den. And there's a little like route you can take. We're going to leave these rosehips. We don't need to pick up every single rosehip we see. Now we're going to go to the upper levels where the bunker is. I think I'll grab these mushrooms I saw though. And there's a little path with a towel that is the route we take. Everything looks kind of the same, so it's easy to get lost. It should be this way here, but so it's pretty much just follow the line of the lake here. Just follow it straight and it should be up here. But if you get it wrong, you know, maybe I get it wrong, then it's not a big deal. You just look for the way out. So you'll eventually find it. So here it is. You can tell by this this little ledge here that gives a little makeshift cover. You can also find very often a cooking pot in the snow here. Let's just see if we can find that. It's not always there anymore, I don't think. But I think it's usually around here. No. Sometimes we find a cooking pot here. Used to be guaranteed. Not anymore. Okay, then you go here, and this is a one-way trip here. This ledge can only go one way, so you can't get back up. And then you find this towel. For some weird reason, there's a towel there. You can harvest it, and you get some cloth. We're not going to do that, though. We'll leave the towel here. Don't forget to bring a towel. And now we're at the upper levels. There's one more bridge to cross. And then we're at the bunker. We'll just stay there for the night. We might harvest this deer just because we got time to do it. We're not really in a hurry. So maybe we should harvest this deer. We might as well. There we go. Let's just do it. Running out of tinder here.
Come on, little fire.
Let's see, just check my volume. I was taking off my jumper, and I once did a video where I accidentally nudged my microphone as I did that. Okay, let's put that on, and we got quite a lot of water, but we can still make some water, and we can make some more birch tea. Actually, just do reishi. Takes half an hour. We're barely warming up, but that's okay because we don't really care about it that much. There we are. We can make, while that's boiling, make the birch bark tea or whatever. There we go. Almost forward. Let's make the reishi. Takes 10 minutes. And then we can prepare some rose hips. We're getting a lot of teas from this. If you have the thermos or insulated flask, it's even better. Okay, and then I think after that we're gonna harvest this deer. Alright, these are both ready. I think we will just leave the rest for now. Let's put on another piece of wood. Let's harvest this meat. I think we'll do all of the meat in one go this time. These new harvesting animations, not everyone is a fan, but I think they've toned it down a lot, so I think that's fine. Gonna cook that, takes 50 minutes, or you can put it in the pot, so it's 49 minutes, or put it in the pot, and it's 40 minutes. And as luck would have it, it takes 40 minutes to harvest the hide, so there you go. I very often don't use the cooking pots to cook meat, and people often ask me why, and it's pretty much just because there's less clicking involved. You can just drag the food onto the cooking slot. And also, very often when I cook, I'm at a base and I'm not really in a hurry to finish cooking. Okay, do I want the guts? I don't know if I care about the guts. Let's map. Well, maybe we should get one. Let's see, it takes 40 minutes. I don't think there's anything to make or do in those 40 minutes. So let's just do it straight up, I guess. Grab one only. And then we can go to the bunker, I think, for the night. And I'll show you the alternative location on the way to Timberwolf Mountain. Okay, let me just quickly... Yeah, okay. Alright. So, let's have a drink. We're heavy, so we're burning more calories than usual. We got a lot of resources, as you can see. Let's grab a torch. How many torches have I got? Enough. This one's alright, so let's just keep grabbing until we get... It's a bad one. One more. Okay, let's go. So up here, there will be a bunker on the right. And as I said before, the bunkers don't really do much on Interloper. They are just empty bunkers with nothing in it. 1 out of 9 bunkers on Interloper will have a recipe for the prepper's pie, which you can only cook if you are level 5 cooking, but it's a good pie. And you can, if you're lucky, find a hammer and some misglute as well. But the good thing about the bunkers is that they all have beds in them. So they are an indoor location where you can sleep safely. And that's pretty much what we're going to do. Getting the recipe is a bonus. So it's right here. And you can see, there it is, right there. We've got some wood. We might not need all of this stuff. We probably will leave some of it behind. I don't want to be heavy when I travel to the summit. Because it's just going to drain stuff. Let's go in here. So this torch, this fire has lasted the whole day. Ever since I stood up out of bed. You can look around here, but I don't think there'll be much. You could harvest this car wool for tinder, I suppose. How many do we have tinder-wise? 2. Yeah. Here's our bed. And that's it. So we don't have anything else. Okay, so we're going to drop our curing stuff. We're going to harvest this carwood box to get some tinder. Just to have more tinder. Same with this other one that's here. Then we're basically going to sleep. Okay. And let's see. We don't have that much food, but we'll do what we can. Let's drink this soda. Kind of wasted some hydration doing that, but that's alright. Eat some of these. We're going to get some more of these soonish. I'm also going up to summit, so this should be alright. Worst case, I will eat the dog food, or I'll eat the crackers. The crackers are great because they give 600 calories, and yeah, but they make you very thirsty, but that doesn't really matter. Okay, I think that's good. Now we're going to sleep for 10 hours. We're barely warm here. Barely warm, but we are warm. Let's sleep for 10 hours. This is 1 degree. If you aren't warm enough, then you can't sleep here. You have to sleep the other place. Okay, we're approaching well-fed bonus. Have a drink. And we're going to sleep another 2 hours. The indoor temperature is usually pretty static. Alright, so now it's daytime. We're almost back to full health. We're going to pick up all of our guts and everything. I think that's everything. And we're going to head to Timberwolf Mountain now. We're not heavy yet. Okay. And the route we're going to take, you could, if you wanted to. Oh, wow. That's not great. We might wait this out, actually. It's so cold out. You can see how fast my meats are draining. Let's wait it out. We could just, while we wait, we could read a book. None of these are great. This harvesting one is probably the best one, so let's read an hour of that. We can read 2 hours, and then sleep 1 hour. And we'll be fully rested again. And I think the blizzard has ended. I think we might have to eat those crackers. That's okay. We have a load of food, so even if I eat these and it breaks, I still get quite a lot of calories. Okay. Yeah, that's better. So you could now, if you wanted to, the exit is right down there, and you could go down this. It looks difficult, but it can be done. We're not going to do that. We're going to take the safe route, because I'm guessing if you're watching this and you're actually using this as a tutorial, I'm guessing you don't want to go down there. Most people don't. So we're going to take the normal route, and I'll show you the alternative place you can sleep as well. So we came from the left here. That's where we came from. And then the bunker is up there, and you're going to go this way, continue. And this leads to a one-way slope that leads down to the lower levels that you can't get up. Which is that way right there. This goes down to the lower levels, and you can't use this way to get back up. Now, instead of going here, you go up to the right here. And you'll find this little alcove, this little hidden area that has a bed in it, and it's actually protected from the wind. And it's right here. There you go.
Jeez, this is cold.
Here's our bed, and here's our trunk. Not always a trunk here, but Polaroids. This is one of the places you can find a Polaroid. And this is Wolf's Jaw Overlook, where we were before. So if I had this Polaroid when we went, I would have been able to map the region quite significantly. And this bed, even though it is very open, this bed is actually the equivalent of being in a cave. So if you light a fire here, it will not blow out because you are protected from the wind. So if you go to the bunker and you're actually cold in that bed, which I almost was, just collect all the wood, because notice how much wood I picked up going around, and then light a fire here and sleep in this bed and you'll be fine. And that's how you do that. I would light a fire, but we are so high in health and we are not far from the entrance, so I'm just gonna keep going. Alright, here's the one-way ledge. Once you go down this ledge, you can't get back up. The only way to get back up is basically the route that I showed you, where you go up to Climber's Cave. There are other ways to get up to Climber's Cave, by the way. That's the thing with Ash Canyon. Ash Canyon seems complicated, that there's all these different levels and things, but it's actually pretty linear. It's just like, there's pretty much just the lower levels, and then the mid-level, which is Climber's Cave, and then the higher levels. And it's actually pretty linear. For example, the route to the gold mine is pretty straightforward, because you have to go via Minus Folly, and you can get to Minus Folly via the route I took, which was the Wolf Nest, or you can go via Climber's Cave, where we just were, or you can go via Homestead Respite, which is by the Bitter Marsh. But they all lead to Minus Folly or nearby, and then you just beamline to the gold mine in a linear fashion. And this leads now out of Timber Mountain. Here's a plastic container. This is always there.
Well,
hey, downrest. That's a good find. And here's a couple cattails. Might as well pick those up as well. And then we got some more calories and some tinder as well. Maybe I'll need it because I failed so many fire attempts. I think I grabbed those cattails too. And we should have enough energy to get up the summit. But even if we don't, I have coffee. The worst case scenario, make a fire, make some coffee, drink it, and climb up there. So we'll be fine either way. That's the good thing about going this route that I'm doing, is you usually find coffee in Climber's Cave, so you have an extra chance of getting up to the summit. Because the crampons will not always be... The crampons is a... You don't need it to reach the summit without a bedroll, but it helps. And they are not always in the gold mine. They used to be a guaranteed spawn in the gold mine, but they changed it, so now the crampons can also spawn, ironically, at the summit, which is a bit annoying. Although you can, of course, make the crampons. You can make the improvised crampons. I think you need guts and scrap metal, is it? I should say it somewhere. You can have a quick look. Where is it? Impressed crampons. No, it's cured leather and scrap. Yeah. So if you have that, you can craft it in the workbench in the gold mine, for example, or Angler's Den. So it's possible to do that. You might have to harvest some leather though. That's the only thing.
I could eat anything right now.
Okay, so now we're leaving Ash Canyon, and we already got the backpack, so that means that we're done with this region effectively. We're only coming back here if we want to actually settle here and explore it further and create a base. So other than that, we're pretty much done. Then we're gonna light a torch. We are marginally cold, so if I light this torch, we'll be warm. There we go. The torch adds, I think it's 4 degrees. Maybe 3 degrees, sorry. Yeah. The numbers are rounded, so even though it went from 0 to 2. Oh, now it's 8. Is that part of the cave? Yeah, it is. So this part is cold. This part is warm, huh? Okay, so I guess this is like the outer cave and this is inner. I never noticed that before. Not that it makes any difference at all. You're inside anyway, so... Well, in any case, we're going to go through this cave system. This is a pretty straightforward cave system as well, but there's a couple things to check out. So it should be that way, but we're going to check out here for coal. I think I'm probably going to eat the crackers so that I can maintain hunger, or just satiety, is that what it's called? being full, so I can get well fed. And then it is this way, I think. If I remember correctly, I think it's this way. We're going to go this way to our left there, because this leads down to this little area where there can be loot. Yeah, so it leads down to this part, which branches to the right, and here. Here there's some wood and some misc stuff. So it looks like we got gloves. I think these are actually better. They look better. No, they're the same. Okay. More wood. Antibiotics.
I can use this.
And then that's it. But then you take a left here, become this little mini cave or mini atrium, and in here there can be a corpse, there can be coffee, there can be a pot, there can be a wolf carcass, and coal, of course, all sorts of things. So let's see what we got this time. And looks like we got corpse this time. No wolf carcass. In here we got nothing, and in here we got... In here, that was another nice... Nothing. Sometimes if you go here and there's no wolf carcass, if you come back later there is a wolf carcass. We'll be going here again, so we can drop this torch. And let's quickly eat a cattail. And then we're going to go around. Back where we came.
All I can think about is food.
And you'll notice that we can see that area again. So this seems complicated, but it's not. You can't really get lost in caves per se, because if you just go always left, always right, you eventually just make your way out. So there we are. This is where we just were. This is the torch I threw and the corpse. So that's how you get to that place. Yeah, most of the cave systems in the Long Dark, they often seem complicated, or left and right and this and that, but they're usually not. They're actually pretty linear. They go pretty much just one direction, and then they have these little... like here it's this way, but they have these little dead ends. Like here, for example, I can go in here and it just leads to a dead end where there's coal, and that's pretty much it. So it seems confusing, but it's actually not.
Who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
It's pretty linear with just some extra branches that are dead ends. Sometimes the cave system splits into two parts that both lead to the same area. They're just kind of like two different roads to the same place. So it's pretty straightforward, really. The only one that's kind of an exception, I suppose, is the cave between Forsaken Airfield and Zone of Contamination, the far territory. That one can be a bit confusing to navigate. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. So now we're going to enter Tim Wolf Mountain. And we're going to eat so we don't lose our well-fed or potential... I'm going to eat the crackers. And if you watch this far, sometimes what I do in these long videos, I add a little code word that you can type in your comments to indicate that you watched it. What should the code word be this time? Well, I don't know. The one thing that's missing in this game is Zach's trail mix. So, yeah, that's Zach's trail mix can be the the code that you watched so this far. Okay, we now are entering Tim Wolf Mountain. I don't have that many torches. I should make a fire soon. Might make one in the cave up here. Nearly full health as well. Okay, so there we are. This is the deer clearing. There's some rose hips we don't need. We got a load of teas, so we don't need to grab everything. This is the deer clearing. There's usually a bunch of deer here, hence the name.
Did I say?
There's some saplings over there.
I really do.
And there's a cave over here. This cave works just fine for shelter. And if you're worried about wolves and bears, now is a good time to drop the guts and stuff. And just leave them here in this cave. And just make a note that they are in this cave. And come back for it later. We're not going to do that though, we're going to bring them with us. But if you are worried that you're sent, because we actually have 3 stink lines on us. I have 3 stink lines, that's weird. if you're worried about the wolves, just leave some stuff in here. Grab this and coal. Yeah, some coal back here too. Well, actually not warm here, but I think we are going to make a little fire here to get some more torches. It doesn't really matter if you make the fire in the outside or inside of the cave. Fires last longer outdoors, but you're outdoors no matter what. The only difference is if you want to use your mag lens, you need to be near the exit of the cave, really. Okay, let's get some more torches and let's warm up a bit. And maybe make a couple...
Right on.
We got a load of coal. Why am I so smelly? Is it literally just the guts? It shouldn't be. Guts don't really go beyond one stink line. So 1, 2, 3. Huh. Because I did a video not long ago where I carried 10 of these and I had only one stink line. Anyway, you might as well stay here and cure while we do some misc. We can water. We got okay water, but we might as well make some more. So let's make some more water. And do we have any medicine? Yeah, we have rosehip we can make. Let's just do that. Oh, we got a blizzard as well, so we gotta wait the blizzard out then. Oh, we don't have to, but we should. Let's drop this to cure as well, yeah. The hides. Harvest the bad torch. You could go out in the blizzard, because wolves and bears won't be out, so maybe we'll do that. I'll show you actually a trick that allows you to do it. Let's do that actually. Now, you don't want to go out in the blizzard if you don't know the map. If you don't know the map, just wait it out, because otherwise you're going to get lost. I know the map. I might get a little lost in smaller places, but I should be able to find my way. So what we're going to do now, we're going to heat up all of our teas. It's actually a bit of a shame that I'm so hydrated. And we're going to make our way to the summit. And we're going to do it via a rope. So there's 2 different routes up there. You get to a fork in the road, you take a left, and you enter you get to a rope that leads to a cave system that takes you to the last rope to the summit. Alternatively, you go right and you enter Eric's Falls, where there's some cattails and things, and a cave, and that also has a rope in it, which leads to the last rope. But if you go to the right, you actually cross paths with the bear that's in this area. So going left is better. Okay, before we go, we're going to heat up our teas and whatnot, and also make a coffee. Let's make a tea circle by putting all our teas down, so they can all heat up. I often get questions where people ask, why are you putting down all the teas? You're not going to be able to drink all of them, because the teas will get cold within a few minutes, about roughly 1 hour in-game time. That's about 4 or 5 minutes real time. They will get... we're going to make this as well. So they will get cold, so you're not going to drink more than... You usually drink maybe 2 or 3, but you can drink up to 6 or 7. But people ask, why do you heat them all up? Well, it's easy, because when you want to drink them, you can just click on them here in the radial menu and they'll all be hot. You don't have to go and like look for the hot one in your inventory, so you save time. Okay, rosehip. We're also going to make coffees, just in case. So let's just do that. Past time. These are all hot now. And we're going to place the coffees here as well. And I'm going to make 2 more coffees. Leave the other 2. And we leveled up cooking doing that as well. Let's pick up these hides. We're not going to take much longer. We're also going to grab some torches, because we don't really have any. We're going to grab maybe 4 torches, maybe. That's a terrible torch. Let's get a better one. That's better. Hey, and there's our well-fed bonus as well. Well-fed. We've survived 3 days now without being hungry, and as a result, we got the well-fed bonus, which gives us 5% extra health, which is great, but we don't really care that much about that. What we do care about is this. We can now carry 5 more kilos in our backpack, because we're stronger, and that's great. So now we can carry more stuff. I'm going to leave a few things behind here though, because we're quite heavy with the fuel. Fir firewood is very heavy, but it burns for a long time. We're going to drop those. We don't really need those. We got a lot of coal, but the coal is very useful. So I'm going to keep those. But I'm going to drop some of this cedar wood. Keep 2 of them maybe. And we're going to drop this reclaimed woods. Now we're quite light. And that's good. And now we're going to go, and we're going to go through the blizzard. And we're going to drink teas to stay warm, which is great. And then we're going to get as far as we can without getting cold. And the benefit of doing this in the blizzard is that you don't get any wolves or bears. So you're completely safe, even if you stink like I am doing. There is a chance, of course, that you get lost, but that's just a chance you got to take. So let's go and do that. Let's pick up all of these. Go, go, go. Oops. Go, go. And go, 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 go. If you have a thermos, it's even better, then they last further. Now, one problem is I can't really run. If I run, I'm going to use too much energy, and I might not have enough energy to be able to reach the summit. I do have coffee, though, so I probably will be alright, but let's just not risk it. I'm going to hug the wall on my right. That's the easiest way to do this. And then we should be able to get there. I think you can go this way. Yeah, I think you can, yeah. Just hug the wall on the right. We're already getting very cold. Let's drink our first tea. Our rosehip tea. And we're already back to full warmth. And let's keep going. We don't need to go up. Just stay along the edge here. I'm going to keep going. This is actually kind of a narrow area, so it's not too hard to navigate. It's mostly trying to remember the spacing between things. So don't be worried if you get lost. It happens to the best of us. I get lost sometimes as well. I did a challenge which was permanent blizzard and permanent mist, and in both of them I got lost. So it happens. I wouldn't worry about it. Here's the containers. You can open these if you want, but you need a hacksaw. And from here is to the right. So if you find these, you need to go right. There's somebody straight ahead now, straight ahead, but we can't get up there. So let's drink another tea. Let's drink a birch tea this time. And I didn't want as much, but we're gonna go this way now. And you can see we're hitting a wall, but that's okay. Just keep going. Hug the wall. And this wall should take you all the way to the rope, more or less. And normally I would say run, because running will make sure that you don't take as much cold damage because you get there faster, but we need our energy for the ropes, basically. Now normally in this area you'd have 1 or maybe 2 wolves approaching you, but because of the blizzard we don't have that. And there's 1 bear as well. Okay, just stick to this wall on my left. Just hug this wall. Let's keep drinking teas. Let's drink a rosehip this time. Warms us up. Once we're a little bit dehydrated, we can drink another one. We'll just keep going. And it's a little bit of a walk, but you will get there eventually. We're soon going to drink another tea. And here we are. I think we're approaching the bend. Can we drink another one? Yeah, we can. So it's still warm. If you have frostbite risk, you can still get frostbite even though you're warming up, so be careful with that. Here, there's actually a shortcut. You can go up this route right here by this fallen tree, and this will allow you to circumvent the bear entirely. So you can go up this route, but if you don't really know the area, maybe leave that for another time. Here's also a little bit of a refuge. You can go in here and make a fire, and you'll be okay. We're going to keep going though, of course. Again, hugging the wall on our left. So there's different options, but those are easy to understand when you have better visibility. Let's just keep going. Hug the wall on our left here. A landmark tree on our right. So hug the wall on our left here. And let's drink a tea before they cool down. And then, yeah, on the right should be a fallen tree, that one there. You can get up there if you like. That's a little shortcut too, we don't need to though. Let's just keep going. And over here there's another bend. If you took the shortcut I mentioned earlier, you'll come from the left over here. So we're gonna go here. And this is the fork in the road. And the blizzard is actually ending. So now we gotta be a bit careful because I think the bear will be out. Yeah, the blizzard has ended. Okay. Let's quickly... they're all gone cold now, so we can't drink anymore. This is the fork in the road. If you took the shortcut I talked about, you will come from this direction. Otherwise you end up here. Here's a wolf. And if you go this way to the right, where the wolf is, that will take you to Eric's Falls, but the bear is in the way. So instead we're going to go left this way here. And this will take you to a rope, which leads up to... what's it called? Secluded Shelf, I think it's called. And that takes you to a cave system. This is the rope. And this circumvents the bear entirely. So I do recommend going this way. If the blizzard still raged, you could maybe go the other way around. And again, I'm not going to run. I'm going to save my energy for the climb. I have crampons as well. The crampons are not going to make any difference here because this rope is too short. So it's going to be pretty much the same. Bye, Wolfie. But for the summit, it will make a difference. Up here in the secluded shelf, there is also usually a maple sapling, but that's about it though. If you map this area also, you usually can see quite a bit. We're not going to do that. I'm actually going to be able to make it to the cave almost without taking damage. Isn't that neat? Secluded shelf. There's the maple I talked about. I don't think it's guaranteed though, but it's very often there. And then you got some misc stuff. So here we are. So we actually made it all the way here without hardly taking any cold damage. So just because of the tees, we made it all the way in here without being cold. We only lost a couple percentages. And now it's cold here, barely though. But we're going to light the torch. And then we're going to go through this cave system to the other side. And then we're going to climb the summit. Now in this cave system also, you can find the Spelunker's Lantern. It's one of the possible places it can spawn. So I didn't see it in Ash Canyon. Usually you find it in Ash Canyon, in one of the caves. And we didn't see it, so it might be here. We're going to have a little look around. It should be this way here, but we'll go this way. Again, it will kind of like loop around itself. It's actually not that complicated. It's just kind of these dead-end branches or loops leading to the same place. So it's going to look around here, really. And we're warming up, which is all good. And let's just check these corners. Nothing here. And this is where you need to go. You need to go through this hole in the wall. We're going to wait to do that, though. And check out this area here, where you have this corpse. Let's see if there's a lantern there. I don't see a lantern though. No, you can also find a mag lens here. I'll find neither. Nothing. No. Okay. Another cave or corner, or dead end, whatever. Nothing there. We came from this way over here, I think it was. And then you got another one, and then here is where the area we saw in the beginning, where I said we could. It is this way, I said, but we went the other way. That's what this was. So now we are here again at the branch. So this is the way we walked, and this is where we came from, and we now looted everything in this particular area. And there wasn't anything really to find, just the wood, and that's it pretty much. But you can find Spelunker's Lantern here. Alright, so let's continue. We're going to go through here. And that was a good demonstration of how to use blizzards to your advantage. So there, I basically, because the blizzard ended while I was doing it, I only really avoided one wolf. But if I kept going, I would have avoided all of them and the bear as well. But you using your tees to your advantage, you can stay warm throughout the blizzard. You will still get wet clothes though. If you look at my clothes, you can see that they are wet. because of the blizzard. So they still get wet. And if you have frostbite risk, that's very important. If you have frostbite risk, like for example, if I don't have gloves on, I have frostbite risk on my hands. If I drink a tea, I will warm up, but the frostbite risk is not reduced. So you can still get frostbite even if you are warm. So just be careful with that. That's important to know. So pay attention to your frostbite risk. Now this cave should lead out to the like a shelf before the summit. And we don't have that much energy left. Part of it is because I waited around, like I stopped in that cave and I made a fire and some other things. So I use a little bit more energy than I normally would because I stopped to have a little break. I explained a few things and so on. But that's okay. If you have about half of your energy left and you have crampons, you should be fine, especially if you're not too heavy. And we can also dump some stuff. We can dump some wood or something to make ourselves lighter. Okay, we're probably going to get cold again now, but that's alright. We have so much health. We'll light a fire at the top. So this leads out of the cave system and to the shelf before the summit. So the summit is now right above us. There's the cave we came out of. And the summit rope is this way. If you go left, this is the other rope that I talked about. And this rope you can climb if you want. If at the fork in the road that I talked about, if you took a right instead of a left, which we did, you end up at this rope right here. Which is fine, but the problem is that there's wolves around here, there's a bear, so it's a bit more risky. But also, this is important, right there where my thumb is, behind that wall there's a rope anchor without the rope on it. And this river that you can see here, this river this runs all the way down to Mountaineer's hut. But this rope anchor isn't there. So what you can do is you can attach a rope to that rope anchor. You'll always find a rope at the summit and or this cave we're coming to here. And what you can do is you can go to that rope anchor, attach the rope, and now you have a shortcut up to the summit for later. So that's good to know. Now we are a little bit low on energy, but I think we should be fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not going to pick up any more mushrooms and things right now because I want to use all the energy I got. If you want to be extra sure, use the coffee to your advantage and you should be fine. I think we should be able to get up there without using the coffee. I'm going to grab one of these Ptarmigans if I can. Again, let's just drop this torch. Let's light this torch. Let's drop it. Oops. Because I want the feathers from the Ptarmigans. And at this stage in the game, you can only hunt one Ptarmigan at a time. You gotta crouch and get close to them. And then you gotta throw a stone at them. It's the only way to really hunt them at this stage in the game. And that should do it. So let's just do that. There we go. Okay, we got our ptarmigan. So in here, the others flew away. You can only really get one ptarmigan when you use your stones, because the rest of them will just fly away. When you have your bow, you can hunt all of them with fire-hardened arrows. Don't use regular arrows, because they will break, or you take durability loss, which is pointless. Use fire-hardened arrows instead. You can kill the whole pack. Or you use a noisemaker, throw it in the middle and they all die. Pretty much. Okay, so here is a rope. You can take that rope and place it back where I said, by that rope anchor. Alternatively, if you want, there is also a rope anchor over here. We can also attach the rope to, which we're going to do. We're getting cold, but that's alright. So, this rope anchor over here leads down to the fork in the road that I talked about earlier where the blizzard ended. And if you place this rope anchor here, you again create a shortcut that makes it a bit easier. Next time you can just go up this rope instead. So that's right here. And the... I might actually make a fire here so I'm not too cold. Just make a little fire. While we warm up a little bit while we do this.
Come on, little fire.
We're losing energy doing this, but that's alright. We got a lot of coal, more than we actually need.
Why didn't that work?
The echo on that. Why didn't that work? Why? As if it's like the most frustrating thing ever. Just statistics, Astrid. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
Come on, little fire.
Oh, my torch blew out. Well, that's why we're going to use another one then. Gotta use a match. You don't have to do this, by the way, but I'm just doing it to preserve some health and that sort of thing. We're going to grab a couple of torches as well.
Come on, little fire.
There we go. Okay, put a couple of coal on there. And then here you can see the fork in the road is where this wolf is, you see? He's actually smelled me, so going towards me. That's where that fork in the road is. And you're going to put this rope here, and you'll basically create a shortcut. There we go. Now we have a shortcut. Let's grab some torches, like at least 3, like good ones. These are all okay. And let's keep our inventory light, because we don't have that much energy left, and we got a long rope ahead of us. This one right here is quite long. However, we do have crampons. The crampons will not make it so we climb faster, nor will it drain our fatigue any slower. However, our sprint meter, which turns into a climbing meter when we climb, will last for longer. And if I was climbing without the crampons, there's probably no way I would make it up there. Maybe if I'm lucky, but probably not. But with the crampons, we might be able to do it, because we slow down slower, basically. Our speed decreases at a slower rate. We might be able to make it. If we don't make it, we can stop at one of the ledges, there's 2 of them, and we can drink our coffee. So we should be able to get up there regardless, but let's try without the coffee first. But we could, well, also once we get heavy, we'll climb slower. So let's get rid of some stuff that makes us heavy. So let's get rid of some wood. Let's get rid of all of this wood. We'll just leave it here. We got a lot of coal as well. I think we'll carry that. Anything here? We can drop this torch. The Ptarmigan waste, but that's okay. We can always have a drink of water and leave some water behind if we need to. Because you can just make more water. So let's just drop, I don't know, a liter of water. Why not? And let's drop 3 coal. So now we have 15 kilos to spare. In fact, if we can lower this to 20 kilos, we will never actually get heavy. So we could do that, but then we need to get rid of more stuff. And yeah, let's not do that. So let's try this climb. Let's grab a torch and see if we can get up there. With just this little energy and crampons. I have a suspicion it's not gonna work, but we're gonna try. I think we have a little bit too low fatigue, mostly because I took several breaks. I lit some fires, I did some cooking, and so on. So I didn't beeline for it like I usually would. Let's go. As you can see, we're climbing very, very slowly, and we're draining our energy, so this is not looking particularly good. I think that the breaks I did made that I had less fatigue than normal, so this is probably not going to work. However, I am not quite exhausted yet. We can take a break at this ledge. We can keep going though, just to see how far we get. You can see we still got half of our climbing meter left, but we are probably not going to make it. If we're lucky, we'll make it to this ledge that's right here, but once we get to that ledge, we're not going to go further. See, we're running out of climbing meter here, so we are not going to be able to go much further, and now there's a risk that we actually fall down the rope. So there we are. From here on, we can make it, but it's very unlikely that we will make it. So it's best to take a break. So there we are. We lost a bit. We can go on this ledge, but we almost made it. This is still pretty high. So what we're going to do now, we're going to basically drink some coffee. And to be sure that we can actually do this, we're going to cook the other 2 coffees as well. So because we found the coffee, we should be able to do this. If I didn't have the coffee, I probably would have made this if I had gone, you know, straight there. I hadn't stopped to show you the alcove in Ash Canyon, or explained this, or hunted the ptarmigan, and this and that. You know, if I had not done all those things, we would have been fine. But then it wouldn't be as educational. And I know it would have been possible because I'd done it before. But because we lost more fatigue than usual, we just barely couldn't make it even with crampons. So we're basically going to warm up these now. Might as well warm these teas as well. Or these coffees rather. And we'll drink as many as we can. Yeah. Let's just throw this off the cliff. Okay, so we can actually drink one once it's hot enough. So I guess that's this one. Let's drink one right away. Because you see we're hydrated, so we can't actually drink them all in a row. I might be able to get up there if I climb right now. But let's just be sure. I think I'm going to drink 3 of them. And we might as well warm up while we're at it. So, and we could make some water while we wait, but I don't think that's going to... oops, I didn't mean to pick the coffees up. That was a mistake. Yeah, there we are. Okay. I think we can drink another one. There we go. Drink it. And then we can... I think... we probably will be fine now, I think. But just to be 100% sure, let's just drink another one. We can wait until this is boiled.
The sun is setting.
Pick this up.
A lot colder soon.
Pick this up. Drink one more coffee. And then go. Okay, now we should be fine. And go. Maybe it would have even made with 1 coffee, but I just wanted to be absolutely sure. And as you can see, we're fine. Load of energy left. It's just because if you only drink 1, you might have enough, but you're going to get tired very quickly, and there's a lot of risk involved. So there we are at the summit. So we made it on day 3, I think this is, or day 4. And the coffee made it possible. Without the coffee, it wouldn't have been possible unless we optimized our run from Ash Canyon to here. There's more ptarmigans. Let's get another ptarmigan. Ptarmigans are generally found in high places like this. I want them so I can make the insulated layer. Because that gives a lot of warmth. Okay, now it doesn't matter if we run anymore. Then there's a cave in here. That's usually... I'm actually going to grab throw sips now that we are on the summit. So yeah, so that's summiting, an early summit right there. Of course, we don't have a hacksaw to open the containers. We're kind of banking on there being one here. If not, we're going to have to come back. Let's open this. Here's the other rope. Hey, Polaroid. This is, what's this called? Arcs coming? Oh, I can never remember. Alright, and in here, you can safely sleep if you have a bedroll, but we don't have that. And then we're going to head to the actual summit. And in the summit, we'll find a few things, even if we don't have the hacksaw. We will find matches there. We will find possibly a distress pistol. We'll find some maple syrup and a stim as well. So there's some good loot up here on the summit, even without having a hacksaw to open the containers. Now there is a chance that the hacksaw will spawn. I think it's about 50% chance. And if it's not here, then it will probably be in the Mountaineer's hut. And if it's not there either, then it's just not in this region, I think. Ah, the torch blew out.
I can't
The Ptarmigans relocate up here? I think they did. No. But I could hear them. Well, anyway, here is the actual summit, the tail section of the summit. Great Bear Airlines, whatever this is. And we'll see what we can do here. And we can't sleep here unless we find a bedroll, which we won't find.
I could eat anything right now.
So our time here is limited, effectively. Let's see if there's a hacksaw, and if there is, we're golden, and if not, then we'll take what we can and go from there. It's a shame that the torch blew out, because in here we can actually make a fire, and we do have a hacksaw. Hurrah! So we can actually do this. We need to use another matcher and start a fire.
I'm freezing.
Here is our stim as well. This stim is guaranteed, always there. Okay, let's start a fire. It's a shame that the fire blew out just before I reached the plane, so now I have to use another match just to start another fire.
One little fire.
Alright, and we can put on a piece of coal here, I think. There we are. Alright, excuse me 1 second. Alright. Okay. Sorry about these random pauses here and there. That's the life when you have a small baby that sometimes wakes up randomly while you record. Yeah, we got ourselves... How much water we got? Not much. Let's just make some water. Put 1 liter. And half here. This should warm us up. And then we were lucky to have the hacksaw. So if you were to do exactly what I did and you didn't find a hacksaw, there's a few things to loot around here anyway. We can do that first. And then I think I would just head either back down to Timberwolf, like to the Mountaineer's hut, or I would go and attach the other shortcut rope so that you can get up here easier. And then come back later when you have a hacksaw. Maybe do that. But before we use this, there's a few things to loot around here. So you got some misc stuff like these fuses and stuff. But one of these boxes, it will vary each one, but one of these, the thermos also, will have matches inside. And then we also have the thermos, the insulated flask. And that will definitely come in handy. This will allow us to keep drinks. It has to be the same type though. But so I can, for example, put in these ones, these birch teas. They're all cold, but if I heat them up, they'll stay warm in the flask, and they'll stay warmer longer than if they are in my inventory. So that's what that's for. And that's quite handy, isn't it? I think the thermos is not DLC, but I'll check when I next have a chance. And then there's also a couple other things. Let's just throw this away, grab a new torch. Then, of course, there's some wood around, that sort of thing. And over here, there's a corpse, and here you can find the distress pistol, but it's only a chance. Hey, aviator cap. Very nice, we'll put that on. Dashing. We didn't find that though. And under here, under this wing, you can sometimes find matches as well. Not today though, we got some wires instead. And over here, behind this container, there's usually a fire striker. There it is. This is always there, so you're always guaranteed to find this. There you go, 91%, that's a really good one. And we actually have a hammer as well, so there's a chance for a hammer up here, which is great. It's not guaranteed though that you find a hammer, I don't think. But yeah, that's a good find. So now we have the hammer too. There we go. And that's pretty much it for now, except for the crates I haven't opened. So yeah, now we can open the rest of it. Alright. How's this water looking here? 6 minutes. Yeah, okay. We'll start opening this. So remember that the containers have 2. You can see, so let's just grab another torch. There's 2 of them. A lot of people just open this one and then they forget there's 2. So use the hacksaw to open this. And we got coffee and herbal tea and more herbal tea, and that's it. And now people forget, oh, okay, that's that looted doopy-doo, but actually there's one underneath as well. On Interloper, there's way less containers than on lower difficulties. On low difficulties, there's many more containers up here. Almost double, I'd say. And there's more stuff in the containers as well. So on low difficulties, there's a load of loot here. And there's also containers out and about in Timberwolf Mountain. And there's less of those in Interloper than there are in the other difficulties. This is this one. If your hacksaw breaks while you open this,
Stuff will come in handy.
the container itself is broken and you can't open it. Wool socks. Oh, work boots also very good. On Interloper, the work boots are arguably the best boots you can get, other than the deer boots. Low condition though. Wool's vest, mittens, wool toque. Oh, Parker. Oh, air wrap. Nice stuff. You see, it's very good to go here. Let's organize ourselves. We got the A-Wrap for extra warmth. We got some wool socks. Sports socks are worse. Then we have to put the trail boots on, but the work boots are better. And then we have a parka and wool toque, probably this one here. There we are. That looks weird. That's odd. That just looks really weird. What if I switch these two around out of for aesthetic purposes? How will that look? Not much different. I think maybe they should fix that. That looks a bit silly. Alright. So that's good. We got some warmth from that. There isn't really anything for me to cook. I can cook one herbal tea. Always good to have one around. Then let's open this. I think this is drinks, I think. Oh no, it's can. It's good, a lot of food. You need a can opener though. Find one in Pleasant Valley Farm. There's the drinks. Alright. Now there's only really one left, I think. Plus this one too. Put reclaimed wood on here. Now we're heavy. Then we have this one. One of them, I think, this one is medicine and the other one is hides. Or maybe it's the other way around. You can't get stims though in this. Yeah, this is medicine, yeah. And this one I think is hides. Cured hides. Yeah, cured leather, a rabbit, deer hide, wolf pelt, another deer hide. Oh, that's good. So yeah, that's nice. Oh, I forgot to search the backpack. The other crampons. Wow. Now I have 2 crampons. That's funny. I don't think I've ever seen 2 crampons, but well. We got some crates to break down also.
I'm starving.
Alright, bottle dry, taken, and I think that's it for like cooking wise, because we don't have a way to open these other things. So now it's pretty much just we got enough water. Now we just need some time to break down these crates. So let's put down this fuel, and I think we are close enough to break down this crate, aren't we? Let's see. Yeah, so still warm here. We are kind of low on food though, so let's just eat something. Let's eat. I guess we can drink. Okay, let's see. Is that enough? 45 minutes. Yeah, it should be fine. Anything in here? No. But then these, oops. These crates in the back here should have something in it. We could cook stuff. How long is, let's harvest the ptarmigans. Like 17 minutes as opposed to 35 by hand, so we'll use the hacksaw. Let's grab that. How do you harvest such a small bird with this massive saw? It just seems weird, but There we go. We also need the feathers, but we can wait to grab the feathers. Let's grab this as well. 12 minutes. I'm going to cook this. I think I'm going to eat one of the crackers as well to maintain my well-fed. So I can carry more stuff. Alright. Let's eat one of the crackers. Yeah. Now let's cook... small piece. There we go. 38 minutes. So let's break down these crates. We don't know which one, but one of these two crates will have stuff in it. And this one does. Yeah, scrap metal and a rope that we don't need. We can check the other one too in a minute, because it might have matches, but I don't think so. Eat the ptarmigan meat. You can also save the raw ptarmigan to make broth, but we don't really need to do that right now. Anything else to cook? Not really. Not really, no. What we could do, just for illustration purposes, is heat up these birch teas. Any more of them? No. Anything to make? No. And let's make a liter of water as well. And let's check the last crate. We might get cold doing it, but it's alright. Can I reach the crate from here? I don't think I can, no. Yeah, so in here, there might be matches. We'll see. Yeah, here they are. So here's the matches. 2 sets of matches and an accelerant. If it's not in that one, it will be in this one over here where the rope was. Usually. Oh, damn. Oh, no. I forgot to reset the teas. Remember earlier when I had the tea circle, you reset the teas by right-clicking? I forgot to do that. So now these are all burnt and useless. So yeah, I lost 5 birch teas doing that. So that was a bit of a blunder right there. Oh well. It is what it is. We all make mistakes. Okay, so that's pretty much it. There's one more thing. If you go over here to the edge, there's corpses. And go down here, you'll find a backpack. And usually this backpack has double maple in it. A little bit of an issue to get to it sometimes, but... Come on. Oh, yeah. Give me maple. Oh, guns. Okay. Oh, okay. It's got that. The guns book will always be at the summit. If it's not in this backpack, it will be in the cave. Now the question is, how do you get back up, right? How do you get back up? Well, it's not that hard. You just go down, then you go under and up. Yeah. And that's it. And you can go here on the side, or you can go up here. It doesn't really matter. You can get up this way. Let's go on this side, I guess. And that's it. There's also usually a corpse up on this hill, but there's nothing really particular about it. There's a burdock plant. We don't need that, but we could pick it up with our pry bar if we want to. Just because then we have another tea we can make. There is one recipe that requires burdock. I think it's called... What's that? It's like the vegetarian one, I think it is. Looks like the things from Harry Potter. What are they called? Mantic. I was going to say manticores, but that's something else. Mandrakes? What are they called? Alright, so now we're going to go back down to Mountaineer's hut. But before we do, we're going to warm up. We're going to do some inventory management. And we're also going to maybe wait out this weather a little bit so I can walk better with a torch. If I had a bedroll, I would sleep here, but I don't, so... Got a lot of reclaimed wood, though. We'll put some of that on. Okay, so first things first. Let's get some food in us. Let's drink these cans. Gives us calories and hydration. Drink 3 of them. And we're quite heavy, unfortunately. Is there anything we can get rid of? We don't need this can here. It's a shame I burned all that stuff. We can harvest this torch. We can harvest this bad torch as well. What else? I think everything else we need to keep. But we got some clothing we don't really need. We could organize that now, but I think we won't do that. We don't need this antiseptic, but I'm going to take all this stuff down anyway. We don't need this piece of paper. Alright, I guess that's it. So, what we can do is just to kill a little bit of time here. We can harvest some feathers. We need 10 of them to upgrade our bedroll once we have a bedroll. I think it's 10. And I think you need 4 to get the insulation layer. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, the burdock. Yeah, we can do that. But where is here? Isn't it? This one. Improved insulation. You need 5. And this will give you more warmth. It gives you more than the air wrap. What's the weather like? Still pretty bad. I might harvest 1 or 2 more feathers. Let's see if the weather changes. And go from there. And I think it did change. It sounds quieter. And we're tired, we're exhausted. And we smell, of course. But that's okay. So, I think now... Yeah, this is fine. Now we can go. We are too heavy, to be honest. But not so heavy that it's going to impact us too much. So we're now going to grab a couple of torches. I'm going to head home. We're going to goat down to Timberwolf Mountain. I always call it Timberwolf Mountain hut, but the Mountaineer's hut. You can usually see it, but it's too snowy. It's basically that direction there. And you can goat down the mountain. It will take you about 3 minutes to do. Very easy. You go down here where you have the backpack. And then instead of going up, you know, up there to get back out, you instead go along the slope here, hug the wall down, and you get to this massive white slope here of snow, and you pretty much just follow this almost all the way down. It's very easy to do. And I'm carrying a bunch of stuff, so I'm heavy, but we're fine. It's a shame I burnt those teas, but we all make happy little accidents. And then here you can go right now. You can go a bit further down and then to the right. Doesn't matter. We can go here. Just keep going. And then here, let's light a new torch. We really smell, so we're going to attract wolves. And then here, now you got to just go down here. If it's too far, you can just go to the right instead. And just hug the wall here. Got a sprain there. You don't take any damage from the sprains. And then you get to the slope and down. And you don't have to do it exactly how I did that. You'll just go to the right. Once you do get past that big slope in the beginning, just go to the right at some point, and then you'll get down here. And now we are on the sort of medium level, 1 level above the Mountaineer's hut. And the summit is above us, it's up there. And there are wolves in this area, so you gotta be a little bit careful, so you need to have the torch. Here's 1 wolf, it's killed a rabbit, so we can ignore that. See how long it takes to eat it. There's also a bear. The bear isn't like around here, but the bear can, if you smell like I'm doing now, the bear can track you and come this far. We're gonna ignore the wolf for now, but if it gets too close, we're gonna scare it away with our stone. Have 2 stones. Yeah. There he comes. So let's just scare him off. Off you go. He's kind of in our way, but it's okay. As long as you have a torch and it's not too windy, this is why I waited, so the weather was a bit better. So I had more of a chance to actually do this. There he is again. Let's scare him off again. This is going to happen a few times. Scare him again. Off he goes. And now, since we have a hacksaw, we can grab these maple that are here. And then we are making progression of our bow. Let's grab both of these. You only need one, although the first bow you make breaks pretty fast. Second one not as fast. Here's our rope down, which we can't take because it's too heavy. The easiest way to get down is to ignore this rope and go a bit further. Just keep going a bit further. Forgot to warm up tees. Until you get to a slope, pretty much by this big tree here. Next to this oak. And here there's a slope, you can just walk down. I need to light another torch. And here you can just go down the slope. The wolves can't follow you here. But if you do smell, be a little bit careful, because it can be wolves beneath you. There's also wolves down here. So if you smell, just be a little bit careful here. Try to always give corners a wide berth. Because, for example, here, if I now hug the wall on the right, if a wolf shows up over the hill, then I might not have time to react. So give yourself some space. Here's another wolf. And this is because I smell so much. I have 3 stink lines, so they're really coming from me from across the map. And if this is stressing you out, you can just ignore the guts. If you can either just not kill the rabbits or the ptarmigans, or what you do is you leave them to cure, like I said, in an earlier cave. For example, the cave in the deer clearing. Drop all your guts there, as well as maybe your hides, and then just make a note in your journal that they are there, and then you come back for it later. Then you will travel the rest of the map without smelling, and the wolves won't really be as much of a pain. I'm going to either just bring them, or I'm going to leave them here in the Mountaineer's hut. I'm going to give a bit more space to this corner here, in case a wolf is around the corner. If I get too close and the wolf that shows up, I could just die. I'm going to check this fishing out. There can actually be a hammer in here, but we already found the hammer at the summit, so we're not going to find a hammer here. We're quite cold, but we should be fine. I'm going to loot this. The wolf will give up. Hey, Wolftuk. When I enter, oh, he more or less gives up. We're cold, but let's just do this. Loot all of this stuff. I said there's a memento hint. This is the cave to Ash Canyon. We came out of that cave. Let's just take the as well. I guess that's it. Oh, Storm Lantern.
I'll take it.
Hurrah! There's the wolf. Almost burned out though. Give myself some space. For exactly this reason. I'm gonna head to the hut over here. If you play on lower difficulties, you should check these piers or these jetties, because you can find hatchets and knives buried into the wood. On Interloper you won't find that. On Interloper though, you do want to check these boats that are over here, because those boats can have a hammer in it. We keep deterring this wolf. So I already found the hammer at the summit, so it's not going to be here. But if you are here, make sure you check these boats, because there can be a hammer laying around in these boats. So always check them. You can hear all the wolves barking. They're all going for me because they can smell me from miles away. But then they encounter rabbits on the way and this and that, you know. And now we are in Mountaineer's hut, which is, in my opinion, actually one of the best bases in the game. because you have a fishing hut right there, you have wolves, you have deer out on the ice, you have a bear not far away, wolves not far away, rabbits as well. So it's a great base. The only thing is that it's got a hole in the ceiling, so it's a little... it can get cold. And here we are. Home sweet home. Now we are actually cold here. Marginally so, but we are still cold. And that's one of the problems with this space, especially in the early game, that it could actually be too cold. In the late game, if you have enough gear, if you got, you know, bear coat and this and that or whatever, if you got a good enough gear, you can just stay here like any other base, and it won't make any difference. But in the early game, it can make a difference. Okay, let's get rid of this torch. And let's grab a new one. So in here, in this space, let's just first things first. Let's drop our... yeah, this one's cured, but we'll still drop it. A few fresh ones. Let's drop our rabbits. We got one cured, two curing. Got a wolf hide for some reason from the thingy. And we'll drop our two saplings here, and we'll drop our guts here. And there we go. That's our little stash for now. Now there are guaranteed matches here. This is one of those places that has it. So if you spawn here on Interloper, and if you head here, you'll find matches right here. And if they're not here, they'll be somewhere else in this building. So take those. We got a carcass harvesting. We got more peaches, soda, probably bandages in here. Yep. And then there's this. Accelerant, more matches, that's lucky, not that we need it. Another memento hint, this is for the ravine. And then there's also sewing kit. Drawer, you can find storm lantern here, but we already found one. And you got another one of these journals. This one is special though, because if you turn it around, there's actually a map. Of the rope, that's where we came from, and the wing on the right, which has containers, so that's interesting. And then behind this crate there's usually something, there's a drink, and under this bed there's usually some clothing. Go down west, and under this bed you can find a mag lens, sometimes. Not today, it seems. I think that's it then. Okay, so that's it. So we need to do some inventory management. But I think we should sleep a little bit just to stop health loss. So let's put 2 liters on here. And let's just put the fur on as well. Get rid of this. And let's just sleep for 2 hours. Just so we can get the... we're not taking damage. We got a blizzard. That's fine. Okay. The blizzard sounds funny because we have pain. It will go in and out, but once the pain ends, it will stop. Okay, let's do some management here, inventory management. So we got this, which you can refuel with this lantern fuel we found. Now we have a lantern. I always recommend carrying a lantern. We got some books, and I'm not going to bring the books, I'm just going to leave them here. We don't really need them. Put that here, including the one we started reading. And I'm going to put 12 matches in here too. And I'm going to make a note in my journal. Say Mountaineer's hut. 12 matches. Some books. They're so heavy, you know, the books. You can also put in the fuses. We don't need those. I think that's probably it for now. Then I want to harvest. We got an extra set of crampons too. Let's put that in the journal too. Extra crampons. Okay. I want to also harvest these ptarmigans for the feathers, so let's just do that. Then I can make the insulated layer. We can do a little crafting session here. I might let this fire die out. Because it's daytime, so once the blizzard ends, I think we'll be warm enough in here. And then we can light it again in the night. Minutes. How much do I have? I got 5. We can see if we need to use this. And I want to make now. Where did it go? Am I blind? Where is it? Where's it got to? This one. We need 4 cloth though. So we have some stuff. We have some extra cloth we don't need, like these mittens. We're gonna harvest the mittens. And I wish I had those birch teas now. We get some more cloth this way. Gonna keep the fire burning until this blizzard ends.
Nothing to drink.
Let's also harvest this sports vest. There we go. We got a load of water. We can make more though. How much is left there? Okay, let's make 1 liter. How long to craft this? Takes 1 hour. Perfect. So we're gonna make that now. Okay, fire's going out anyway. We can actually just see how cold or warm we are. And then we're gonna put the insulation layer here. And now we have even more warmth. And we can also repair some stuff. We need to harvest though. This gives 1.4. Yeah. Let's harvest the cotton toque. Yeah, we're getting cold, but marginally so. Okay, the blizzard ended. So now we're still cold, but barely. The wolves, sports socks are also terrible. Harvest those. So we're getting some cloth here. We need to eat though. We're gonna sleep soon too. Let's just eat this ketchup chips. Right, so let's see if we can repair something while we're at it. We can repair... most of it is okay condition already. The gloves are terrible. And wool socks aren't great. Beans, alright. Let's repair the gloves for now. Maybe, I'm not sure that's worth actually. We're going to repair the wool too, because this is going to give us 0.7 degrees. Because it gives 2 degrees from that. Oh, come on, you can do it. That's it. I get 2 degrees from that. Does this require leather? Yeah, it does. We can repair that too though, just for the fun of it. Then you can also compare them. So if we take this off, you can see here that they weigh, the wool toque weighs slightly less, but marginally so, but has less wind resistance and less protection, but the temperature is the same. So they're pretty much equally good. Okay, the rest I'm not sure if it's worth repairing for now. I guess we can harvest if we want. Okay, so now we're actually warm in here, 10 degrees. So we can do a bit of crafting and this and that before we sleep. I might sleep 1 hour just to stop taking condition damage. There we are. Okay. Then we'll sleep through the night as far as we can. So, I also want to break down these shoes because I really want to repair these work boots. Do need to eat though. Anything. We have a lot of food. It's just that we don't have a can opener is the only problem. So if I eat any of this stuff, I'm going to lose quite a lot of calories. Let's eat one anyway. Let's eat the low condition dog food. Because if we get food poisoning now, it's not a big deal. We can cure it easily. And we lost, how much? Yeah, we lost quite a bit there. That was quite a lot. Let's eat, I'll drink these cans. Let's do another one. And then I want to harvest these shoes. Takes a while, but it gives us leather. And then we can try to repair these work boots, which are really good, but 70% chance we can try. And we managed. 74% now. These are really good boots. They give a lot of warmth. We need to harvest this other stuff too, but it can wait for now. So let's put in, we're going to put in every clothing item we're not using in here. We can bring one of the crampons though, actually. The wool toque, we guess we could, maybe we should repair the wool toque if I have the cloth. Yeah, because then we have a reserve here that I can come back to later. There we are. We'll put that in here. It'll take a while before it breaks. Okay. We can leave a couple of flares. We don't need all these flares. Anything else we can leave behind? We can leave some water behind, but I like putting the water here on the shelf. So I can see how much I got. There we are. What else? I guess that's it. We don't need all these antibiotics. So put that in here. We don't need antiseptic either because we have the lichen. We don't really need the painkillers, but we can take them. We got way too many matches, but we'll take that too. We can leave one accelerant here. And that's pretty much it. Now we're good. We might as well, we could harvest this, but I think we're going to take advantage now that it's cold-ish. Now the thing is, I would like to, warm. I would like to sleep 10 hours to regenerate as much health as possible. But the problem is, if I do that and it gets cold, then I might die. The blizzard hits. I don't think my gear is necessarily good enough. So we're going to sleep maybe 4 hours. Let's try that. Let's try 4 hours. And I'll go from there. I wouldn't sleep more than 5 hours. If you got good enough gear, like it's unlikely you're going to get cold in like 1 hour. It's going to take a little while before you get cold. Yeah, so you've gotten colder, but we're still warm enough. So let's have a drink. And then sleep another 4 hours. Yeah. And now it's even colder, but we're still warm enough. Let's eat some more food. Let's just smash this dog food. It's fine. I like saving these until you get a can opener, but at some point it's like you're carrying so much stuff. There we are. And let's have another drink. And then let's sleep 2 hours this time. So we're not going to heal as much as we usually do. But I just want to be careful because it is cold. You know, it is cold. And same thing now. It's only 2 degrees now. Sun's coming. I'm going to sleep 1 hour. And then we can sleep maybe 1 more hour too. And then this should start getting warmer. So we'll be alright. Yeah, barely. Now it's 1 degree only. But we can sleep 1 more hour. And there we are. Look at that. We got some health regenerated. We're still warm. Barely though. And we got some stuff curing. Got all this stuff as well. We could maybe grab this, maybe. And then the next step now really is to head to Pleasant Valley. We have everything we need now. We got decent gear. We got the hammer as well and the hacksaw. So the next step now really is to head to a forge. And the best way to do that is to head to one in Fallen Muskeg. So probably what we're going to do, we're going to go through Pleasant Valley. But we already have most of what we need, so we'll just probably gonna go through the plane crash to see what clothing there is, and the farm, and then to Mystery Lake. Okay, now it got much colder, which is a problem. We might have to light a fire. Let me pass time for 1 hour though.
Starting to feel numb.
Okay. The reason I passed time there was just, well, wait out the blizzard is one thing, but also I had to save the game because the baby woke up again. Okay. We're actually cold now if we sleep. Marginally so, but we can... Yeah, we're getting colder and colder because of the blizzard now. Because it's also early in the morning, the coldest part of the day. So we might actually have to make a fire here. I think we should. How much wood do we have? Not a lot, but it's okay. We need more torches anyway. So let's use one of our plentiful matches and make another fire here. We can warm up, we can maybe heat some teas or something, harvest the feather, and then we can head out. We could go out in the blizzard like we did earlier, but there's not that much point. It's early in the morning and cold anyway, so it's not really necessary. Let's also just get some good torches. It's a bad torch, that's okay. Water's fine, yeah. It's not great, but we'll take it. Not great. That's okay. Let's get one more, or two more maybe. That's okay. Get another good one and we're good. Good enough. I'm going to harvest these. Let's harvest these low torches here. And I think we'll just harvest the Ptarmigan feathers. While we wait. Because we pretty much have everything. I can heat up the peaches, but just because I don't have a can opener. And we should find a can opener in the farm. I don't really want to open them. I'm going to eat one of these crackers though. And let's drink. Okay, yeah, let's actually break down this bench. I think the blizzard may have ended, actually. Yeah, it did. It did end. Okay, we're not going to stay here very long, then. We might harvest these 2 feathers and then just go, I think. Oh, there's 3 feathers here, okay. Oh, it's frozen. And that's fine. Let's just see if there's anything else we need to do. Well, we can prepare this burdock fruit. I think we're more or less ready to go, to be honest. We can harvest one of these feathers. And then I think we're ready to just go, to be honest. Now from here, you could, if you are replicating this play, you could leave all this stuff behind and let it cure here. And just write a note that it's here and come back and collect it later. And then you won't smell it all when you travel around. But I'm going to take it with me because I'm going to use them later. We'll add a little bit to the challenge, but we should be okay. I'm going to take that with me. I'm going to take the hides with me. All of the hides. We don't need the wolf hide. I guess that could stay. A little note about that. Because wolf hides are easy to find. Take the saplings and the guts. There we go. And do we have any teas? We do. We've just this one really. And that's pretty much it, I think. We have thermos. We can't really use it for now. And then I think we are good to go. We could make this tea as well. The burdock tea. Which basically does the same thing as a reishi tea. It's just another option for it really. It's pretty much everything it is. We can see if we get another good torch. We might as well use the bad torches now because we're leaving anyway. Yeah, that's good. And then we're just going to go. And we're not heavy or not even close to it, so we can go. Okay, so we're leaving Timberwolf Mountain as well. This is another region we're more or less done with now. It is though worth coming back here because there are containers, like the containers that we found on the summit, which is up there. You can find that other places in the region too, and there's some good loot in there. Let's see, can we line this up perfectly? I don't think you can actually. It's a summit symbol on the door. Okay, let's take these two. Don't know if we'll actually need them, but we'll go. Okay. And it's fairly cold, yeah. And we have moose markings here, so this is the moose spawn. If you don't know how to find the moose, there is one or up to one in every region, and you can tell where it is by these markings here. These brown markings on the tree here. This means that this is where the moose spawns. It's basically where the moose has scratched itself. It's gone off and scratched an itch, you know, and then the bark has fallen off. That doesn't mean that the moose is going to spawn right here in this exact spot, but this area. Sometimes it'll be, you know, further away than you think. And there's also going to be more trees with markings. There should be a few trees over there. The moose is usually, in this case, over this hill. And you can tell that it's here because of these markings. But it might not be here right now. I'll have a look to see if it is here. You can usually tell when you get close. You'll hear little clonk clonk noises from the hooves. And it might make a little noise as well. I don't hear it right now. I don't think it is here right now. I think I would have heard it by now. No, it's not here. So there's another moose marking right there. And normally the moose would be right here. The way it works basically is if you find the area where the moose is, which is this, the game basically every 48 hours or 2 days, every 2 days, the game rolls a die to decide whether the moose is going to spawn for that day or not. It's basically how it works in a nutshell. I'm oversimplifying it, but it's effectively how it works. And right now it's not there. We can't do anything about it anyway. You can't kill a moose without a bow, except if you have the stress pistol, which before was a guaranteed spawn at the summit. Now it's not. If you have the stress pistol, you can kill a moose. You can even one-shot a moose if you're lucky, but most likely you're going to need at least 3 hits. So you can kill a moose early game like that if you have the stress pistol, but it's not a reliable strategy. The stress pistols are found in multiple areas throughout the map. I don't remember all of them off by heart right now. I think there's like 8 or 9 places you can find those cases. I have a list somewhere, I just don't remember them exactly now. So there used to be an Interloper. The stress pistols used to be always in 2 places, which was the summit and the ravine. And there were 8 shells on the summit and 4 in the ravine. So you always had 12, and you can find 2 pistols. There was a third one you could find in Nash Canyon that was empty. And that meant that you could actually reliably go and get the stress pistol too in those 2 locations. But now, that's after the addition of the DLC and the loot refresh in December 2022, they changed all that. So now there's like, it's not like 9 or 10, I can't remember exactly, different places where the stress pistol case can spawn, and the case can either have a pistol in it, or shells, or both, or none. So you're not guaranteed to find it in any given location anymore, which means that early game hunting with a stress pistol is no longer a viable strategy on Interloper. It's something you can do if you want to do it, but you don't have to, and it's not really worth doing it. It's more like if you happen to come across a distress pistol and some shells in the early game, and then you could try and kill a moose or a bear, especially a moose. So you have a hide very early and also some food very early. You could do that, but that's not like a reliable strategy. It's something you could do if you wanted to. Alright, so now we're in Pleasant Valley, where there's a lot of stuff to loot there. The barn, for example, has a stim. You can find the stress pistol case there. To the left of this rope we're coming to, there's a cave called Misty Falls Picnic Area. where there is a chance of coffee spawning. On lower difficulties, there's a bow there. There's a furnace there as well. We don't need any of those things. And we're gonna head to the plane crash, which is nearby, to see if there's any clothing we can loot. And then the farm, and then I think that's it for now. And here's the rope climb down. And I probably will attract wolves from a mile away here. And you can just climb this rope down easily if you are not heavy. You can also go, if you are heavy, you can go straight to the edge and you can actually drop items down, but you have to be very careful. And we're not heavy, so we can climb down. But in case you come out with lots and lots of loot from the summit or whatever, and you can't actually climb down it, there's a very easy shortcut to go down here. And it's just go to the right here instead. And then just hug this wall right here. And go to the right until you get this little crack in the rock here. Go into that. And then crouch and go down here. And into this next crack in the rock. And you have a little fall here, but you shouldn't take damage. And you can get a sprain though, of course. And then another crack over here. Hug to the right if you can. And then very carefully, you know, left, right, left, right. Left, right. While crouching. And then you're down. And that's how you get all your loot. And here's one of these static prepper caches here. And before we go in, let's just quickly check over here. Because there can be a pot here and also some wood. No pot today, but there is some wood. Check this container too. Nothing there. There can also be wood here by this outdoor toilet. We'll take that. And also the backpack. You can also check the outhouse for pry bar. Not today though. And then we're going to check the bunker itself. There isn't much loot in here, but you can find a hacksaw in here. You can also find a storm lantern. And on lower difficulties, you can find a revolver back here if you look close. It's not guaranteed or anything, but it can be there. We also have a pry bar, so we can open these lockers. See if there's anything in there, but it's all random loot. Nothing static or particular about it. These ones have all of these cabinets that you find across the world, these drawers, they all have a small chance of spawning coffee. It's very small, maybe 1 per run or something like that, so it's worth checking them, but it's not really something you can rely on. A lot of them in the dam, so it's not uncommon to find some coffee in the dam. Nothing in here. Alright, you can open this grate. You can find bullets on lower difficulties. No hacksaw. I can see anyway. Let's check these as well. We could sleep to warm up, but the only issue with sleeping is that then I have to douse this fire and use the match to light it up. So I think I'd rather just continue. There we go. Not a lot of loot as you saw. A lot of stuff opened, nothing really here. But you can find good stuff here if you want to. Alright. Let's just keep going. We're now going to head to the plane crash. So there's a lot of stuff to loot here in Pleasant Valley. But this is a kind of region you come back to later. So if you go this way down there, you get to Misty Falls picnic area where there is a thermos laying by the table. And there is also a cave, which inside has usually either coffee, a coffee cup, or a tin of coffee. And you can also find a bow on lower difficulties and some other misc loot. Let's grab these saplings as well. Then on the right there, we're going to the plane crash, which has a lot of suitcases, which we can use to get some better clothing. More Ptarmigans. I might try and grab one of these Ptarmigans, actually. This might... I'm gonna do this quickly. Ah, damn, I missed. Okay, never mind. I wanted to do it very quickly because of the torch. That's alright. I'm guessing they all fled.
I could eat a horse.
That's alright. It's not important. Let's grab these saplings. for arrows. Is always here. Most saplings are static. There are some that vary, or they are like roughly within a certain range. And most are static-ish. Did they all flee? I think they all fled, right? Yeah, they did. They'll fly off somewhere else now. That's alright. It was mostly to get them for an upgrade to the bedroll, but we don't have the bedroll. And by the time we actually have it and want to upgrade it, we probably will be in a position where it's not as important anyway. But yeah, we're going to go to the plane crash to open some suitcases, see if we can find some clothing to refill these slots here. And then we're going to head to the farm. And then after the farm, I think we're going to just head straight out of here. There isn't anything we really need from here. There is a lot of stuff to loot to those. This is one of those areas you want to come back to later. Because the barn, which is called the outbuildings or whatever, it has sorry, it has a stim, a chance for a hammer spawn, chance for distress pistol spawn, and there's also maybe we can try and grab this rabbit here. I don't really need this either, but we could try and grab it. We smell it anyway, so what difference does it really make? If you tap crouch like this, you can crawl a bit faster. Okay. So the barn is worth checking out. Then you have Thompson's Crossing. Thompson's Crossing has quite a lot of misc loot in it. Nothing major really, but lots of misc loot, and you can find cooking ingredients, that sort of thing. And then Signal Hill, which is the radio tower. You can go in there and find very little. It's kind of random, but it does also have a big chance to spawn coffee, as well as things like combat pants, combat boots, and if there isn't coffee, there's usually herbal tea, and there's some other stuff. It's a pretty good loot location, really. Okay. Bye. Ptarmigans up here, aren't they? You can hear them making noises. Let's have a look. I haven't actually been up here in a long time. It sounds like they're up here. Maybe I'm wrong, but it just really sounded like they were up here. I'm getting cold, so I would like to start a fire soon. And they're not up here. There's the plane crash. Usually I don't come from this angle, but that doesn't matter. We're going to open the suitcases in a little bit. First, we're going to start a fire. There's a deer carcass, usually, over here. So I'm going to start a fire there. And then warm up and fall the deer carcass while I loot the rest of the stuff. There's other places also to loot in this area, in addition to what I just said. There's misc places here and there. There's also 3 strikes Farmstead, which is the orchard, the mini orchard with like a destroyed farm. I can have a hammer in it. No, not a hammer, but a chance of a stim. I think actually you can find a hammer there too. So that's one of those places with like very little loot or really good loot. Here's our deer carcass. So we're gonna grab this food and the hide and everything. So let's just start a fire. We'll start it here, just because it's closer to the little hill, which means that we are less likely to lose the fire if the wind picks up. And that didn't work.
One little fire.
It's a little annoying. It's one of those minor things about the game. That when I start a fire now, it doesn't choose the torch, which is the active fire source, and also chooses birch bark when I really don't want to use birch bark unless I have to. Yeah.
One little fire.
Come on, little fire. There we go. Let's see. Okay, so now we're going to warm up. I think we need a couple coal for that. Yeah. And we're going to for this. We have enough water, but I'm still going to make a little bit of water. Let's just put this down and that. And make half a liter. And we don't actually have to wait for this to fall because we have the hacksaw, so we might as well harvest the meat. We can grab the hide now when it is thawed if you want to, because using our hands to harvest the hide is just as efficient as anything else. In fact, using the hands to get the hide is faster. This takes 1 hour with the hacksaw, with the hands it takes 40 minutes. But it has to be 50% frozen or less. I forgot to mention that earlier actually, but when it's 50% frozen or less is when we count a carcass as thawed. It's no longer frozen. We can wait to cook this, I guess. Let's have a quick look around here first. So in this cave here, we can... I'm going to grab some teas, so I'm going to grab this. You can find a bed actually, so you can actually sleep in here. If you don't have a bedroll, it's one of those places where you can sleep. And you'll usually find some mist loot as well.
That's a bit.
On those leaf beds. Hey, ooh, food. So you can sleep. And we're actually warm now because of the time of day. But we're not going to sleep. Let's just see quickly if there's any coal. Nope. We have a sprain, so that's why we are limping. I have dampening on, by the way, so if you get a sprain by default, the camera will start shaking and stuff when you walk, but I turn all that stuff off. We got some more feathers. Okay, 11 minutes, 3 minutes. Let's just place this here. 49 minutes, that's fine. And let's just wait for this also, and then we can put that, and then we'll grab a torch, and now we're going to go and loot all these suitcases with the hope that some of them have something useful. It's pretty random what you get in the suitcases, and most of the stuff you get is stuff like t-shirts and that sort of thing. But you can get lucky and find a fin wool sweater or something like that, or thermal leggings, which are very good. So, and in fact, if you spawn in Pleasant Valley, which is a possibility, it is actually recommended, I do recommend you go here as early as possible, because then you can get a lot of clothing really fast. And that can be a game changer for the early Interloper game. You'll be warm quite a lot. There are some items, if you're watching and you usually play on lower difficulties, there are some items that do not spawn on Interloper clothing wise that you might miss. As in you wish they were. That's things like expedition parkers, they don't spawn. Balaclavas don't spawn, except for the technical one, which is a quest reward. You don't get the Cowichan sweater or the fisherman sweater, aka the what's that movie called? Knives Out sweater. And you don't get snow pants. You don't get Marina's pea coat or books and that sort of thing. So basically all of the... You don't get insulated boots either. So basically on the lower difficulties, if you take all of the best clothing items in the game, basically, and make a list of the best clothing items you can get, that's pretty much a list of the items you can't get on Interloper. And also don't forget to loot these little things here. There's a couple of suitcases that vary where it spawns. Sometimes it's down there or whatever, but usually they're more or less the same place. I don't need to refresh this torch if it blows out, because we have a fire back there. Jeans, that's it. I'm going to put all this stuff on after though. Yeah, we're getting some stuff. Most of this is not useful though. Okay, and then it's pretty much just the actual plane itself left. I think there's one suitcase around here. No, sometimes there's a can of soda in the snow as well. Just keep an eye out for that. I don't think there is one this time. I'm going to chuck this torch. Okay, then in here you got a few more suitcases as well as all of these overhead lockers. So remember to loot those. Again, they just give random loot if anything. I tend to loot those first, because they're so easy to miss. There's a minor thing where you can save calories. If you look at my calorie drain, right? When I'm moving, it's 2 arrows down. When I stand still, it's 1. And notice what happens if I now move and immediately loot. See how it stays on 2 arrows down? But now it's be 1 arrow down. And the difference there was that if you move and then loot like this, it locks the meter drain in place. So you actually drain energy or hunger as if you were moving. But if you instead, there's a wolf, but it's not going to do anything. If you instead stop just before, then you won't. That won't happen. There's a wolf right here, but you can't get in. There he is. Hi, Wolfie. Hello, Wolfie. But he can't get in here until I open this. Nothing else around here, I don't think. No. Okay, we can go. So instead, you just do this. You walk, stop, and then loot. Then it won't drain as much. All right, let's head back. I think the meat will be cooked by now, and we can eat it, and we can house the hide. And I don't think we need to house the guts. We need to house this rabbit as well. So we're not going to sleep here, but we could cook the rabbit meat, at least. The rest of it we can do later.
That smarts a bit.
Let's see, I think this is cooked by now. And I want the deer hide, but I don't care about the guts. Okay, here we are. Let's eat the fat and let's have a drink. And while we don't really need the water, we might as well put on half a liter here. And then harvest this hide, which now takes 40 minutes because it's thawed. And I also want to harvest the rabbit meat. I could have actually harvested the rabbit meat first and then harvested the hide, but I think it doesn't take that long to harvest to cook the meat rather. Let's just have a quick look. I might be wrong about this. Alright, so let's just cook this meat as well. There we are. 1 minute. Okay, let's just do this. And one of them is very small. Let's just do that. Eat the little piece. Another water. Put this to cook. 38 minutes. Okay, well I could have actually harvested the hide while I did that. So let's just grab one of these guts instead then. We also could create some birch tea, but we don't really need to. We'll do all of that stuff in the cabin, because we might stop in this cabin that's nearby. Wind is picking up. Think about done there. We can map just for the fun of it. There we are. And then we're going to eat this rabbit. We're going to drink this water. We're going to pick up this can, and how heavy are we? We're fairly heavy, but it could be worse. Let's how many torches have I got? Not that many actually. Let's put on some sticks. We got a lot of sticks here. Okay, I'll take 3 torches. Probably be enough. Maybe we need 1 more. Depends on the torch. And I think we can actually head straight to the farm. I was going to go to this nearby cabin and wait there, but I think we can just head straight to the farm. That's a terrible torch, but we'll take it. Because we still have about half of our energy left, and it's approaching nighttime, and it's not too windy, so I think we'll head straight to the farm. But you can sleep in this cave that's right here. You can also go, if you follow this ledge, or this little hill up to the left here. What's our sprain? I might actually... There's a bandage here. Because if in case this torch blows out and I encounter a wolf, I want to be able to run. But up here, this leads to Skeeter's Ridge, where there's a basement. No bed there, but if you have a bedroll, you can sleep there, and it's indoors. And there's usually tools to be found in the snow there as well. And down here, this is the path down to the river, which again leads to the farm. We're a bit slow because I think the wind is against us, isn't it? Minus 14. It shouldn't blow out the torch. Yeah, the wind is against us. Let's just go. We're very slow also because we're quite heavy. We're carrying a bunch of stuff. If you make the sled, the Trava, which does require the DLC, you can drag a lot more stuff with you. These torches are all pretty good, so I don't need to go into the inventory to light each one anymore, I don't think. I can just select them normally. We're very slow because of this wind. It's right in our face, which really is slowing us down. Let's loot this guy. And we might as well shortcut this down, do a little goating. And if you go over this hill here, or this ledge rather, you go up here, it leads you to a cabin. I think it's called Draft Dodger's cabin, and there's a bed in there. And you can sleep in there and just wait this out till it's warmer or better weather or cure things or whatever. You'll be fine. But because the weather is okay, it's clear, a little bit of wind, and it's not too cold, we're going to head straight to the farm. We're going to go past this burned building, which doesn't have much, a little bit of wood, and some cattails and 1 or 2 birch barks. But in story mode, this is relevant for the story. Oh, it did blow out. Okay, that changes things a little bit. We're going to try anyway, because I have a flare. So it changes because of because I smell. I'll explain in a second. Let's grab these cattails. There's 2 more here. There's more down there, but we're gonna just grab these ones. Okay, so we're going to walk now through this river this way, which eventually takes us to a little bank, which is right next to the farm. And I was going to carry the torch and it will be fine. And normally it would be no issue, because even if there are wolves, because the farm is often surrounded by wolves. The farm has an orchard on almost all sides, and there's usually wolves in 1 or both of them. You can, if you're unlucky, have as many as like 8 wolves around the farm, but usually it's more like 3 or 4. And you can just walk past them. It's not really a big deal. But because I smell to high heaven, the wolves can detect me from miles away, which means there's a chance that as I walk down this narrow part of the river here, that the wolves could come at me from the other side, and then I'm kind of trapped in here. And if I had a torch, that wouldn't really make a difference. I can just tear the wolves with a stone. But I don't have that. It blew out. But I do have this flare, which is just as good as a torch. And flares are windproof, so I can use that. By the way, if you use a flare and you have you're not heavy, you don't have any afflictions, anything, flares are very strong, but you can't walk at a wolf with a flare and scare them off like I did with the torch earlier in this video. If you do that, you have a chance to scare off a wolf if you just walk at the wolf with a flare. With a torch, you're guaranteed to scare it off. However, flares are very strong in other respects. Flares are windproof, and they also act like a campfire. What that means is that the wolves will never attack you. With a torch, here's the wolf. Let's get rid of the wolf first. Let's get rid of him. So with a torch, when a wolf charges like that, the wolf will run towards you, then he'll stop because of the fire, and then the wolf will wait about 5 seconds or so, and then they will charge you anyway and attack you. So you have about a 5-second window or so to actually react to the wolf, right? However, with a campfire, the wolf will never cross the fire barrier, so to speak. So the wolf will never attack you. Once it will go up to you. Just be careful here. The wolf will approach you, and then it will stand at the edge of the campfire and just growl. Unless you pass time or something like that, the wolf will never actually attack you. And the same thing is with flares. The wolf will never attack you while the flare is burning, especially as long as you hold the flare. So it is stronger than torch in some respects, in that it's windproof and it deters wolves better, but it has less flexibility than torches do. But this exact reason here is why I always carry at least one flare on me at all times. You'll see even in late game, I always carry one flare always. You don't need loads of them, but always carry at least one. For this exact reason here. Alright, we're quite low on health, but we're probably going to stay in here a little bit, so we're fine. Okay, so now we're here, we're good. Let's loot the basement first. In the past, there was guaranteed matches in this basement. They were always right here on this shelf, like right there. But they stopped that, so now you don't get guaranteed matches here, just random matches. The only place with guaranteed matches in Pleasant Valley, I think, is in the rural store near Thompson's Crossing. Also in this area, in the basement, you want to look around closely on the floors, because you can find hidden stuff. Like for example here, there's a whetstone. And if you look very close, it depends on how good the video quality is, should be pretty high. Can you eye spot something? Is there something hidden around here? Well, yes, there's this. See right there. Maglans. So, the developers like to hide things in this game. Alright, and then these things are for cooking. If you have if you don't have the DLC, these drawers I don't think will spawn, because these are ingredients for cooking. Okay, but they're non-essential. Let me have a fishing guide, and you can check these drawers. I always look very closely everywhere. It's easy to miss things. And I miss things too. Viewers catch things I miss all the time. It's always easier to spot things when you're an observer or passenger. Oh, arrowhead. Hey, matches. Than when you're playing, because your attention is limited when you're playing. You kind of have a narrow focus when you are the driver, so to speak. Okay, but in this farmhouse, you usually find quite a few cooking resources, like cooking ingredients. Oops. And you also can find a can opener here. It's pretty much guaranteed to find a can opener in here. So it's worth coming here for that. And then we can open our cans and cook them. So let's look around here first, and we're going to start a fire in a minute. We don't need the water, but we will check out this first aid and this drawer. Anything up here? No. Anything in here? No. And then let's light a fire first. Okay, we got some salt and cooking oil. Let's quickly open the freezer and fridge as well. And before this burns out, let's just start a fire. We can do some cooking and that sort of thing.
Come on, little fire.
Come on, little fire.
That didn't.
Oh, come on. Let's do this before this burns out. Come on. Come on, little fire.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
And let's put on some sticks. And let's see there as well. Chuck this over there. Grab a torch. We don't have anything that we need to cook right away, but we can just make water. General rule is, especially when you're indoors and have a fire going, just make water whenever you can, because you can just stack the excess water for later use. Water will go faster than you think, especially when you're indoors a lot. Okay. More matches. Isn't that lucky? So even though you aren't, even though you're not guaranteed to find matches anymore in this farm, you can of course randomly find it. Flour for cooking. Maple syrup. The maple syrup I think is always here. The cooking pot is also always there. And I always carry 2 cooking pots in my runs, or I carry 1 cooking pot and 1 skillet. They weigh more, but it's okay. Let's put another. Okay. Peaches. And also check behind this cabinet door. Someone says sardines. Not today. We got beans. I don't see a can opener, so the can opener is probably going to be in one of the shelves over here. Check under this bench. Nothing there. Okay, baseball cap. And I think the can opener will be to the left in these shelves here. There it is.
Hope nobody needs
There's
this
always a can opener. You usually find about 4 can openers on Interloper, give or take. And there's always one here in the farm. It might vary where it is, but it's always in the kitchen or that dining room or living room, whatever that is. So just look closely and you'll find it. And that means we can now open all of these cans here. And if we warm them up, it actually levels cooking as well, which is great. So there's a lot of benefits to having a can opener. Alternatively, when you eventually make your knife or hatchet, you can use those to open the cans as well, and you don't lose any calories. If you get to cooking level 3, you no longer lose calories when you break open cans. So if you get cooking level 3, then it doesn't matter if you have a can opener or not. You don't lose any calories at all. I was going to drop all this curing stuff. Even if it is cured, just drop all of this stuff. Yeah. Get back to it later. And let's just go upstairs as well. Check everything we can. Goodie. I think we will have time to loot everything before. We'll sort out our clothing later. I haven't put on the stuff I found, actually. Might leave some stuff behind here as well. Always check bathtubs. Usually there's not much in this bathtub. For example, in Coastal High, where there's a lot of bathtubs around. E-jacket, how about that? And the bathtubs can have stuff in them, like thermal underwear. You can even find flares in there sometimes. So it's worth checking that out, always. Might not have enough light for this, but that's okay. And then this one.
Drop any of this gear.
You can check on the bed, but it's not a big deal here. On lower difficulties, there can be a rifle on the bed. Let's go downstairs. Let's just have a look how this is going. Okay, you can make another one of those. Let's have we didn't check the last part upstairs, which is this little bedroom or office, whatever it is. Check all this stuff. There's sometimes a soda can and that sort of thing. All of these drawers have this random loot. There's a lot of loot in the long dark that are guaranteed or static or nearly static. But most of it's just random.
Oh, I'm starving.
Pick this up. Yeah, we're gonna make some food for you, don't worry. We're gonna open all of these cans because heating them up will actually level cooking for us, even if you don't eat them. So we're gonna heat them up. And if you didn't know, you can cook cans and teas and coffees next to a fire. They don't have to be on the fire. Just put them next to it. Usually takes longer though. Doesn't apply to meat. Meat has to actually be on the stove. You can do this and you can cook all of them at once pretty much. And there is an argument for not eating all the peaches, because you can use the peaches to make pies that will increase your fatigue. They basically act as coffees. So there is an argument for keeping some of these peaches. They are good to eat though, because... Oh, no, Aurora. Because they weigh quite a lot, the peaches. They're quite heavy, especially for the amount of calories that they give. They're not something that's really worth dragging around often, in my opinion. Also this one, I think that's it, yes. There we are. So now they're all cooking. And yeah, that's good. Let's sort out our clothing. So we found some jeans. This one's better. And then we found a t-shirt and also a hoodie. Hoodie is better. We found... we have 2 of these Parkers. But the ski jacket should be better. Yeah, it is better. We need to repair it though. I think that's it for now. Might repair some of this before we go. We might stay here for a day or 2. We don't have a skillet, so we can't cook anything special on the skillet. But we could cook, for example, well, here. So, for example, we can make pancakes with maple syrup, but we don't have a skillet, so we can't do that. Here, once we cook level 3, we can make the peach pie. But we're not cooking level 3, nor do we have a skillet. We can make these things, broth or porridge or stew, but we don't really have any of this meat on us, nor do we have broth from ptarmigan meat, so we can't really do any of these things, so no special cooking really today. Okay, these are all done, so even if we don't eat them, if I just pick these up, it levels cooking. There we are. And we have more than enough water. Actually, we can leave these cans. Oops. This can behind because we don't need it anymore. And now I think we're good. We're going to eat some of these cans and that, but before we... No, let's eat it now. Because especially these pork and beans are not going to mean anything. Tomato soup also we can eat. I think I am going to eat one of these peaches. I don't really care if I get food poisoning, because we're going to sleep anyway. Let's eat one more, and then we're pretty much full in our bellies. There we are. And let's eat a couple of stalks. You can eat the carrots. You can't eat the potato raw, but you can cook it. I don't think you can place it straight on here. Can you? Yeah, you can. Okay, so you can actually do this and bake a potato. So you can do that. Takes an hour. Pretty much how long is left of this. But the carrots you can just eat. But you can also save them for a recipe if you like. Okay, 19 minutes. How long to harvest the hide? The 40 minutes. It takes too long. How about the guts with our yeah, we can harvest the gut. It's fine. And we're just gonna stay in here and do some misc stuff, and then in the morning we're gonna do some more stuff. Okay, there we are. So that's boiled. Boiled. We're not gonna make any more water, I don't think. 24 minutes. I think we can just wait until this is ready. Take the potato. Now we have a cooked potato. We can just light this fire. No, actually we don't need it. We got an aurora going. And then we're going to sleep. But before we sleep, we are going to just harvest what's left of the little rabbits and stuff. Let's turn the radio on. Get a little bit of music in here. And then we're going to sleep. But first, we are going to harvest the hide from this rabbit with our hands. And let's harvest the rest of the ptarmigan as well. It's now 20. To get those feathers out. Ptarmigan meat is quite good because you can use it for just eat the meat, but you can also make broth, and you can also make ptarmigan pies. So ptarmigan meat has like 3 uses. Hey, level 2. Nice. And now we can sleep 10 hours, I think. And then we'll heal as much as we can, and then we're going to do some inventory stuff, and then we'll probably stay here for like 1 day before we head out, I would say. Okay, let's sleep. Alright. Okay, so we survived for about 5 days. Got a decent amount of food and everything. So now we could head out right away, but I want to do a little bit of maintenance before we do. I want to maybe repair some clothing. We don't actually... Wait, did I forget to... Oh, damn. I forgot to drop one of the rabbit pelts. Whoops. Mistake. No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I did. I harvested it and I forgot to drop it. That's right. Okay, so... we can harvest some clothing or more cloth. Like, for example, I can harvest the hat, for example. Or this scarf. But it's actually fast. It takes about 10 minutes. It's actually faster to grab some curtains. It takes 15 minutes and you get 3. So let's just grab some curtains. Could have done it in the night also. Because you can grab... basically at night you can't use tools basically at night when it's too dark. But you can use your hands. There are a couple of exceptions though. So you can break down curtains, for example, at night. So now I spent an hour, but I got a lot of that. And then we can see if something needs repairing. So jeans are good condition. Underwear's alright. These socks aren't great, but the socks don't add that much. Boots are okay. These mittens are terrible, but not good mittens anyway, but we might as well repair them. Because they're very low condition. Let's do that. Yeah, now they give a bit more warmth. And then we have these hoodies and t-shirt. The hoodie is better, so let's repair that. Takes an hour, which is a little long, but there we go. That's a bit more. Then we have these two, and the ski jacket is pretty low condition, and this is arguably the best jacket in the game that you can find, other than the ones you craft. The animal jackets are all better. On Interloper, that is. Let's try and repair this. It takes 2 cloth, so we're using a lot of cloth here, but that's okay. We can get more cloth. There we go. That's better condition. I think we can repair it again, to be honest, because it repairs 30% and it's 69, so we can repair it up to 99. There we go. Now it gives 2 degrees warmth, which is great. You can also repair one of these Parkers. Let's do that too. There we go. You can see the Parkers and the... If I take this off, you can compare. The Parker, it says it's better there, but it's pretty much the same as the ski jacket. Same in every respect, pretty much. But it takes less... it takes more penalty on sprint. Because it weighs... The ski jacket weighs 1 kilo. And this Parker weighs 1.25 kilos, and thus your sprint is more penalized. But other than that, they're pretty much the same. So it doesn't really matter. And it doesn't really matter because they're the same also, which one you wear on the outside. This is the outside layer, and this is the outside layer, and they take a beating first. So in terms of protection and windproof and that sort of stuff, what matters is which one is on the outside. So that's better. This doesn't matter. These also are the same. So yeah. I don't think we need to repair anything else, I don't think. We could repair the air wrap, I guess, I suppose. Maybe grab another curtain. Let's eat sardines. Food poisoning? No, okay. Grab another curtain there. The air wrap is the best accessory you can get, except for the insulation, which I think you need the DLC for this, because it requires Ptarmigans, which I think only spawn if you have the DLC. I have to double check that though. But if you don't have the DLC, the air wraps are the best, and there's only a few of those in the game on Interloper, so it's worth staying on top of those. Oh, come on. And then we're pretty much gonna keep going through the night as long as we can. And now let's do some inventory management as well. Let's put stuff we don't need going forward in here, and that's all the clothing, for example. All of this stuff here, we don't need any of this stuff. Except for the crampons, we'll take those with us. We don't need them, but we'll take it. Well, again, there's a wool toque here. Let's repair the wool toque. Just because it's nice to have a backup here as well. There we go. Let's have a drink as well. We're healing up while we're doing this. Put the wool toque in here. Now, what else can we leave behind? Not much really, but how about here? We don't need any of these cans. Leave those behind. We can leave the fuse behind. Let's leave the book behind. I'm not going to take any of these books with me really. The rest is I want to take with, I think. Food-wise, we can leave the potatoes behind, I would say. I guess we could take them and cook them if we really want to. Yeah, okay, let's just take them. They don't weigh that much, I guess. Sometimes I tend to leave these cooking ingredients in each base and then just make pies and stuff when I'm there. But for now, we can just take them with us. We can leave one of these painkillers behind. Let's leave some matches behind. And I guess that's actually it for now, at least. For now. That's a lot of matches, but oh well. Okay, and let's harvest this torch also. And then we're pretty much just going to pass time now. I think we're done here pretty much. How much cloth do we have? Not that much. Let's actually grab one more curtain. Or this pillow. Oh, we can't, we need a knife for that. And I always like to carry one piece of cloth on me. It's just in case I need to make a bandage or I need to just repair something suddenly. So I'm going to do one thing down here. I'm going to break down this metal shelf, or one of them, like this one for example, to get some more scrap metal for forging. I don't think we need 8. Is there one that's smaller? Are they all 8? Seems like they're all 8. Oh, this one here. This one's smaller, but 4 is fine. But first we need to eat. And I'm going to eat most of these peaches, as they weigh so much anyway. Let's also eat the maple syrup. You can save the maple syrup and use it for cooking, but we're just going to eat it. We'll find more of it, so that's fine. Let's eat some more of these peaches as well, because they weigh so much. And let's just eat some of these cattails as well. We'll get more of those. We can eat the potato, why not? And let's just eat all the way until we're full pretty much. And let's break down this metal shelf before it gets too dark. Now we have some more scrap metal which we can use for forging. Can't see, but we have a lantern. Although the farm is pretty easy to navigate in the dark because of the windows. And now we're probably just going to go upstairs and sleep. We're going to pass time until it's long enough that we can sleep a little bit into the morning. And the longer we can sleep, the better, because we'll heal more. Let's go here. Let's pass time first. We're not going to pass 12 hours, but we don't really have anything. I think we got an aurora, so we could read our book. I'm not going to bother. It's just an ice fishing book, so you know. Let's pass time until we get to. Now it's 6 hours we can sleep, 7 hours or so. Pass a little bit more time, I think. Let's see here. I would say about now. I think it's good. Here is fine. Okay. See, it's a granola bar. Here's another one of these peaches. They weigh so much. I'm just gonna eat them. I'm not gonna save them for like a pie. Besides, the pie, if you look at the peach pie that you can make, it acts as a coffee, right? But you can also make rosehip pie. It achieves they're exactly the same. And the rosehip pies can actually wash ashore as well. So this will be easy to make pies with rosehips and peaches. So just eat them really. And also if you don't have the DLC, you can't really make any of these things anyway. So, all right, I think we're gonna sleep. Let's have a drink. And we're going to put 10 hours, but I think we'll actually sleep something like 7 or 8 hours. Alright, there we are. Now we can leave. Let's go down here. We're going to take everything with us. Let's just also eat something. Let's eat one of the peaches. I mean, why not? And let's have some water. We don't need to bring this much water, I suppose. So we could Yeah, let's leave one more liter behind here. There we are, a little bit lighter. Let's pick up all these things, all the hides. They're getting cured. All of this stuff we're going to take all with us. Okay, we're heavy again. How heavy are we? It's not that big a deal if you're heavy. But if you aren't heavy, drop some sticks, for example. Then you, you don't burn as many calories and fatigue and all that stuff. Okay, so let's go. We're going to leave Pleasant Valley now. Is it a blizzard outside? No, it's just kind of bad weather. So check this metal container. This area we're in now counts as being indoors, by the way. Also, you can check this barn over here. There's nothing really in here, but you can find a car battery in here, which isn't really necessary for anything now, but it's handy to know for later in case you need to repair the transmitter tower up on Signal Hill. Let's just see. And here it is. So here's a car battery right here. So if you need to repair, if you need a DLC for that, but if you have the DLC and go to the far territory, you can get the radio, which triggers a quest called Signal Void, which basically tasks you to repair transmitter towers around the island. And one of them is up there on Signal Void. And to repair it, you need some scrap metal and fuses and wires, and you find them here and there. And you also need a car battery, and the car battery can actually spawn up there. But if it doesn't, now you know that it's right there. So that's handy. On my main run, my Road to 500 run, I didn't have it, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Presumably because I had looted this region prior to the Signal Void being added. So I had to go and find it in a car in another region. But yeah, that's how it is. Let's go. And we can also briefly go in here. Now this little barn here, in the past, there was nothing really in this barn. Nothing really to bother with. How many hides? 4. Okay, that's fine. Don't need more rabbits. No wolves around. The wind is a bit annoying, so I need to have a flare ready in case a wolf shows up. Now in here there's usually nothing really, but since they changed the loot a little over a year ago, it's worth checking in here. There's not much really around here. You can sleep in this hay if you like. There's also this container. There's also a fire barrel, which doesn't seem very safe when it's next to hay, but hey, there you go. But there's a secret area up here. Behind these hay bales here, the little path, you go up here, and you get to a secret area. And this secret area was actually always there, but there was never anything up here. Even on lower difficulty, even on Pilgrim, you would never find anything here. And it was kind of odd that this even existed. But now there is something up here. There's usually like a backpack and a corpse. So it's random loot. However, you can, on Interloper, actually find a rabbit hat up here. It's a chance spawn, of course, but you can find it. And not today. If it was here, it would be laying here on the floor. But yeah, that is a possibility. You can... dog food. It is possible to find a rabbit hat here, which makes it worth checking this out. Now, there is the Signal Hill Tower up on the hill, which can have really good loot. It can have combat pants, it can have coffee and some other stuff, but we don't really need anything. We are good gear wise, not perfect, but we're all right. We don't really need it, so I think I'd rather just get out of here ASAP. Now, because the weather isn't great, the wind has died down a bit. That's good, so now we can walk faster. We're gonna head out of here, and we can actually light a torch in case a wolf shows up. Because now the wind has stopped, so we'll be fine. If a wolf shows up, we light a torch. There shouldn't be a wolf right here though, so right here we should be fine. Because there aren't really wolves right here, but they can get to you, of course. But there is a bear cave here, which can have a bear. So you gotta be a bit careful of that. There are several bear spawns in Pleasant Valley. I think it's the region with the most bears. There's usually, I think, 4 bears active at any given time in Pleasant Valley, but not all the spawns are active. I think there's something like 7 different places a bear can spawn. and have a cave. And one of them is right there in that little dark rock over there. So be careful of that. Now, on this hill here, it's worth putting on the crampons here instead of the air wrap. Because here, it's this hill up here will lead you to the top. There's a rope here. I'm not sure you can see. Yeah, you can see it. It's a rope right there. So you can climb that up there, and then you reach the top. And there's also ptarmigans there. But instead of climbing that rope, you could just walk up here. No problem. The only problem is that it's quite a long slope, so it's very common to get a sprain here. Having the crampons help a little bit with that. The crampons don't make you immune to sprains, but they reduce the chance that you get the sprain. We're going to do that. I'm going to grab my torch though, because there are, at the top of this hill, there are wolves. So there's a chance that there's a chance that a wolf will come at me. There's usually a few wolves across the river. There's some on my right, like 2 or 3, and they can come for me. So we got to be ready for it. Okay, we didn't get a sprain. We're kind of out of danger zone, so I'm going to put these air wraps on instead. I prefer having the warmth. Right now it's almost noon, and it's actually 0 degrees. And part of that is because we repaired so much. So we have actually 17 degrees warmth bonus, which is quite a lot. On Interloper, the most you can get if you have the best possible gear warmth wise and everything is repaired, is about 30 degrees. You can go higher if you sacrifice things like not having a moose satchel and that sort of thing. And also you can have cold fusion as a badge and that sort of stuff, and of course you carry a torch, so there's ways to increase that number. But generally speaking, you don't really go higher than 30 degrees on Interloper with your warmth bonus if you have the best gear. And now we are at 17 degrees, which is great. It's only 13 degrees lower than the maximum, but remember that this is early game and the world gets colder over the next 50 days, and it will be reduced by 20 degrees. And I don't think it has started doing that yet. I think that starts around day 10, and it will decrease by like 5 degrees or 4 degrees or whatever. I guess it's 4 degrees, something like that. I don't remember exactly how it works, but I think it's around day 10 it starts, which means that as of right now, it hasn't started getting cold yet. So we are basically 20 degrees warmer than we will be, and we have almost 20 degrees warmth bonus, which is why we're actually warm now on Interloper, walking around at noon in snow. So that's really good, and this is why it's good to get good clothing early if you can. It's not essential, but it does help because it makes traveling easier early game because you're warm. So going to the plane crash, for example, and getting gear and then spending a day in the farm repairing while things are curing is fine. So that's basically it. Here's the cave to Mystery Lake. If you struggle to find this, you can also find a memento hint that tells you where it is. It's kind of hidden. It's by far the most hidden of all the connector regions, because it's kind of hard to see, but it's right here. Be careful though, there's a bear cave right there on the right. Up here on this hill, you can see there's a hunter's blind, like right up there. And up there there's a cave. You usually find some misc loot there, but there's also wolves around, so be careful. Okay, we're going to go through this cave here. In here there's not much. There is some loot, as in coal and misc stuff, but nothing major really. You can find a deer carcass sometimes, which you don't really need. How many deer hides do I have? 5, okay. I think that's enough to make quite a bit, isn't it? So we need 2 and 3. Yeah, so we can actually make both things quite quickly. This is why I harvest theirs as I find them, so that we can craft things pretty early on. And you don't really need to kill deer and that sort of stuff too soon, although it's good to kill deer once you can. Then here's an atrium. It's actually, you can just go down here for a little shortcut. Perfectly safe, but we're going to go the usual way. Just because there's coal over here. We picked it up. We're going to get heavy now, but it's okay. It is what it is. And there's some passages here and there as well, some dead ends, but unless you really want to get all the coal and all the deer carcasses or whatever, you don't need to go there. And instead there's a corpse over here. Check this corpse out. Alright. Same thing down here on the left. No point really going there. Just going to pass through here. And the same thing here. Should be straight ahead. I think there's some coal on the right there. There we are. And then here. And this is the exit. Sometimes there's a deer carcass or corpse right here. We don't need the lantern anymore. And now we're coming into Winding River, which is a small connector region going to the dam. And here there is 2 things worth doing in the Winding River. It's very small. There are some wolves there as well. The wolves are generally speaking not that much of an issue. Mostly because there's usually just 2 of them and they are near the dam. And if they go for you, because I smell now, if they go for me now when I'm heading towards the dam, usually they will grab a rabbit instead. Because there's some rabbits out on the ice by the dam and there's some rabbits further up ahead from where I am now. So very often if they are tracking me and going for me, they usually end up intercepting a rabbit instead and killing the rabbit. So the wolves here are not really that big a deal. They're fairly easy to avoid. But the things you want in this region, this small region, is there's a small cave, which we're coming up to very soon, which is good. It has shelter and some miscloot, and that cave can have a bedroll. At least it used to. I think it still is the case. So if you're lucky, you can find a bedroll there. If you don't, there's a very high chance of finding a bedroll in Mystery Lake. You usually find the bedroll in Mystery Lake in like the camp office or a hunter's blind. I think you can find in trappers as well, or the lookout tower. There's usually also always a mag lens in Mystery Lake in those locations. So mag lens and bedroll you can always find in Mystery Lake. And there should be a hammer as well. Varies where it is, but it's usually in the dam, but it can be other places too. So Mystery Lake has some good stuff. Anyway, so this cave can have a bedroll. That's why it's worth checking. And the cave is right behind here. The other thing that's worth doing is that this place has maple. So if you are traveling to Mystery Lake via your spawn, whether that's Ash Canyon or Timberwolf or Pleasant Valley or whatever, there is maple up there, right up there. You always want to go there. Hold on. Alright. Okay, so you can go around this corner to get to that cave, but you can also, if you want, take a little shortcut to go up here. Doesn't really matter unless a wolf is following you. Looks like a blizzard is building up. The wolves will come from this direction, but there's rabbits over here. So it's very likely they'll go for these rabbits before, like this rabbit, before they go for you. We got a blizzard going, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the wolves are not out. So animals are not out in blizzards. However, if they are already out when the blizzard starts, they can still be out. Here we got sardines, lantern fuel, and container and a book, but no bedroll. Actually warm in here though. Even though wolves will not spawn in the blizzard, but because I'm already out and they are nearby, they could still be out in the blizzard. So I have to be a bit careful, so I might have this up. So the second thing here is the maple. Now we already have maple, we picked them in Pleasant Valley, but if you don't have it, or you just want it, then when you come out of this cave, go up here, there's a slope up here, it takes you up to this little plateau, and there's always maple saplings there. So if you are going through Winding River and you really need maple, or you can't find maple in Mystery Lake or whatever, you always go here. And then you just get to the top and there should be 1 or 2, I have seen 3 maple as well. And you can get those. There's also a deer carcass here usually, but we're not going to harvest that now because of the blizzard. The wolves will usually not come up here, so I'm not too worried about that. It's mostly when you go down where they show up. I'm going to grab these though. Here's the maple. We got, yeah, here's 3 this time, so we got 3. We'll just grab all 3. We use them to make the sled, for example. I'm just going to grab these so I can have some teas that I can warm up in a sequence and put them in my thermos. There's usually wood up here as well. There can also be a campfire here. Then you want to go down, you can go down straight down here, or you can go over there and down. It doesn't really matter as long as you go down. It is possible to get up here on the other side too. It doesn't really make a difference. But we're going to go down this way. Again, it doesn't really matter how you get down as long as you get down. And now we're by the river, or by the little lake by the dam. And there's usually 2 wolves around here. They might not be out, but they might also be out because of they were close to us when they spawned, or when the blizzard spawned, sorry, so we'll have to see. But I don't think they're out. Then we're going to head to the other side of this little lake. And then we'll find this path that's right here. I think we're going to run actually because we're getting cold. We are heavy, but anyway. And we're going to go up here, and this leads to the dam. And then the dam will warm up. Doesn't matter that we smell because there's no wolves here. Alright. We'll do a little sit rep in the dam. The dam also is one of those areas with loads of loot. There's a few places in the game that has lots of loot in it, or a load of things to check. Places like the dam, well, the summit, I guess, but also Forsaken Airfield, Langston Mine, those sort of things that have like a lot of stuff to open. And it takes a while to loot everything, but there's nothing we actually need in the dam. We will check a few places because you can find a hacksaw and a hammer in there, so it's worth checking it for that, even though we have both. Okay, so there's yeah, there it is. There is a container here. Let's check that. We can lower this now. You can also check these things. You can find stuff inside them. These tubes, including behind crates like these. You can find stuff behind it. Not today though. But especially on lower difficulties, you want to check these. On Interloper, not that big a deal, I guess. Here, for example, you can see it's a container. But I would need to break this down to access it, and I'm not going to spend 3 hours in a blizzard breaking that down. And there's random loot in there anyway, so you can just open it and it's empty, so it doesn't matter. Here's the exit from the dam, but you can't go here. This is a one-way door. So we're going to go across the dam instead. This is actually very easy. Just stay on the sledge. This used to be harder. There used to be like a little yeet system like that. You see how I walked outwards a little bit there? The game would kind of like kick you to the right a little bit. And like that. That's just because of the collision. They used to be much more forceful, so you could actually fall off. You won't die though, because it's not a straight fall. It's kind of like a slanted fall. And in this area here, this is before the dam. There's also very often a deer carcass, which again we're not going to grab. It's not here today though. And again, especially in lower difficulties, you do want to check these. Oh, here's the deer carcass. You do want to check these pipes, because you can actually find good stuff in here. You can find, for example, a container that might have work gloves in it. You can find I think you can find a rifle there as well, actually, yeah. But on Interloper though. Scrap metal, we'll take all the scrap metal. We're heavy anyway, so we'll take also this wood. And we got inside here. And then let's do a little sit rep in here. So we're warming up here. So what we're doing now, we got everything that we need, right? For the bow, we got guts, we got maple, birch, we even have some arrowheads, and we got scrap, we got hammer, and even hacksaw. Oh, I didn't need to carry these. Oh well. So let's just do a little pause and sit rep here. So we spawned in Ash Canyon, got the backpack, went to Timothy Mountain, got to the summit, looted the summit. We're a bit lucky that the hacksaw was there, but if the hacksaw wasn't there, wouldn't make much difference, because we just loot what we could, then head back to Pleasant Valley. If I didn't find a hammer in on the summit, Probably I would have found it actually in Mountaineer's hut or the fishing hut, so probably I would have found a hammer in Timberwolf Mountain regardless. But if I didn't find a hammer in Timberwolf Mountain, it doesn't change anything. I would have still gone to Pleasant Valley and checked the farm, and I probably would have gone to the barn as well in Pleasant Valley because there's a hammer spawn there. And then I would continue to Mystery Lake, and I would have found a hammer here. So by the time you get to the forge, you probably will find a hammer. And so basically that's what we did. We went Ash Canyon, Timberwolf Mountain and Pleasant Valley, and now we're heading to Mystery Lake. We're going to set up base in either Camp Office or Trappers. I prefer Trappers, but we'll probably do Camp Office just because it's nearer. And we'll dump all our stuff there, and while the last stuff cures, like wild maple and guts and stuff cures, we'll go to the forge in Fallen Muskeg, make some arrowheads, and also the knife and hatchet. Go back to Mystery Lake, craft the bow, craft arrows, and by then stuff will be cured, so we can maybe even craft like some animal hide clothing, and then we can hunt. So that's basically the plan. So that's how it goes. Go through here. And we're not going to loot the entire dam, just because we have everything we need. So there is a second floor, for example. We'll take this pot that's always there. And we'll also we'll loot stuff that's on the way, seeing as we're passing through anyway. So we'll check these cabinets and all that stuff. So we're going to loot most of the dam effectively, but there's also a second floor with a bunch of offices and a bunch of drawers and cabinets and that sort of thing. And we're not going to loot that just because we don't really need anything from there. We can loot that later, but we'll loot this stuff that's kind of on the way. In here you can find coffee. Very, very rare to find coffee in there, or you can find it. In here there can be a drink, but I don't think today. In here there can be tools. Let's check these cabinets first.
Well, this stuff
We don't need the spray paint. I collect them for longer runs, but not for this one. You can carry one spray paint on you if you want. If you're playing Interloper, you probably know the maps anyway, but you can carry one just for the fun of it, to mark certain things, like where certain spawns are, or which houses you have looted, and that sort of thing. That's entirely a personal preference. In here there's usually tools. In fact, I can see them, they're right here.
I'll take it.
You usually find quality tools there, or if not, it's simple tools. The tools aren't necessary, you don't have to have tools. What they mostly do is you can use them to repair other tools. For example, the hacksaw, I can use tools to repair it. If I drop these two, I don't think it allows me to repair it. See, it requires simple tools or quality tools. So you can use it to repair things, and you can also craft arrows faster. Arrows are crafted faster if you use tools. So they're nice to have, but they're not essential. I always check under here in case there's a hacksaw. There used to be hacksaw spawn. Yeah, I think that's been removed, but I still check it. Before there was always a wool scarf and a torch here, but they removed that too. But here, down in this level, there can be a hammer spawn. So you do want to look closely around this particular level here, because there can be a hammer laying about. So let's just have a close look. We'll check these containers and that. There's some accelerant. You can also check these toolboxes. On lower difficulties, you can find hammers and hacksaws and that sort of thing inside these toolboxes. But on Interloper, you'll never find tools in it, because things like hacksaws and hammers are major tools on Interloper, so they will never be randomly found in those sort of things. Okay, let's keep going. We can also... Here could be a hammer as well that's laying on the floor. Just gotta look closely. I don't see a hammer, so I don't think it's here. I don't think so. No. But I'll look around anyway. Well, it's good to have a light source. You can run actually, it's getting late in the day anyway. I don't think there's anything here. And over here there's only really a trash can to search. I think actually oh, book.
I think I can use
book
this.
on the ground. And then here, I usually look here, but there's never anything there. Over here there's some misc loot. loot. There's a plastic container. There is sometimes a container here, not today. It can be matches sometimes here randomly, but it's not very likely. Instead, you can find them randomly in these cabinets. It's not too unlikely that you'll find matches in the dam. If you loot the entire dam, you'll probably find matches. In here there can be coffee, but it's also really rare. By the way, if you find coffee, if you find a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, if you heat that found cup up, you'll level cooking. But it doesn't apply to your own coffee. So if you find a tin of coffee, so if you find this, and you make a cup of coffee, that levels up cooking. But if you then take this coffee and then heat it up, it does nothing. However, if you in the world find a cup of coffee just laying about, oh okay, and you pick that up and you reheat that coffee, that will actually level up cooking. That's how that works. That was actually discovered by someone called, I think his name was Survivor Pickle. He was a great guy, good streamer, but I haven't seen him around in a long time. I think he stopped streaming. And here on this floor, there's a bit of loot, like up here. There's some lockers and things. You can find a flare up there. You used to be able to find a fire strike up there, but I think that's been removed. But we're not going to bother looting that. Here there can also be tools just laying around here. But we're not going to check that. We don't have that either. But we're not going to check the upper levels. We'll come back for that, if anything. There's just misc loot up there. So I'm not going to check that. We're not going to check the upper offices either. Again, because we don't really need anything. And then we're either going to go straight to camp office or we'll sleep in the trailers here. I think we'll keep going. We can always drink a coffee if we want to. We'll do some inventory management before we leave. How's my water situation? That's fine. But now anyway. Here we can check some stuff though, because we're passing through here anyway. Sounds like the blizzard is still raging. Alright. In here in this control center, wherever this is, you can find a hacksaw. And on lower difficulties, you can find stims in these first aid kits. So that's worth checking. There's a workbench here too. Which is probably never used because there's another workbench just around the corner. There's one of those workbenches I think almost no one uses. Let's just look closely here. I don't think there is anything. There's a trash can as well. And there is a safe here, which we're going to open. You can find air apps in here. Safes are kind of random, but they tend to lean towards certain loot, like cash, books, and like good clothing, shoes. What was it? Oh, did I mess it up? So you got to go back to 0 to reset, and then you go right until it was like 10 or 12, right? Okay, 13, and then I just go fast until I find the next one. Looks to be like 51 or something. So 12, 13, sorry, then 51 or something like that. 53, okay, then I just go slow from here until I find the third one. I do sometimes get questions of people who say they can't figure out how to open safes, and I guess it's just people who've never really seen a safe in any movie before, because they're always the same, you know. You turn one way and then you turn the other and rinse and repeat. Like you turn left and right and so on. This is the same. So here you just turn right until you find the number, then you turn left and find that number and right again. And that's it. That's all there is to it, really. And we got, wow, cured wolf pelt. Huh. I didn't take the other one with me, so, oh well. Then there's a couple more things you might as well check while we're here. There's a little office over here. We don't need a spray can. Here you can find maybe a drink. You can find stims here on lower difficulties. We might as well check these cabinets. Seeing as we're here anyway. You can also look in the cabinets that are already open, just in case. But there's very rarely anything there. Often there's a drink on this desk here. Not today though. Check all these drawers as we're here, and then we're kind of done here. And then there's a couple more places on this level. You might as well check them out. A lot of resources here if you're going to break all this stuff down, by the way. Here, there's kind of like a workshop area. And there's a couple things. So you can find a storm lantern here, actually. So it's worth just having a look here. We didn't find that, though. Another workbench. Check these cabinets, too. Need to eat soon. Let's actually just eat a cattail. And over here, I might as well check here while I'm at it. Another trash can and fridge that's empty. Potato. Okay, in the trash, huh? You should be able to eat the potatoes raw, I think. It's a bit odd that you can't. Like, potatoes should, you know, ideally be cooked, but you can eat a raw potato. I'm not sure why you're not allowed to. I mean, you can eat raw meat here, so why not? Okay, and there's, if you need water, you can get some more water from these toilets. And we might as well take this as half a liter. I think we'll leave the rest. It's another toilet over here, but I think we'll leave that. How much is in there? A liter. We don't need that yet, anyway. We'll probably make a fire. Okay, so now we're done there. You can find rifle rounds here, by the way, on low difficulties. Oh, these posters are cool. I love these. You used to be able to buy them, I think, but I don't think you can anymore. It might come back though. They're reopening the shop soonish. Oh, a storm lantern. Hey.
This stuff will come in handy.
Now, if you go up here, you get to some offices, and there's a load of drawers and stuff there. It takes a little while to loot, but we don't need anything from there. We'll leave that for another time. So there's a few bits and bobs we haven't looted in here. Last thing is to check these lockers here by the exit. And there's usually a suitcase around here. There's the suitcase.
This much gear.
If you sleep into them, be careful, because these cables become electrified and they can kill you. So you gotta be careful of that. But not all of the cables, which is sometimes called red spaghetti, will kill you. It's only the ones that are kind of broken. So these are fine. But I think these ones will electrify. I'm not sure. Anyway, before we head out, let's just do a little bit of inventory here. We need to eat, for example. Let's also refuel our lantern. So that's this one. Refuel that. We don't need these cans. I might as well just carry them at this point, though. We are carrying way too much stuff, but it's okay. Let's eat something. Let's eat the dog food. Doing this. Let's just cancel this quickly. It's opened. Let's eat this beef jerky first, because the dog food actually does give us a little bit of hydration. Oh, same with the granola bar. And same with the chips, they all make us dehydrated. Let's just eat all this stuff. And now we eat the dog food. There we are. And now we're a bit more full. Let's also eat a couple of these. Alright, so we're quite heavy, but I think we can tolerate this. And we're gonna actually continue. Maybe I'll drink a coffee, because you have coffee anyway. I don't think so. Sprain, do we have any sprains? No. Okay, so the blizzard is raging, but we're going to take advantage of this for the same reason we did before. And because it's early in the game, the blizzard is raging, but it's not even that cold. Because we have so much good gear. But the gear is going to get cold though. We're going to take advantage of this blizzard because we really smell, but because because the blizzard is going, we might as well take advantage and head straight to the camp office. We're not going to loot anything along the way except for one thing, so we're not even going to go into these trailers here because we don't really need anything from there. We'll run a little bit. It's going to drain us very fast, that's the only thing. The only exception is we're going to go via this hunter's blind near Alan's cave, which can have a bedroll in it, so we're going to check that out. Okay, we have moose markings here by the dam, by the way, so this is where the moose will spawn in this region. But now we know that. So if we need to hunt the moose, we can come here and see if it's up, and then we can kill it. So we are going to get cold. We could light a fire, but we have so much health. And when we get to camp office, that's going to be our base. So we're just going to drag all this loot. We are way too heavy, but we're just going to drag all this loot. We're going to go an express route, not stop at all except for this hunter's blind, all the way to the camp office. But when we get to the camp office, that's going to be our base. We're going to drop everything we don't need and just store it there, which is why I've been dragging all this stuff. I highly recommend using Mystery Lake as your main base region. You don't have to, of course, you choose wherever you want, but Mystery Lake is great because it connects to so many different places. From Mystery Lake, everything is usually like 2 regions away at the most. There's a forge nearby in Full-on Muskeg. You have, you have deer and bear and rabbits, ptarmigans, usually a moose spawn as well. You can easily you can get coal in some nearby caves. You have a load of birch bark in the ravine. It connects pretty easily to the far territory, to Ash Canyon and anything like that. Like the region that's furthest away, I think, is actually Ash Canyon and the far territory. But most things are pretty close, so it connects everywhere. So if you have this as your main base and store everything here, whenever you come back and resupply and set out for an expedition, you usually don't have to travel that far. Well, if your main base is in, say, Timberwolf Mountain, which is a great base, by the way, if you then want to go to, say, Desolation Point or Hashira Valley or the Far Territory, it's a really long journey. And if you want to go back and do resupply, it's also a really long journey. So there is that to worry about. I think I'm going to pick up these row sips, seeing as they're right here. Use it for teas can come in handy. If I had hot teas, I would use them here for sure. But since I don't, it's fine. No bedroll today, but there can be a bedroll in here. Grab these roll sips too. And I would use the teas to travel and stay warm, just like I did earlier in the video, but we're not going to do that this time. And I don't think we're going to get hypothermia. Even if we did, you can just spend a day inside to heal up. The way cold works is cold is by far the biggest danger in the long dark. You basically lose, it varies when I tested it, but you basically lose about 20% health per hour when you are cold. And eventually you get hypothermia. It takes about 2 or 3 hours before you get that. When you get hypothermia, you lose 40% per hour. So if you just stand out in a blizzard and get cold fast, you'll survive about 4 hours at most before you die, pretty much. I think the most I've ever seen is like 5 hours or something like that. Because you die pretty quickly. It's by far the biggest threat, especially on Interloper, but in Long Dark in general. It doesn't vary across difficulty. If you are hungry, you lose 1% health per hour. If you are tired, you also lose 1% per hour. And if you're dehydrated, you lose 2% per hour. So if you walk around and you're warm, but you're tired, hungry, and thirsty, you're only going to lose 4% health per hour. So you're still going to take you 2 days to die. So if everything is going horrible, or you are warm, you still have pretty much 2 days to stabilize. However, with cold, you lose so fast that you're dead within a few hours. We're going to pick up these feathers here, at least this feather right here. It's pretty easy to find a camp office. From where I just went, it's just pretty much a little passageway to the Allen's cave. And then you just keep going and you find this river. Once you're at the river, you don't have to go this route, by the way, take whatever route you want. But once you're at this river, it's very easy. You pretty much just hug the wall on the right and you get all the way to the camp office. It's getting late in the day. We can't run, we're too heavy. I'm going to say we might as well run a bit. We shouldn't get hypothermia though. It's still a little while until it kicks in, so we should be fine. And we really smell, but because of the blizzards, there won't be any wolves out, so we should be fine. If we're unlucky, the blizzard will end while we're out on the ice, but even then, we got torches, we got flares, we're fine. So now exiting the river. This is the western axis, eastern axis. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, we're now entering southern axis. Okay, thank you. We're now in Mystery Lake itself. This is the actual lake that's called Mystery Lake. This is an open space with some fishing huts. There's wolves and deer and bears out here. But you just hug the wall here. Stay on the right. And this will take you all the way to the camp office pretty much. You'll find some cattails along the way that you can pick up. And we're going to do that, of course. Just hug this wall. We're not going to get cold. You see, we're not progressing fast enough. So we're not going to get hypothermia. Our clothes, though, are going to get wet and frozen. So if this goes on for too long, you also get frostbite risk. If your clothes get frozen, then you get frostbite risk. So your clothes will protect you against frostbite risk because all your extremities and all your body is covered. If your clothes get frozen, not wet but frozen, then they basically don't count. They basically don't provide any heat. They provide zero protection against cold, and they don't protect against frostbite anymore. So it is possible to get frostbite in the late game if you get frozen clothing, and it happens if you're going long journeys. Like this is a fairly long journey. But there are journeys that are much longer than this. And if you're caught in a blizzard and you have to travel really far, there is certainly a risk that you can get frozen, and then you get frostbite risk. So then you're kind of forced to stop and make a fire. If that was the case here, I couldn't make a fire here. I don't think it's too. Yeah, you can. You're barely protected from the wind here. Yeah, you are. So you could make a fire there, and then just heat yourself up, put some coal in there, and heat yourself up, and then keep moving. The blizzard is one of the main reasons you want to, on Interloper especially, always carry 2 pieces of coal with you. I have 9 though, but you want to always have coal on you if you can, because coal will really help if you're out somewhere, and especially in the open or whatever, and you're cold and you need to warm up. Then the coal will help a lot. And if you're caught in a blizzard too. So here we entered, we are now at the end, and the easiest way to find a camp office is, for some reason from here you don't know where it is. The easiest is to keep following the river, or the bank rather. Pick up these cattails, and then now you switch to hugging the left wall. So we hugged this right wall until we found the end of the lake. You cross the lake until you get to this left wall. You then just hug that, and then the camp office is right there. It is possible, of course, to go on the right and just not see it. So in theory, you could walk straight past it. So yeah, there is that. Let's just also quickly, there's some rose sips here. We might as well just grab those while we're on the rose sip train, and then we'll go inside. And some more rose sips over here. Mystery Lake, like Mr. I don't speak French, sorry. Alright, in we go, and we're going to use this as our base. There we are. I personally prefer Trapper's cabin as my base rather than camp office, and the main reason being that Trapper's has access to a cave nearby, which has coal in it, and you can have a bear spawn and a moose spawn right next to it, which makes things easier. It also connects faster to Fallen Muskeg and Mountain Town. But camp office is also fine. It's in the middle of the map, so things are a little bit further away, but they are still pretty close. And it's bigger. So we are now here. This is going to be our new home. First things first, drop everything that needs curing. We're going to drop all our deer hides, even if they are cured. Next to it, we'll drop our wolf hide. Next to that, we'll drop our rabbit hides. And then next to that again, we'll drop all our guts. There we go. And then we can drop our maple saplings here. We only need 1 for the bow. The first bow will break pretty fast, because when you're archery level 1, the durability of the bow degrades pretty fast. So you kind of need 2 saplings, because the first one will break fairly quickly. So you want to be in a position to make 2. And ideally you want to really have, if you have the DLC, you probably want to have 6 maple saplings. 2 for the bow, and the other 4 is for the sled, the trawa, this one, which allows you to carry stuff. This is very useful if you are doing a big kill, like killing a bear or a moose and it's far away from the base. You can kill it, quarter it, and then put everything in this one and drag it back to base. So that's quite handy. Alright, so that's securing, and also the birch saplings as well. Alright, that's the main thing. Now we can go around looting. And in here we got our skillets. That's great. So now we can start cooking stuff with that. You do need a DLC for this though, and what it really provides is you can cook these things. Like you can make pancakes, you can make these pies, which is basically coffee. You can make these pies, the ptarmigan, rabbit and venison pies, which are all the same. They vary a bit in calories, but they're basically the same thing. And these are really strong, because if you eat these, you can carry 3 kilos more for I think 3 hours. So you can carry a bit more stuff, which is great for long journeys. They do smell though, so it will attract you to them. So those are really good. And then there are some special recipes you can find that will do things like restore condition. But you don't need any of this stuff if you don't have the DLC. These things are like bonuses. They are non-essential. They make things easier and give you more options, but you do not need them to survive well on Interloper. Perfectly fine, just do it without it. Okay, now let's keep looking. Cans, we have another aviator cap. How about that? 99%. Might as well switch them because it's on 96 and it's wet. Book. Sometimes there's often a mag lens in here, not always, but very often. So just look around for that. First aid kit. There's a hook here. This hook is always there. A mag lens. Well, wet bone. And then there's usually some cooking stuff around here. It has cooking oil. If you look around, you'll probably find some flour and stuff like that as well. One thing that's a little bit annoying about this base is that most of the space is downstairs, so it's easy to store things down here, but you only have a 1-hob stove down here. You do have a 2-hob stove upstairs though. You got salt, more flour, soup, and anything else around here. We got a potato over here. Hey, look, we got a bedroll. Hurrah! And a potato. We got the bedroll. You will always find a bedroll in Mystery Lake. It just varies where it is. If it's not in here, it can be in the blind that I checked. It can be in the lookout tower, I think, or in Trapper's cabin. I think those... Or it can actually also be in a... maybe I'm getting some of these wrong because I might have mixed them up with the old one. It doesn't matter. You want to check anyway. There's also a cave not that far from here where the old bunker used to be. When you go to... It's above the old bear cave. It's kind of hard to explain where it is. But you can spawn there too. Basically, if you just loot everywhere in Mystery Lake, if you just look around Mystery Lake and check everywhere in Mystery Lake, including the dam, you should find a bedroll, you should find a mag lens, and I think you should find a hammer as well. So you will find everything you need in Mystery Lake. The only thing that's not guaranteed in Mystery Lake is is matches. You are not guaranteed to find matches. You are guaranteed to find a mag lens, but no matches. You probably will find matches though, just because they are randomly found there and there. But in principle, you are not guaranteed to find them. But you can find pretty much everything else. So if you are missing anything, just loot everywhere, Mr. Check everything, including every cave, everything. Okay, we're going to store some stuff here, and I'm just going to leave them out here in the open so I can see it. And first off, we don't need any of these cans. We might use them later for like noisemakers or something, but for now we do not need them. Let's put them here. Oh, we can. Let's see even more. Well, how many am I carrying around? Holy crap. Okay, we have too many pots, so we might as well put one here, and we got another one here. We can put them on the pot upstairs. So we have 3 pots. You might want to carry these around later. For example, next time you come back to Pleasant Valley, you might want to bring some of these so that you have in Pleasant Valley, you have 6 of these, or 6 plus a skillet or something. Just because if you have a 6 hub stove, like the one in the farm Pleasant Valley, if you have 6 of these, you can, with just a little bit of wood, you can make, what's that, 12 liters of water in one go. And that's huge. That's really, really good. Okay, we got some books. Oops, I need to drop that. I'm going to drop the books here as well, so I can see what I can read. Of these books, I think the cooking book is the most important, and then it's the archery book. Carcass housing is the least important. What else do I want to drop here? The tools, I want to drop that here. The other storm lantern, I want to drop that. I want to drop all my frontier cooking stuff. Don't need any of this on me. We're going to drop all of this stuff. We could bring the potatoes, I guess. We're going to leave it here though. All of that stuff. And I guess that's it. The rest can go in containers. So let's just organize that quickly. We don't need this lantern, so that can stay here. Carrots. This is stack some carrots and stuff here. We could take it with us, but we can also store it here. Cooking oil. Cooking oil. Generally speaking, I don't find it useful to carry the frontier cooking stuff, like the oil and that, around. Because you're very rarely in a position where you're like, oh god, I really need a pie right now. It does happen, of course. But usually it's better to prepare that in advance. Like if you know you're going on a big journey, you can in advance prepare the pies and just carry them. Rather than carrying all this stuff with you. In my opinion, anyway. Like this book a bit closer. It's a massive book. The carrot, can I place this carrot here? Would be good. I'll put it here, I guess. I kind of want to have it here together with the other carrots. It doesn't feel left out. How about like this? There is a mod you can get called Place Anywhere, which allows you to place things literally anywhere. Which makes this a lot easier. There we are, and then a potato. Where can I put that potato? Doesn't seem to be... Okay, I guess we're doing this. You don't have to do it this way, I just like doing it this way, because then I can see more easily what I got. It's a bit neater. Okay, but the rest can go upstairs in containers. So let's just do that. You can also use this corpse as a container. Trash can Mark. What this guy's name is. Alright, let's just put some stuff in here. So we... let's actually douse this while we do that. We don't need to have it burning while we do that. We don't need to carry 2 accelerants around. We don't need all these matches. So let's just, we can keep this, with 35 matches, 35, 12, and 12. So what's that? 24 plus, that's 59 matches. Let's make a little note of that. Like, camp, office, main base, and there's like 59 matches. You can also put here PV farm, 12 matches, books, and then some misc stuff. Alright, what else? Don't need all these painkillers. In generally, I don't really use painkillers in general, but might as well carry some around. And then we have 2 aviator caps. We don't need that. Put that in there. Not the crampons. We're going to carry those. I'm probably going to stop using the crampons after I've been to Fallen Muskeg, but I don't actually need them. I can leave them here. Let's. I think I'm going to take all the food with me, just because I might need them forging. The arrowheads we can put in here. We don't need that now. We don't need all of these sewing kits either. I'm going to keep the flare. We don't need any of these whetstones yet. We don't need the feathers for now. We don't need any of this stuff. I guess that's it for now. Yeah, I think that's everything. I think. Yeah, I think so. All right, nice. Now we can sleep. So let's eat before we sleep. Let's eat this tin sardines. And then we're gonna eat some cattails. We're gonna get more cattails in Fallen Musket. There's so many cattails there. Let's just eat until we're pretty much full, I think. We'll take the crackers with us in case we want to eat them while forging. Forging takes about a day, half a day, it varies. You don't need to bring coal to forge, because there is enough coal on the way there. But it doesn't hurt, so you might as well bring some. Same with scrap metal. You should find enough scrap metal just going there, but again, it helps out more. There we go, fully rested. It's morning, so it's probably a little cold. Maybe we could craft a couple things while we wait. Like prepare some of these teas and whatnot, like the reishi. Just pass a little bit of time until it gets a little bit warmer. And we can cook these later. We're gonna use all our rose hips. There we go. Do you have birch as well? Yeah, one of them. We'll make the teas themselves a bit later. Okay, and let's have a drink. No, don't have that much water, but we'll get more forging. Leave 1 hour. Okay, and then we're gonna head to the forge. We got everything we need. All right, and we got space. We got the gear. Yeah. Let's refuel this lantern. What was left of the fuel? We don't really need the lantern where we're going, but we're still gonna take it. I always carry a lantern. You don't have to. A lot of people don't like it. But I love having a lantern just because it allows you to have a light source when you need it in the dark without using a match. So that's why I always carry one. Okay. And for crafting, we need scrap metal for arrowheads. And we also need, for the hatchet, we need scrap metal and cloth. So that's something actually we need to bring. We only have 1 piece of cloth, but we can harvest something maybe. Actually, we don't have that much. Okay, well, there are curtains here. Let's grab some curtains. We only need 2 pieces of cloth, I think it was. So we're going to bring 3. Because of, we need, yeah, 1 for that one and 1 for the knife. So we need 2, but we're still going to bring 3. Okay. Let's eat a bit more cattails, and then we're going to go. I'm going to head to Fallen Muskeg. It's not too early. It should be warmish now. It sounds good outside, so I think we'll be okay. So yeah, this should be fine. Then it's forging time. I like to always carry 12 cattails as an emergency backup. And I'll explain why in a second, but because we're going to get more of the cattails, I'm going to just eat them now. Okay, I'll explain a few things on the way. There's also Ptarmigans over here. If they are here right now, we could grab one and leave it behind. They are not out right now. Okay. Alright, so it's cold, but not terribly cold, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna head to the forge now. And the cattails, let's talk about that first. I like to always have 12 cattails. We don't smell anymore, do we? No, all the decos are gone. All the food is gone. And wood-wise, we got a decent amount of wood, more than we actually need, so. Okay, let's have a flare or something ready in case a wolf shows up. Shouldn't be necessary though, I don't think. There's a wolf around here, but don't think it's gonna be an issue. Nah, we don't smell anyway. Let's just follow these train tracks out of here. Okay, so I like to carry 12 cattails on me at all times. The reason being that if you are starving, if you eat 6 cattails, then you have enough calories to sleep through the night and heal up. So if you were to run out of food and you're just really struggling, what you can do is just starve yourself. And then when it's bedtime, you eat 6 cattails, drink some water, and then you can heal up. You heal about 30%. And then the next day, you still have 6 cattails left. So that buys you a whole nother day to go out there and look for food or supplies, whatever you need. In worst case scenario, you do the same thing, starve yourself, and then when you go to bed, you eat the other 6 cattails. So having 6 cattails, assuming you also get water and you can get shelter, which usually is the case, having 12 cattails in your inventory effectively buys you 2 days of survival and health regeneration. There's a wolf right there. Oh, no, right, there he is. But we don't smell, so he hasn't detected us. So that's why I like to always carry 12 cattails. I do sometimes, on my longer runs, I sometimes eat them because I have to in order to maintain well fed. But then I always try and grab cattails afterwards. So in the early game, which is now, I grab pretty much every cattail I see. I want every cattail because they are calories. There's also tinder in them, of course. They are calories that are lightweight. They also they give some vitamin C against scurvy. So they are really great for that. And then in the late game, once I have supplies going, once I have let's grab these. We're gonna make, if I can have 6 rosehip teas, for example, in a furnace, that's pretty good. In the late game, then you are less reliant on cattails. You by then, you know, when you have a bow, which isn't even late game, it's like mid game. Then you are gonna, your main source of food is gonna be hunting. So it's gonna be meat from animals. So you're not really relying on cattails anymore. So once I reach that stage in the game, then I stop picking up cattails. And then if I do need to eat my cattails, those 12 at any point, then I will do that, and then I'll go and grab cattails again. Let's see if we can see the trees from here, because there's a moose spawn right over there. In Fallout and Musket, they can spawn 3 places, usually just 2 places. Which is here or up by, I always call it Edge Marsh, but it's called Marsh Ridge. I don't see any markings, so I don't think the moose spawn is here. Must be the other area then. There usually is a moose in Fallout and Musket, but not always. I'm going to pick up some cattails here. There's quite a lot of cattails in Fallen Musket, like about 200 of them or so. I'm going to pick them up. Now, in terms of forging, you do actually have enough resources to forge with just the stuff you find here in Fallen Musket, pretty much. You need the hammer, of course. But in Fallen Musket alone, you can find quite a lot of coal. So in Poacher's Camp, which is these derailed train cars over there, you'll find some coal and some scrap metal. And then in the actual forge, you'll find more coal and some more scrap metal too. So if you just pick up all the scrap metal you find, you probably have about 3 or 4 scrap metal by the time you get to the forge. And you should have maybe, like, I'm not sure exactly, maybe 8 pieces of coal or something. So all that is actually enough to forge what you need. Plus, if you do have a hacksaw, there is a metal shelf by the forge, which you can break down, and then you get 5 more scrap metal. So if you just bring only the scrap metal that you find here in Fallen Muskeg, you should have enough resources to make your hatchet, your knife, and a few arrowheads with just what's here. But just to make sure you have enough and make enough arrows, it's recommended that you bring some more. So you usually find a bit of scrap metal is on the way. As you saw, I find a little bit by the dam, for example. Bring that. If you have a bit more coal, you can bring that, just to make things easier. In principle, it is possible to forge with only 4 pieces of coal, because in order to forge, you need to have a forge that's 150 degrees Celsius, whatever the equivalent is in Fahrenheit, and each coal gives 20 degrees. But you can heat up a fire up to 80 degrees without coal. A stick, for example, will bring 1 degree. There's the bear out for a walk over there. So a stick will bring 1 degree, and then the other wood sources provide different degrees, so we don't need to get into it. But in principle, if you have 80 sticks, for example, you could light a fire and then put 80 sticks on there until it reaches 80 degrees. And then you put 4 pieces of coal, and then it will be warm enough. It will reach 160 degrees. Well, you can even put it to 70 degrees, actually, with sticks. So 70 sticks. And then 4 pieces of coal. And then it will be hot enough for you to forge. So it is possible to do it. It's just that requires a lot of extra wood. And you might even put so much wood on that it will say, oh, the fire duration is too long and this and that. So it's a little bit backwards to do it that way. But you can do it that way. It is possible to do it that way. But generally speaking, if you have more coal that you find in a cave or whatever on the way, I do recommend bringing it. This here, this flare, is always there. This is a guaranteed spawn. So if you spawn in Fallen Muskeg, and if you do, you usually spawn over there on that side. Just make your way here to Poacher's Camp and pick up this flare. And then you have your matches. You can light a fire here and then grab a torch. Hey, sweatshirt. Not sure if that's better or not. Yeah, it is better. Coal, and here's a memento hint. I think this is a cache. Yeah, there's a cache over there. Not much in an Interloper though. Lower difficulties, I think there's like 3 stims in there. Now I would make a fire here. It's not sunny. I would make a fire and warm up, but because it's getting warmer and warmer, and it's actually warm now, we don't need to. So I can just keep going. Well, it's -4 now. Is that because I'm not in cover? Yeah, it is. It's actually warm in here then? Is that what's going on? Yeah. Okay, that's because we're in cover in here. That's why. I see. Out here we're not in cover. Okay. Do we need to make a fire to stay warm? We could do that, I suppose, but we're not going to lose that much health walking across the ice, I don't think. It's not a very long walk, especially now that we can see. So I think we'll just take the cold damage, to be honest, and just go. It's also getting slightly warmer, so if we're lucky, it will actually be warm as we go across. I don't think it's going to happen. What we could do is to kill a little bit of time. We could just map this. There we go. And now it's 1 degree. Out here it's -1, and here it's probably plus in cover over here. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to go now to the farm. We'll be a little bit cold, but it's okay. Basically, the farm is on the other side of the map. Where you see those stones in the distance there, these ones, where there's kind of like 2 slabs of rock on top of each other almost, like making a little archway. That's where you want to go. From there, it's very easy to find it. If it's a clear day like this, it's very easy to navigate Fallen Muskeg. You just got to be careful with the weak ice. So you can keep your crampons for that. I don't need them though, I know where to go, but if you're not sure, just keep your crampons on. Okay, it's 0 degrees now, so we're going to get cold, but very soon, unless the weather changes, we're actually going to be warm, so we won't take much cold damage. That's largely thanks to all the gear we got. More cattails there, we're going to leave that. We're going to head for these two slabs of stone over there, and from there it's very, very easy. If you are out in mist or blizzard, it's a bit harder to navigate, and I actually have a challenge that is called Eternal Mist, or just the Mist, where I play Interloper and it's eternally misty. The weather never changes, it's a mod, so it's always misty. And despite having, you know, well over 1,500 hours in this game, when it was misty here in Fallen Muskeg, I did actually get lost. And so it's not easy. There are landmarks. Some are very obvious, like for example these 2 stones that kind of make this archway. That's very easy. Then there's a hunter's blind, there's a couple other places, but for the most part it's kind of hard. It's very open like this, so it's very easy to get lost. So yeah. Let's see. Right, in a clear day like this is easy. You can see the farm from here. It's right there. Right there. Okay. Okay, so let's head to this archway, and then it's very easy from there. Oh, weak ice, but it shouldn't be an issue. This is pretty good weather. And now we're warming up. See, it's warmed up because we're later in the day. It's +1 degree, so we're actually not going to take any cold damage. We're just going to warm up and keep going. So we're not in a rush at all, which is the power of early game clothing, really. Really, really nice. Okay, so there's this archway. This is a landmark. If you are in bad weather, like fog or blizzard or whatever, but you manage to find this place, it's very easy to find the farm from here. Because from here it's very easy to navigate. You should also check this area, because there can be loot here, like a backpack or a campfire. Nothing today though. From here, if you do find this and then it's foggy or misty, from here, it's just across there, but you can't really walk there. You just hug the wall here. Just go around it, really, until you find this little pathway here, really, right here. And then you just go across. And then you basically, you'll reach this little island here. And you hug the right side of that island. It's quite easy. You'll kind of get a feel for it, because you'll notice that there's too much ice there, so you're kind of on the embankment. So you go here. On the right side, little landmarks like this, until you find this shed up here. When you find the shed, you take a left. In this shed, there's also some scrap metal, and this container can have the Polaroid, so pick that up too. There you go, Polaroid. That's from the eastern side. Yeah. Okay. And there's some scrap metal that you can use for forging. There's also this wood you can take. Yeah, so if you come here, you then take a left after looting this. And then you basically just follow this wood that's here, these planks. It's basically like a little jetty. You can grab these cattails again. We have too much tin, if anything, but... Yeah, just follow these jetties here. Little planks, head straight, and then you're practically there. When you then get on the other side, when the jetty ends, you'll find this fence, and then the farm is right there. It's fairly easy to navigate this from that point in the dark or whatever. This one's not always there. But you want to stop by this derelict house here. Let's grab this too. And you can pick up some wood. There's also some deer carcasses around here if you need extra food. There's usually 2 of them. There's one there, and very often there's another one. Here you find some more coal. And sometimes behind here there's extra stuff like scrap, or I think I even found a lantern there once. But yeah, other than that, you just, again, in the jetty, you can just, if you want, you can just follow this. Just follow the planks, really. If you're in the dark, that is. There's the bear out. And yeah, just follow it. There can be wolves around here, so be careful. And then when it ends and you find snow like this, you are almost there. And then you'll see the fence. And the farm is right there, but what you can do if you're not really sure is you can just follow the fence over here till you get to some trees. The broken tree is good. Broken trees are often very good landmarks. Very often they are indicators of, okay, this is where you need to turn or whatever. So it works really well like that. So you just head towards this, walk along the snow here until you get to basically this broken tree. And you're like, oh, okay, and then you turn right, and then you're right there. So it's not too hard to navigate to the farm in the dark or in a blizzard from that archway over there. Okay, one more thing, there's a stag here. Oh, sorry, a doe here. You can tell by the noise it made. There it is. There's the two does and a stag or buck or whatever. This is also over here in this little mini barn. There is a container, or sometimes a backpack and sometimes wood, so it's worth checking that out too. And there we are. Now we're at the farm, and now we can forge, which is fantastic. There's some stuff to loot in here too, though. So that's how you get to the farm. It's very easy on a clear day like this. A bit harder on a bad day, but you can also hug the edge of the map. Just follow the edges of the map this way, and then eventually you just get there. That's it. Now, I normally now would just start looting and then start forging, but I actually need to save the game because I need to attend to the baby, so hold on. Okay, we're gonna start the fire first before we loot, just so we can warm up, because it takes a minute or two before it actually reaches the temperature desired. Not a big deal or anything, but we might as well start the fire, get the water going, and then loot the stuff.
Come on, little fire.
Come on, little fire. There we go. Come on, little fire. Why does it revert to up there, actually? Yeah, I just now realized it does that. Like when you've interacted with it, moves the mouse upwards. So when I fail, I have to move it back down. Not a big deal, no. There are other furnaces too, and they're indoors, but this is just the most accessible, and that it's outdoors is actually a benefit because it will reduce cabin fever as well. Put these on as well, and one of these. Alright, let's just have a look around. So there's some wood here, random container, backpack, and one of these crates on the... Oh yeah, book, we'll take that. One of these crates, I always forget which one it is. I think it might be this one. Has accelerants in it. If we need wood, we'll break it down and get it. Then we go over here. There used to be guaranteed matches here, but not anymore. Coal, fuses and stuff. This is to replace, to fix the transmitter tower, which is right there. Over there. That's only if you have the DLC though. If not, you can mostly ignore them, although the wires can be used to make fishing lures. Oh, let's get the water boiling going. This is make half a liter or something. Nothing in there. We got Parker, another Parker. Fire outdoors, a gunsmithing book, which is basically useless. Check these. Usually nothing in here. Yeah, fuel. Coal, coal, and coal. And then outside, there's sometimes you can find 1 or 2 scrap metal pieces. A first aid kit, and you can access the safe from here. So there's a safe right here. This is behind these boxes. We'll go there too. But you can access it from here, from the outside. Let me just open this. Okay, it was 21 or something. If I exit and come back, the combination will change. So it's 20. It is okay. Wow, 18. So you can't like learn it and then come back or something. At least I don't think so. Maybe it's when you exit and come back. Okay, so sorry, it was 18. Sorry, I thought it was 15 for some reason. Okay, one more time.
The guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy
20,
right now.
18, and then what's next? Oh, okay, that was an easy one. 2018, 24. Hey, the plate insulated flask. How about that? That's neat. Well, that one was in Second Airfield, but hold on. And just, I always check over here if I can, just because you can find the old scrap metal laying about. And wood too. Not always though. You got 1 wood. And then it has some scrap metal there. And then it's underneath here also. Here, there's this shelf, which gives us 4 more. We'll grab that later. Of scrap metal. And then I used... Oh, shoes. It does almost look like a person. Then I used to think that this crate had dog food in it, but actually it's behind the crate. Yeah, it's dog food. And then you have the safe, I see. Right there is a safe. And you can break down this crate to access it, but you can also just go around like how I did. Okay. Now I think we're good. 3 minutes, so let's just eat something. Let's eat some cattails. We can also eat dog food. Why not? Surprised there isn't vitamin C in dog food. I would have thought there would be. You can eat the... Nah, I won't eat the poor condition dog food. Not yet, anyway. Let's see some cattails though. This is a bit misleading. Moderate, I think that's wrong. I think they are minor, but when they are in a stack, they stack and become moderate, I think. I think that's how it works. Alright, and then we'll have a drink. And then, and then we picked up this water, and then we're going to put some, it's 30 degrees. Let's put some, actually we've done it before. We need, that's 50, 70, 90, 110, 130, 150. That should do it. And while that heats up, we can just check, there we go, everything here. Oh, looking good, really. The Parker, I presume, is worse. Yep, it's worse. Could harvest it, but might take it with us. Now it's warming up, but it's very, very fast. I want it to reach 150. You can forge if I click. See, it doesn't allow me to forge. But if I wait, and now I can forge. All right. And we got a load of time. So in the beginning, we're going to make the hatchet first. You don't have to make both of these. If you have to make one of them, I think I would say get a knife. Because there are very few cases where you have to have a hatchet. No, I don't know. Actually, it's hard to say. I always make both. I don't know. I'll change one. If you have to make one, make the hatchet. The reason being that hatchet is the best defense against wolves. So in a struggle, hatchets are the best. They do the most damage to the wolves and the struggles last shorter. So it's the best one. The knife does unlock a few things, like you can now harvest pillows, you can harvest carcasses faster. So it is very good, but defense-wise it's better. So for purely survival reasons, I think I would choose this one only if I had to choose. But in general, you don't want to come to the forge unless you're prepared to make both of these and some arrowheads. How many arrowheads? Well, as many as you can, but I would say at least 6, ideally 8 or more. That's what I would say. We're going to make the hatchet first. And remember to bring cloth, and if not, you have to harvest something. So it takes 5 hours, so we're not going to do anything while that happens. And then we're going to make the knife, which takes 3 hours. And now we're going to use the water strategy, basically. Hey, we got an aurora. Alright, so now, making arrowheads. If you make 4 arrowheads, it takes 2 hours to do so. And if you then put the pot here, if you have one, it takes roughly 2 hours also to make water. So you can do both. You can make 4 arrowheads and 2 liters of water. And if you have too much water, you just leave it here. Alright, then you pick up the water, rinse and repeat, same thing. Remember to check the burn time. And you don't need coal to keep the fire burning. Just use regular wood. Make 2 more. And you're safe here, wolves will not enter here. There's like an invisible barrier here that will protect you. Another 2 liters. Go. Okay, it's almost morning. And now we are out, but we do have... I'm gonna eat this now. We do have this metal shelf, which we're going to use. And let's just harvest this crate. And let's just put some wood on here. We'll put a piece of coal or 2 to make sure. And I don't think we'll have enough to do the water, but we're going to create this one. Takes an hour. Oh, it takes an hour and a half. Okay, never mind then. But it was longer for some reason.
Looks like I survived another night.
And then how long to break this one down? An hour and 8 or 48. Let's break this one down.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
The small one. Okay, what's the small one? That's the accelerants in it. You look around and sometimes there's a jerry can around here too. Okay. And now we can make a little bit more. Put some more water. Forge some more arrowheads. The only problem is the timing in terms of of the daytime, but that's alright. We're gonna eat. Let's boil this thing. See, we don't need to save that for anything. And let's eat the... I don't think you can get food poisoning from the crackers. I think I'm going to also risk eating the dog food. It's unlikely to get food poisoning, but if we do, we can handle it from this point onwards. I'm gonna sleep soon anyway.
Thirsty.
There we are. And 10 minutes, this is heated up now. Let's eat it right away. Let's have some water as well. And then let's just make the last arrowheads. How long? We need some wood for that. We want to reclaim wood. And let's make the last arrowheads. When you come to forge, it basically takes almost a day to do it, and you need to have enough food and all that for it. Okay, that's done, and we are done, because there's nothing else we can do here now. We got 20 arrowheads, which is more than I usually make. As long as you can make, even if you can make just 4 arrows, that's good enough, because you can kill a bear with 3 arrows. But I would recommend making 8 or more. Okay, we're gonna go sleep now. I'm a bit heavy, but it's okay. I think we'll just grab a torch. We're just gonna go, and normally what I would do in the past now is put a bunch of wood on here, break down the rest of the crates if I have to, put a bunch of wood on here, then sleep here on this bed. But we don't have to do that anymore because of the addition of the bunkers. So there's now a bunker just up here, not far from here at all. And we can just go there and sleep instead, and then we're indoors, which is much, much better. We're gonna go and do that. Looks like the wind's picking up. I think it's a blizzard. Yep, that's fine. Let's grab these. It's just up here on the left. And we'll check this bunker as well. We've now checked... How many bunkers have we checked? Ah, you know what? There was a bunker in Pleasant Valley that I forgot to check. It's the bunker is right by the plane crash. I just forgot to check it. Oops. Well, we checked Ash Canyon, and we checked Timwolf Mountain, and now we'll check Fallen Muskeg. I guess you can grab the roll sips. And then we're going to sleep until morning, more or less. This there carcass, I think, is always here. Let's grab the feathers. I think the feathers is actually the main thing preventing us from making arrows right now. I don't think I have more than... I think I can make 6 arrows, maybe. Should be just around the corner here. This is always here. It's a static bunker. All the bunkers are always the same place in all difficulties. It used to be that on Stalker and below, you had 2 bunkers you could find in a random location in Mystery Lake and Pleasant Valley. Random in the sense that there were multiple places it could be. But with the DLC Part 2, which I think was March 2023, they changed it so almost every region has 1 bunker and they're always the same place. It's just that on Interloper they're usually empty. Well, here's that one. Here's the Fallen Muskeg bunker. Yep. So there we are. I'm actually warm here. Let's grab our lantern. What do we got here? Most likely nothing. You can check the grate regardless. And you can also get some more, if you need even more metal. There's metal in here too. And here there's nothing. Yeah, so it's just this. Oh, this also. Okay, we can douse this. And what we're going to do is we're going to sleep but let's see, I don't have anything to cure. We're only going to sleep a couple hours, and then we can read until it's dark, and then we can sleep. So let's sleep like 3 hours. There we are. And 9 days, yeah, okay. So it's kind of a late bow, but that's because of what we've been doing. Okay, so then we can read. We should read the cooking book, really. Read for 2 hours. I think we can read maybe 3 or 4 hours. I think we can do maybe 1 more hour. We'll try. And usually... Yeah, I did manage. Okay, so usually when this happens, when there's only 1 hour left, usually in the morning I read the last hour, because otherwise I'll just forget. But if it's less than, or if it's more than 1 hour left, then usually I don't bother. Okay, now we need to eat. We don't actually have that much food, which is a little bit. Oops. Well, we'll probably grab some cattails on the way, I guess. Yeah, I guess we're going to have to binge on these cattails. But where we're going, the route we're taking back, we'll have cattails. Also, I brought too much coal. Let's just do that now. I don't need all this stuff. We'll drop 9. And I'll just make a note here that
I would drink
FM Forge, right no coal, but 9 coal in Parker. Because I forgot to leave them there. Whoops. And let's just eat some more of these. We'll grab some more in the morning. We shouldn't be heavy when we leave, I don't think. If I have to eat all of them, I'll eat all of them. It is possible to get a bow as early as day 5. I think in some of my videos I've had a bow around day 6. And hunted around day 7. You can also get a bow on day 1, but that assumes you find you can find cured. I think there's cured birch saplings in the memento cache in Broken Railroad, and Grey Mother's house has a chance for a cured maple sapling. I think there's some other options as well for that. So you can, if you find all those things, just prepare all this stuff. You can craft it very, very early, but those circumstances are very rarely in play, and it's not a reliable strategy, so I'm not going to, you know, rely on that anyway. Okay, there we are. Okay, and now we can sleep. Let's sleep 10 hours. Yeah, it should be morning, about 10 hours, I think. All right, now it's morning, yep. So we're gonna have a drink. We're gonna read 1 hour just to get this book over with. And also that way, it's a bit late in the day also. Now it's cold. There we go. The skill for the books, so this one's red now. I might just drop it here. The skills, by the way, so okay, here's, I'll level up if I do this. If you, oh, this is easier. If I read this, I gain this much skill, but this doesn't happen until you finish the book. It's a bit odd like that. So if you read 1 hour, you don't actually gain 1/5 or 20% of this. You gain basically nothing. You have to read a whole book, which is a bit odd. Like, if you read 4 hours of this, you'd be like, oh wow, I learned a lot about guns. I missed out on the last chapter, so I don't know what to do with it. You know, the last chapter kept everything together. It's a bit weird, but it's just how it works. So you have to read the whole book for it actually to take effect. It's not very obvious that that's how it works, but that's just how it is. Okay, now we're going to head home. Is there anything else for me to drop I can leave behind? I like taking... We don't need these cans, but I like taking them, stacking them. Same with these clothes. I don't think there's anything. If I need to, I'll drop some... Oh, we can drop some of these cattails here. Alright, we got more than enough space, so let's go. Weather sounds alright, which it is. And now if you go this way, you come down to some old bunkhouses. -5, yeah, that's fine. And if you don't have a hacksaw ready when you get to the forge, which may happen, you should check these houses first. The hacksaw can spawn here. You can also spawn in this hunter's blind, which is up the road. And if not, you can. I don't think you can find a hammer here, but you can find a storm lantern here. So it's worth checking this place out. I think this is enough mushrooms after I take these ones. I just wanted a few more mushrooms. Alright, so just look around, and you can also find scrap metal and wood and that sort of thing. So let's have a look around. There it is, look. Exactly what I thought. And it's kind of like wedged in the wood. So if you come all this way to the forge without a hacksaw, you don't need a hacksaw to get to the forge. Just pick up all the scrap metal pieces you find, and you should have enough to forge. Between everything you found on the way here and in Fallen Musket itself, you should have enough to at least make the hatchet and maybe a couple arrowheads. But if you don't have one and haven't found one, check here. You might be lucky. I would, generally speaking, though, recommend finding the hacksaw first, just so you can break down that shelf that's there, and also anything before. So it gives you more metal and therefore more arrows. So it's best to have the hacksaw, really, but it's not a requirement. And now there's two options, really. You can go here on the right. The easiest way to come back, if you're not sure how to navigate the muskeg, if you're afraid to get lost, is just hug the wall here on the right. Just hug the wall, and it will take you all the way back to Mystery Lake. You can't really get it wrong. You will run into a couple of wolves, most likely, but it's nothing too bad. There's maple over there. Do I want it? Yes, I do want it for the sled. We're going to go over here, grab this maple. Should be able to run across here. Yeah, I can even walk across. Grab these cattails. There's more cattails here, kind of, in these little, whatever you can call it, islands. But we don't really need them right now. Okay, I have so many tinder cattail heads, I'm going to leave some. I grab this. Normally I'd say as long as you have 2 or 3, it's fine. You can collect the rest later, but needed for the sled. And also you can argue that generally speaking, whenever you see saplings, you might as well pick them up. There's a wolf over there, and to the right of the wolf there's a cave. There's nothing in that cave, but you can go there and sleep if you need to be outdoors. And then up here, pretty much straight ahead, behind that big stone there, big slab or whatever, there's a cave to Bleak Inlet. So that's how you get to Bleak Inlet from here. And then straight ahead up there, you can see the silhouette is the radio tower. If you need to do single void, that's where the radio tower is to repair. You don't need to bring a car battery for it, but you need to bring some other parts. And there's also a crashed helicopter up there, and I think that helicopter has guaranteed matches in it. Maybe we should check. I haven't had that verified, but we might as well check. Because it's quite a hidden helicopter. Seeing as we're here, we might as well check it out. Yeah, but yeah, so you could save the... If you see a sapling and don't really have the space, you could just leave it, but I very often... I don't go out of my way for saplings, but if I am walking about and they are in my route, especially after I have the bow and I'm traveling around, I tend to pick up every sapling I see and then leave them somewhere to cure. Because then I have them ready for if I need another bow, or if I need more arrows, or whatever. So it's worth doing that, but you don't have to. Okay, so here's the crash. It's kind of hard to see in the fog, but it's up there where my thumb is right now. Up here is the tower, and you have to go down here, and then you come up here to this crashed helicopter right there. And I believe I found matches there before, and someone told me, I haven't checked, but they told me that those are actually guaranteed. And if that's the case, if you do spawn in Fallen Musket, you can of course come here and grab the matches. You could, for example, go to Poacher's camp, grab the flare, light the fire, and then grab some torches out of that fire, and then come up here. and you can protect yourself against the wolves. So that sounds pretty good. But again, I'm not sure if it's guaranteed. There's very often a wolf here, so be a bit careful. And sometimes there's a corpse right here. Not today though, just this thing here. And there's usually a lot of cattails and mushrooms. And here's a birch. There's very often a birch or maple sapling here. And there's a wolf also. Very often a wolf here. And if there isn't maple right here, there's very often maple to the right of this wolf. Now we can avoid the wolf entirely. I can throw some stones or crouch. Whether you do that or not depends a little bit on how patient you are and whether you care about it or not. So if I now crouch, for example, or even just crouch spam like this, he's not going to see me. If you crouch, you severely reduce detection range. It takes you have to get pretty close to detect you. Unless you smell, then it's then they can come for you anyway. Let's throw a stone over there to distract the wolf. There you go. And there is maple here, as you can see. There is the maple, but we're not going to go for it since the wolf is here. And now I don't have to engage with this wolf because of the stone. But it's very slow, and you need to have a lot of stones ready. But yeah, it takes a while for the wolf to detect you. I can throw another one though. There's more stones up there. There is a range to this thing. Like I think if you're too far, basically it won't work. Now it's pretty far away, and it's around here. He turns around, I think. Yeah, but he went. He can see me from here, so I need to crouch a bit further. I think here we're more or less alright though. Once he's behind this tree, I can start walking because then he can't see me. Oh yeah, okay. Because it is based on sight and also sound. So for that reason, I like to always carry 2 stones. Just gonna grab these things through here. Generally speaking, I tend to carry 2 stones with me at all times. 1 stone is for a deer carcass, I guess so. 1 stone is for the, scaring off a wolf with a torch, so always have one ready, although that stone becomes redundant when you have any weapon, because you can just use the weapon name instead. And the other stone is for distraction. So you'll see me very often, even in the late game of Interloper, you'll see me carry like at least 1 stone around, just in case. So we got a doe here. Up here is usually safe, there's no predators, but you can find a doe, you can find rabbits. I don't think there's ptarmigan up here, but I could be wrong about that. And there's also often birch saplings here, a little cluster of them. Not always, but often. I'm gonna run a little bit because it's getting cold. Up here, there's some birch saplings usually. Ah, here they are. I might as well take those for arrows as well. Let's stop here and grab. 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 And grab. And run, I can run a little bit more. I'm gonna get tired anytime soon. And here's the deer carcass. I'm not gonna harvest that now, I don't think. If it was sunny I would, but then I could start a fire. I just want the feathers really. We do need some food though really. And over here's a supply container, which is pretty much just to repair this this transmitter tower here. So in here there should be a car battery. And we're at the Vista location too, yeah. So there's that. And some wires, fuses. In fact, I might as well just put in here the wire and the fuse. And this is the Vista location, but it's too foggy. I don't think I can map here. It's too foggy. Try. Yeah, I can. Okay, it's just barely not too foggy. And there we are. Now we mapped this whole thing. Isn't that nice? Look at that. Load of stuff. There's some wood there too, which we, I guess... No, I don't want to take it because I'll be heavy. Now, the plane crashes I had too. The plane crashes, I always say, it's not a DLC thing or anything. It's just something that's added to all regions. Nearly all regions have a plane or helicopter crash now. And you have to go down here next to the tower. There's a little slope, and then you have to go left over here. And then you get to the helicopter that's crashed. And seeing as we will check that out. around a little bit more. Because it's slightly -1 only though. Right, so here, last time I did find matches and someone said it was guaranteed, so we can also check. I think it was in the hatch or the backpack. Let's just check the backpack first. Nothing this time, okay. Oh, I thought that was a hat. Then you got the hatches. And it's very easy to forget, but there's 2 hatches. There's one down here, also these ones. You can loot those. And we can check the hatch on both sides. Or you can just go through the helicopter, doesn't make a difference. I'm just gonna do it this way. There's a hatch here. And then also here. Kind of hard to access, but it's there. And then let's get through here. Can I get through? Oh yeah, enter vehicle. And then we'll check these lockers. It's completely random here. You can get nothing or you can get a bunch of misc stuff. And you can't loot these 2 on the left here. You can loot these 2. It is possible to loot these 2 on the left if you use a special trick with like a torch, and it's complicated and not worth it because it's clearly not intended. Okay, well, no matches though, so I guess that's debunked, isn't it? So whoever said it was guaranteed were wrong. That's good to know. Because if it's not there just once, then it's not guaranteed for sure. We're gonna goat down now. It's pretty easy to do. We could do it right here, and there's some cattails down there. I could do it. You can goat almost anywhere in the game. When I say goat, I mean kind of like going down slopes. You can do that almost anywhere. Oh, how many calories does this give the fruit? 275. Okay, I actually forgot that you could eat that. So that's the main difference between rosehip, not rosehip, reishi tea and burdock tea. You get to eat the burdock root. We're gonna go down over here. So to the right of this tower, there's a slope. You might get a sprain, but just go here. And slowly make your way down. Crouching is better, but you can also just hop down like this. Take a little break on this thing here. Oh no, you can't, okay. I was gonna say you could, because then you won't get a sprain. And hop, hop, and hop, and we are down. There we go. And then on the right here, you can also find, I think there's a maple sapling here. This little place here, which has this bush or shrubbery. There used to be always like tomato soup and stuff here, but I think they removed it. Now, usually I go on the right here, just hug the wall, and you'll get to Mystery Lake. There's usually a wolf or 2 in the way, but nothing major. I'm going to go this way via the swamp, just because there's some cattails that I want. So, the wolf detected me, but he fled. I'm just going to go along the ice here to grab a few more. And on the right here, there's some more. There can actually be a snow shelter over there. I didn't go and check, but there can be a snow shelter over there too, with some misc food in it. I think there's always one snow shelter somewhere in this region, and it varies where it is. But you can find some misc loot there. Let's see, where are these cattails? Maybe they aren't here. That's alright if that's the case. I thought there were some here. Oh. I must have misremembered. I thought there were some here. But I mostly want them to avoid losing well fed while forging is the thing. Not forging, crafting. Okay, I must have misremembered. I thought there were some cattails here. That's right, we can grab some on this side instead. Grab those cattails. Up there on that plateau up there also, you can find like a bird sapling as well. So if you go that route, you'll You find the old smaller thing. But here I know there are some cattails. Yeah, I'm gonna grab these. Because it's not cold, it's actually +1 degree. So I'm going to maintain well fed by eating or grabbing these cattails. Let's just not get attacked by the bears all. Because it's going to take a while to craft things, and I would like to maintain well fed while crafting. There's a few more over here. If you dare venture to the bear, there's even more. But we don't have to do that, of course. But there is a lot of them here.
Trees.
It's going to take a while for scurvy to set in for this reason as well. Scurvy risk, which was only recently added to the game, takes on Interloper, I think it's 20 days of low vitamin C consumption to kick in, which means as long as you eat something in that time, you'll have no risk of it. Okay, I think I'm gonna grab a couple more here. That's a little bit too close to the bear. We'll leave those. There's a few more up here though. On this, not this little place, but on the other side here. If the bear detects you, it's not really a big deal. Bears are very dangerous, but mostly for your gear. If the bear detects you, it's very slow. So unless if it gets close to you, it will charge and it will catch up to you. But until it detects, when it does detect you, it just walks towards you very slowly. So you can just outwalk it. It's pretty easy. There's another sapling, but I think we'll just leave it for now when we get back. So outrunning a bear, as long as it's not charging, it's pretty easy. It's mostly an issue if they block your path. That's really when it's a problem. And even if you were to get mauled by a bear, you usually don't die from it. Let's drop a couple of more of these things here. Because the bear works a bit differently than wolves. A wolf can kill you. Even if you have full gear, the best gear in the game and a full health and everything, if you're unlucky, you can actually die from one wolf attack. It is possible, especially if you're not fast enough in the struggle. So that is possible. But a bear, the bear is a bit different. The bear does kind of like a percentage of your health. I don't know exactly the numbers or anything, but it's something like 80%. So if you're 100% health and it attacks you, you'll be at 20% or something. But you also get 2 bleeds, so you will bleed from the bear attack, which isn't great. You have to bandage all that stuff too. Alright, let's head back. So that's the thing with the bear. So therefore also if you're, let's say you're half health, and then the bear attacks you and mauls you, you're not going to die from it. You'll be at like 10% health or something. The bear attack usually only kills you if you're very low already. If you're like, I don't know, 20 or 10% health. And then you get mauled by a bear, yeah, then you're going to die. But usually the bear attack, what that does is it reduces your total health significantly. So there's a massive amount of damage to you, and that's kind of like fixed. Unlike a wolf attack that can end, a wolf struggle can end in an instant, or it can last for a long time. And also depends on how fast you click, it depends on the struggle, it depends on your accessibility option. I can explain that very quickly. When you enter a wolf struggle, you have to click the mouse button if you're on PC very fast like this. Click, 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 click. But you can also go in options, go on accessibility, and in struggle input type, you have it by default it's quick tapping. You can change it to press and hold. If you have that, you just click once and you hold, just like you do when by default looting. And I have that. I have press and hold, simply because I just don't like clicking. I think it's painful on my fingers. So I don't like doing it. And if you do that, if you hold in a struggle, you generally speaking do worse and you take more damage. It's always best to spam the button and quick tap, but if you're not able to do that because of whatever reason, whether you are just tired or it's too much work or you have carpal tunnel syndrome or whatever, then you can use the other one, which I use. But you do take more damage that way on average. But also it can just end, it can last half a second or it can last for a long time. And so it varies. But a bear attack is non-interactable and always the same and does a big amount of damage to you. And in addition, it really, really hurts your gear. So it can easily ruin like a wool toque or an air wrap. So if you are using air wraps, for example, or wool toques, I do highly recommend you keep like one of those at least as a backup in your base. Because if you get mauled by a bear, chances are fairly high that the bear will ruin your wool toque and maybe your air wrap or maybe even your trousers or shoes. And a lot of that can be replaced by crafting animal gear. But some things can't, like you can only wear one rabbit hat. It's like this. I'm gonna run back so I can maybe start a fire with this. I'm losing more calories now, is the only thing. I don't really want to lose calories. The bear will damage you a lot, and if you have backup clothing for parts that you can't replace by crafting, it's worth doing that. Let's see, I might create a fire here. Let's also quickly check to see if there's Ptarmigans around. Let's just utilize this fire and make a fire quick. Could use an accelerant, but we pretty much just get one chance at this.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
Come on, little fire. Seeing as I lit the flare, I might as well. Yeah. Go away. Let's see if there's Ptarmigans here. I don't hear anything. No, they're usually around here. They're probably up top. Okay, we'll have to see how we do with food. So, food-wise, not too great. Late in the day also, we'll see. Things should be cured now, though. The maple is not cured. This one is 93, so we're probably going to be using that one. Yeah, that's the one we're going to be using. So we're going to drop the other maple here. Birch saplings are cured, so we can make arrows. We can do it right now. And this is cured. And the rabbits are cured. Okay. Do you have any more food? I might have to eat these carrots, to be honest. Might also cook some potatoes. Might as well utilize this fire. And just cook some potatoes. Let me just take them with me, actually. I forgot to bring them. I'm not going to save them for anything. We could also maybe, I'm not sure how much stuff I have here, but we can maybe cook something like bannocks just to get some more food, because the crafting is going to take a little while. We're going to make sure we have enough food. Let's start a fire here. Always use the resources you have.
Come on, little fire.
As far as you can. There we are. We'll put the reclaimed wood on and a few sticks. And let's just use the skillet and whatnot. We can make bannocks with just water and oil and flour, so we're going to do that. Doesn't take very long to prep. And then potato, put that on there too. We need some more wood though, is the only thing. Let's break these down. Okay, bannock has been made. Let's just make another bannock. 5 minutes already. Put on the reclaimed wood. And also craft a rice sheet. 5 minutes, a bit long, but well. Cooked potato, bannocks. Huh? Oh, that's not ready. My bad. Potato, 15 minutes. Let's grab, in that case, there's a crate down here. Let me grab that crate. Now I can go back up. That's done. Put this on. Make some more bannocks. That'll give us some food, you know. That was some cooking too. You don't have to, if you don't have these the DLC, then you can't do any of the stuff I'm doing now. But if that's the case, what you do instead is either you starve yourself and use these before bed, and you just get well fed back later, and you'll be fine. Or go out and grab some rabbits or something. You know, both are fine. Okay, I need to save the game for a second. Excuse me. All right. Let me have a look. The 15 minutes left, I think it was. 24. Oh wait, I didn't put anything on there. All the stuff to make. I would just put more potatoes on, to be honest. 42 minutes. Use one piece of coal. 21 and 47. Can also harvest this torch. 34 minutes. Yeah, that might be worth it. Breaking down the chair. Okay, let's do that. There we are. Bannocks are ready. There's some more bannocks. And now potatoes almost ready. Let's harvest the torch. Gives us a stick by harvesting the torch. Potatoes almost ready. There we are. Potatoes ready. I think put another potato. Let's cook all these potatoes. It's fine. 27 minutes. What else can I break down in that time? I guess it's table. 49, 27. Let's see if there's something else I can break down. Maybe this chair. Oof, no. Way too long. Big chair. Maybe this chair. Yeah, that's more like it. Let's break this down. There we go. Bannocks are done. How much is left of this? Oh, we got quite a lot of we can make still. I need to make more water though, is the only thing. So potatoes almost ready. How many? I got one potato left, but I think I'm gonna make some more water first. And let's put on some of this reclaimed wood. 2 hours, 30 minutes. Basically getting supplies here for the crafting session. I got more flour and oil here too. What I really need is water right now, so let's make some water. Any of this stuff? Let's see, is there anything else I can put here on display while we wait for things to cook? Let's just have a look here. So yeah, I don't need any of these books, at least not now. Put these books, yeah. The rest I think is stuff that doesn't. Oh yeah, we got some I like the plate thermos. Or plat thermos, whatever it's called. Where's the other thermos? Didn't I have another one? Oh, anyway. Put that here. Yeah. We got 2 hacksaws. We'll take the oldest one. or worse condition one rather. Over there. And what else? What else? Yeah, that's about it really. Yeah.
Oh, I'm starving.
Getting more food, which is good. Clothing, yeah, okay. Alright, let's sort out some inventory instead. Oops, hold on. There we go. Okay, so let's have another look here. So we got 10 minutes. Okay, let's sort out inventory. So we don't need all these accelerants. We don't need the cash. We don't need this many tinder plugs, but we'll keep them. We can keep the matches. Put away the antibiotics. Don't need the painkillers either, to be honest, at this point. The rest will cook. We can move all of the... I don't need the crampons anymore. I'm not going to carry those around. Food, we'll probably keep all of that. Spray. I think we'll keep all of this stuff on hand. Actually, the hammer we don't need anymore. Put the hammer in there. And take the feathers out. Yeah, so we can make 7 arrows, I think. That's alright. 1 minute. Okay. And then we can make one more bannock with the water, I think we got. Now we can make several more. They do cost flour, but it does give us food, so I might as well. How far am I from leveling up cooking? Oh, very close. I can make pies soon. And I do have the prepared rose hips. Now I got 8 rose hips here too, so I can make 1 pie. Let's actually do some prep. Prepare some reishi while we wait. Okay, 45 minutes. Let's put the potato in now. This one, 48. Put a bit more wood on here. And I think that's it of that sort of stuff. Anything else to break down? I guess not. Maybe repair. What? What's happened here? What's that about? There's a potato just floating around. What? Wow. That's weird. I'm tempted to just leave this potato right here, just to see if it stays like that. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, let's leave that potato right there. This is a ghost potato. Sure. 38 minutes. Okay, let's see. I can break down something. I think there might be a wheel or something I can break down. Over here. This chair, how long is this chair? Too long. Then this wheel. Yeah, this is fine. 49, a little bit long, but we can... it might be too dark, but we'll try. Ooh, don't lose your well fed. Be fine. And we're gonna go sleep soon. And we did now that we're entering the crafting session, what really matters is let me eat potato. Is what matters is how much daylight you have. So how rest we are is not so important. Okay, so let's make another bannock. We should maybe make some teas as well. I got some water, so that's smelting, okay. Let's put on some wood here. Stick, cloth. How much cloth do I have? Let's take out... I don't have any cloth here, okay. But there should be some cloth around. Here's some cloth. Just to maybe repair something. There we are. Maybe repair the socks or something like that. 17 minutes. How much? 45 minutes to repair the socks. Wow, okay. Guess the rest is alright for now.
I'm getting tired.
Yeah. Repair the socks later. Let's just wait for this to be ready, I think, the bannock. And let's make a couple teas. Hey, cooking level 3, sweet. Now I can make pies. Finish the Did that. And let's put some more water. I think we can make 2 more liters of water. We kind of need to be honest. And we can now cook pies. Why can't I make this? Flour, I need flour. Okay, well. Let's just grab some more flour then. We have 2 of them. Now again, if you're watching this and you don't have the DLC, don't worry, like, just, it makes it easier as you can see, because you have more resources basically for food. But you don't need to do this. You can instead go out and grab some rabbits, grab some ptarmigan, grab some deer. There's a load of cattails around Mystery Lake, so there's a load of options. So you don't have to do it this way. You can just cook with the other stuff. Or you can craft one thing at a time. Oh yeah, rosehip pie, that's the one. Takes a while to make, is the only thing. But this just shows how good the DLC really is. I like to craft everything in one go if I can. 57, 48. Let's put a stick on here. Oh, how long to melt it? 23. I think we need to actually put 1 of our coal on here. And I think that's probably if we can actually now repair the socks. Because it's going to take a while.
I could eat a horse. That's saying a lot, because I love horses.
There we are, repaired. And this is almost ready. Roasted pie, this is wait. You get 3 of these pies as well. And what these pies do, they're basically coffee. So they reduce fatigue. So they give fatigue back, just like coffee does. They give you a headache, but that doesn't really mean anything, not really. We could... I think we're just going to make another bannock, I think. How long is left? Yeah, we can make a bannock. Bannock are good, like, calorie to weight ratio wise. Okay, we can make some teas probably for the rest of the time. Let's make, I guess, rosehip teas. I don't want to spend too much water, is the only thing. Okay, let's start eating also. We can eat, let's eat the potatoes first. Gives a moderate amount of vitamin C. That actually makes us dehydrated. That's fine. And let's start eating some bannocks. There's 2 of them stacked on top of each other, so they effectively 440 calories each. Let's just eat as many as we need to, really. Let's eat some cattails too. I just don't want to lose the well-fed bonuses, the reason for this. There we are. That's done. We can make 1 more tea. Let's make rosehip tea. We got enough water, I think. Yeah. Okay. I think we'll just pass time for this to be ready. Bannock ready. Skillet, take that. Rosehip tea, take that. And then we're going to sleep. But we're only going to sleep until it's daylight, which is when the horizontal lines of the sun crosses the horizon. This will probably be about 7 hours from now, I imagine. Let's check. And yeah, so you see the sun there, the horizontal sun rays are just barely across the horizon. So we can now craft. And we're going to craft a few different things, but we're going to start with the bow and arrow. So let's grab that. The maple might be cured. Is it cured? It is, yeah. Take that. And we don't have that many guts, but we only really need 2. So 1, 2. And then we have 2 more, 3. That's almost cured. So we might make 1 more thing, but also going to take the cured saplings. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. We're not going to use our water, we don't have that much of it, but I don't mind taking dehydration damage. So let's make the bow first. So this takes 6.5 hours. We can probably do this in 1 go. So let's just go. There we go. We got the bow. Hurrah! We're on day 10 or 11? Yeah, on day 12, but we survived 10 days. Yeah, we're on day 12. That's not bad to get the bow. I often do get it earlier, but in this particular spawn, we went to Ash Canyon, got the gold mine, and the summit, and this and that, and it was a whole journey just to get going. In the Hushra Valley spawn I had in the beginning, because I had everything on day one, I could have started forging right away, and then have things curing in Milton or wherever, and I probably would have had the bow ready on around day 6, or maybe day 7. But it doesn't really matter when you do it. You know, it doesn't matter if you're on day 6 or if you're on day 25 or whatever. What matters is that you survive. And if you get the bow, that will make things a lot easier in terms of survivability, but you don't have to stress about doing it fast. What matters is whether you have the resources to stretch it that far. Okay, now we need to make arrows, and I think we can make 7 arrows, so we should really make... we have to make 9 arrow shafts. So I only need 3 saplings. I brought 4 for some reason. And let's keep doing that. And now the arrows, we're going to craft the arrows. And this is when it's actually handy to have the quality tools, because this will make arrow crafting faster. Let's eat one of the burdocks. The crafted food, by the way, that you make with fun, they expire very fast, as you can see. I don't think they give you food poisoning though, but they do expire fast. Okay, so if you now make an arrow, you see it takes an hour and a half to make an arrow, but with the quality tools it takes 45 minutes, so it's half, so you can make 2 arrows in the same time. So that's great. Let's make 4 arrows for now, and we will level archery doing it as well. You'll see the symbol here on the right. So you actually level up archery by making arrows. You don't level up archery by making the bow. It's only the arrows. I think we can make 1 or maybe 2 more, and then we need to sleep. I think that's it. I don't think we can do... or we can try. I don't think it will work. Maybe it will. We can make 1 more. Oh, it did work. Okay. And actually that's as far as it goes. You can see we don't have any more crow feathers. And we got 7 arrows, like I said. So we're missing feathers now. And that's all our arrows crafted. So that's done. So let's drop our saplings here. Now these can be stacked. Doesn't really make a difference anymore. And let's go and sleep again until daylight. And then we can maybe craft a couple animal things. We don't have that many guts, that was the only thing. Let's eat some stuff. Let's eat some bannocks and the like. I think we can just eat all of these, to be honest. Yeah, let's eat all of them. Fill us all the way up. Then we're going to leave the ingredients after. But again, if you don't have this also, like you don't have to, you not depend on the DLC at all. But also if you don't have that much food, just use the starvation tactic. Just save your cattails, lose the well-fed bonus, and just get it back after. So when you're done crafting, you can, and once you have, just use the starvation tactic. So just starve yourself completely. And then once you have the bow and can start hunting, once you have the food from a deer or whatever, then you can start getting well fed back again. Okay, so we actually have 3 guts and some hides. So we can make 1 thing. Let's see. So we cannot make the deer boots because we need 1 more gut. We cannot make the pants. We also need 1 more gut. I think we can make the rabbits. Yeah, so we can make actually both of these, but we don't have enough rabbit pelts. I think we have 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I can actually make either of these. Gloves glue +2 and hat glue is +2. If you look at the gear we got, the wool toque is +2 and the avid is +2. So making the rabbit hat doesn't really give us that much more. It will give some protection. If we look at, where is it? Not into. It has, well, these stats are better, I think. 1.5 and 30%. Actually, that it's not really better than the aviator cap, pretty much. It's pretty much the aviator cap's better, so yeah. So I wouldn't bother making that, but we can make the gloves, which are superior to these mittens. So let's go over here. And how long does it take to make that actually? 5 hours. Okay. In that case, let's have a drink, I think. Because we'll probably want to go out after. Right, so let's make the rabbit mittens. Okay, should be able to do it in one go. That broke. 2 hours left. There we go. Now we got rabbit skin mittens. We're gonna put those on. They weigh more, a lot more. And in fact, if you find wool mittens, those are great because they are not as good as rabbit mittens, temperature-wise, but they give a lot of warmth. So wool mittens are great. Fleece mittens, not so much. Okay, let's sort out some stuff in our inventory. So we don't need to carry tools around. Some stuff I'll put in the drawer. We don't need any of this cooking stuff anymore. And I guess that's it for now of this sort of thing. Let's put the flour back. Salt. We didn't even use the salt, I don't think. And oil. Okay. Alright, let's go up to inventory. And what we're going to do now, we're going to go get the moose, assuming it spawns. If the moose does not spawn, we're going to get a bear instead. It's always good to start with a high tier animal. Put the arrow shafts in here, put the arrowheads in here. You can put the destroyed sewing kit and it will go away. There we go. The rest we'll take with it. We don't technically need the can opener because you can use the knife, but we're still going to carry it around. I like carrying it around. Is that everything except for the guts? Don't know if we need to carry the carrots around, if I'm honest. These I want to carry around, all the cut stuff. I can put the bandages in here. Okay, I think we are good to go. Now, one more thing is that if I had the sled, that would make things a lot easier. That's a DLC item. So when these are cured, these 4, which is going to take a little while because this one's 33, so it's going to take like 4 more days or something. Oh, sorry, that one is cured, sorry. Then I can make the trois, or sled, which is, I think it's down here at the bottom. Here we are. You need 2 cured guts, 1 deer hide, and 4 saplings. But repairing it doesn't require saplings, so it's quite easy to maintain. And this will make killing large prey a lot easier. You have to have the DLC for this, and it's almost worth getting the DLC just for this. Again, if you don't have the DLC, it doesn't really change anything. You just ignore these steps. The DLC just adds things to make things slightly easier in the sense that you have more options, like the cooking, and the Ptarmigans, and the Travah, and all this stuff. But you don't need any of this stuff. Vanilla is just fine. And I should maybe do a video about it also. So we have the 2 cured guts for it, but we need the maple to cure. Alright, so let's eat a little bit. I think I will leave the carrots behind maybe. I'm not sure we need... Nah, let's keep them for the moment. And we saw the moose markings earlier, so we know where the moose is. It's by the dam. So we're going to go to the dam. We're going to go via a cave that has potential loot and ptarmigans. And then if it's not there, we're going to kill a bear instead. Right, weather's alright. So up that way is a little cave and a lookout point. Ptarmigans? No. One thing I forgot to do, I often forget to do this, but I'll do it next fire, is to make fire-hardened arrows. If you have fire-hardened arrows, they are great because they can kill ptarmigans. So you can kill an entire flock of ptarmigans with just 4 arrows, and that's fantastic. But I often forget to do it because it's just, despite it being out for a while, it's just not automatic for me that you make it at a campfire. I just automatically think you do it in a crafting menu, but you have to do it at a campfire. So for example, when I was cooking, I could have used some sticks to make fire-hardened arrows, although I think I didn't have enough sticks for it. But it's worth doing that. I recommend always carrying, I don't know, 6 fire-hardened arrows on you maybe, because then you can use those to hunt ptarmigans or rabbits if you want to. Rabbits are easier because they don't run away in a group like ptarmigans do. And you can also use them to scare off wolves. So they are great overall tools, I think. So now we're coming up to a area called Lake Overlook. And there's a cave here, and there's an actual overlook. And up here you can find ptarmigans, you can find a deer carcass, you can find rabbits, and there's a cave that, in that cave that varies. You can find a storm lantern, you can find fire striker, you can find some books and some food, and well, none of those. If you have a Polaroid showing a vista location that isn't the tower, that will be here. So there's 2 Polaroid locations. One is up here on this ledge here. I think I'm just going to drink some water. Maybe not all the way, but here maybe. Here's the deer carcass. Any feathers for me? For more arrows? Yes, 1. You need. I think you need feathers also for the fire hardened arrows. There was another reason not to make it, actually. Yeah, this is actually a vista point right here for the Polaroid. But you have to have the Polaroid. 3 degrees. And if the ptarmigans are not down there, they're very often here. But not always. They can also be other places. So, and there's a maple sapling here, which we might as well just take. Don't really need it, but... And there's some rabbits. We're not going to hunt any more rabbits right now. We're going to focus on larger prey. And if the moose is not there, we might kill some deer also. And for this stage in the game, it's all about sustainability. Let's have a look what's in this cave and I'll explain some more. So there is a storm lantern. Very nice. We already have one, but still. Nothing. Then we have stay on target, archery book, regular book. And some wood. Oh, might as well take this wood. Feather. Any more feathers? Here's one. And this memento cache, the key to this is... I forgot what this key is, but it doesn't really matter. The mementos in Interloper are not that important. It's mostly on lower difficulties that have good stuff. I haven't opened many of the mementos because they don't really change the game too much. Alright, so now we're going to head for this moose. Because now once on Interloper, once you have the bow, is when the game really begins in terms of surviving. So up until this point, you basically are just trying to survive based on the resources you find. And you scavenge some things, like you kill the odd rabbit, you kill the odd ptarmigan. If that's you harvest some deer carcasses and so on. Maybe you do fishing, but once you have the bow, you unlock sustainability. So the bow will make it a lot easier to survive, because now, well, for one thing, you can actually kill wolves now. You have a means to defend yourself, which is great. And wolves are pretty easy to kill with the bow as well. I'll show you how to kill one. They're very easy to kill. But now you have the option of hunting all of the animals with the bow. And all of the animals can die. Even at archery level 1, you can kill any animal with 1 hit. But it's not guaranteed though. It's basically when you hit... If you hit the moose in the head with an arrow at level 1, the game basically rolls a die. And for a critical chance, and if it's a critical chance, the moose dies. And if it's not a critical chance, then it will take 3 arrows to the head to die. At archery level 5, it's 2 arrows to the head. So, yeah. But basically, because you have the bow, you now have the option to hunt anything, which means that you have now the option to make yourself infinitely sustainable with food, because you can get so much food. And that's what's great about it, really. The bow is key to that. It is possible to survive on Interloper without the bow, of course. You can just do fishing. You can also do something called thief tactic, which is to get wolves to hunt the animals for you. There's all sorts of things you can do, but it is so much easier with the bow. I don't see the moose. So this is where the moose would spawn. And I always, at this stage, if I can, I try to kill a moose or a bear, because they take a long time to cure. And it's good if you can kill one of those and have them curing back in base while you do other things. So ideally I would like there to be a moose here, but it will make things a lot easier. But since we don't have a moose here, that changes things a little bit. And the best thing then is to go for the bear instead. Now there are 2 bears in Mystery Lake on Interloper. And we gotta go find them, because we actually don't know where any of them are right now. But there are 4 possible spawns as of this recording. Let's grab these cattails too. I might change again later though. So the 4 possible places it could be is the outside Trapper's Cabin, outside by Unnamed Pond, and then by what's it called? Kind of like the trailers. I think it's called the clearing, wood clearing. As well, and the 4th one is Mystery Lake itself, out on the ice. And so those are the 4 places that currently the bear can spawn in. And on Interloper it will be in 2 of those 4. So we're going to go, the easiest way to check is to actually now head towards Trapper's Cabin. And go on the western side of the map. Because then we can check basically 3 of those locations in one go. And then we'll know by the power of deduction where they are. And unlike the moose, the bear will always be there. So the moose has a chance to spawn. And if it doesn't spawn, you have to wait basically 2 more days before it can spawn again. So you gotta keep checking. But with the bear is always there. Unless it's a blizzard, of course. Or if you recently killed the bear. How long it takes to respawn varies on how long you survived. In the very early days, the bear will respawn as fast as 10 days. But then it increases to like, 30 days. And then I think it goes up to like 80 days. I can't remember exactly how long. The longer you survive, basically, the longer it takes to respawn. Same applies to moose. The longer you survive, the longer it takes to respawn. But not so much with wolves. Deer, I think, that are affected by time. They tend to thin out in time. But wolves pretty much just respawn really fast regardless. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to check now. There are some wolves around here too. So if you need saplings, by the way, the edge of Mystery Lake, the western part of it, is a good place to scour for saplings. There's usually saplings all over the place. Birch and maple just on the edges here. So if you need to find it, just walk along the edges and you'll eventually find it. There's a lot of misc things around that area of the map. Usually things like the odd birch bark, some saplings, some berries, and some odd loot like a backpack or a snow shelter, misc things. Nothing that's of high priority, but worth checking out when you have the time. Now here are some trailers. You can always sleep here if you need to. And these trailers just have misc loot, pretty much. But they are worth checking out, especially if you're looking for a... let's grab a couple of these for pies or teas. If you're looking for storm lantern or jerry cans, they're very often here. Are there any... Yeah. I might as well map this, might as well. There you go, mapping, logging camp. Yeah. Oops. Now on Interloper it helps to know the maps, and of course if you know the maps you don't need to map with the charcoal at all. But it's still nice because it tells you where you are, and also it makes a nice map for you to just have. So I like mapping, even if I don't really need to map it, I just like doing it. Nothing really in here. Oh, sweatshirt. Oh, nuts and stuff. With a knife you can now harvest these pillows, but you don't really need it. Let's just check all of this as we're here. I do need to eat some food soon, and that's another reason I wanted to hunt a big animal. The moose is preferable just because the moose is not a... Oh, damn, it's sort of hidden.
What have we here?
The moose is not a predator, so that means it's better for me to cook the moose and eat it. But if I kill a bear, the good thing about the bear is that it has a lot of meat and it's got great hides and good guts. And we want to kill 2 bears because then we can cure those hides and make a bear coat. I usually make 2 bear coats, but for now we just need 1. And bear coats give a lot of warmth and is by far the best clothing item in the game, at least warmth-wise. So it's worth killing 2 bears just for that. You can also get bear hides for the bear bedroll, which is great. It gives so much warmth when you sleep in it, but it does weigh 3 kilos. Well, what you could do instead is to make the improvised down bedroll. And that weighs 1.1 kilos, so that's much lower. Although I think you need a DLC for that one. Sorry if I'm saying any of that stuff wrong. I used to know what was DLC and what wasn't, but it's been like a year since I looked at that list. There's a book, guns, another one of those, which we don't need at all, but might as well pick up, I guess. Okay. Let's eat this chocolate bar, why not? And drink a little bit too. Might eat one of my peach pies, just so I don't get too tired. So the annoying thing about killing a bear all the way out here is that it's fairly far from the base. So transporting the stuff back and forth is a bit of a bore. What you can do is if you kill a bear and you're far away from the base, I mean you could quarter it and drag that back, of course. But what you can also do is you can just take whatever you can with you. So you harvest the entire bear, right? The old-fashioned way, don't quarter it. But you get the hide and guts if you can. Or you can quarter it if you have the time and then harvest that. But the idea is that you just have the meat available. So you get the hide and some guts if you can. So you can take that back to base and have that curing. Because a bear hide takes 12 days to cure. It takes forever. But the meat, you don't have to cook it. You just need to harvest it. So you harvest all the meat you can. But then you can just leave it behind there. You don't really need to cook it right away. You can come back later to cook it. If you don't remember exactly where it was, you use a spray can and mark that area. And then you can come back later and cook because the meat will not go away. It will eventually become ruined in the snow, but you can still cook ruined meat. If you cook ruined meat, it goes from 0% condition to 51% condition. So you can still eat it. And once you reach cooking level 5, you're immune to food poisoning anyway, unless you eat raw meat. So it doesn't really matter at that point, you can always come back to it. So here's one of the possible bear spawns. It could roam around here. Is there a bear around here? I don't see any bears. Okay. There's a deer. I'm tempted to kill it, but we don't really need to. Let's check the other spawn. Okay, if you take this road up here, you get to the abandoned lookout tower. I think that's where you get the memento key for that cache I found. We don't need to do that though. Oh, this corpse. Let's get the feathers off this corpse. And since we are in Interloper, one of the most important skill to get to level 5 is cooking. You want to get cooking to level 5 as fast as you can, because once you get to level 5, you become immune to food poisoning and, most importantly, parasites. So on Interloper and on Stalker, if you eat wolf or bear meat, you have a chance of parasite infection. Oh, look at all those saplings. Let's get those. And parasites, they take 20 days to cure on Interloper. So it takes a long time. And you need a lot of antibiotics for it, which is a bit of a bore. And it basically makes you weaker every day, kind of. So it basically takes away your fatigue and your sprint and this and that. So you basically become, and your total health. So you basically become weaker and weaker until it's cured, then it all goes away. So it's quite debilitating. The only upside to getting parasites, if you do get parasites, is that they don't stack. So if you do get parasites, you are then effectively free to eat all the predator meat you want for effectively 20 days. So if I kill a bear and get parasites, I might as well just eat bear meat and continue eating bear meat and save all the non-predator meat, like deer meat and whatever. Save all of that for later because it doesn't make any difference. So that's the only upside to it. And some people do deliberately get themselves parasites, or they ignore the risk of parasites because there is that upside to it. So that's actually a good thing, that part of it. What I tend to do is I tend to eat, if I kill a bear at this stage, I tend to eat like 1 or 2 bear steaks a day. And the first meat you eat gives you 1% chance of parasites, and then it gives another 3 after, so it goes from 1% to 4%, then after that it's every 5%. So if you eat 2 pieces of bear meat per day, you basically have a 4% chance of getting parasites. And that's a pretty low chance. That's like a 1 in 20, isn't it, or something like that? 1 in 25. 1 in 25, that's it. So the chance is very low. You can still get it, of course. I mean, I once had, I think, 70% chance of parasites, and I didn't get it. So of course it'll vary. Okay, so this is the unnamed pond cabin, and this is another moose spawn. A moose can spawn here, and again you would see markings on the trees, but we already know where the moose spawn is, so it's not going to be here. You can check out this cabin though. If you do not see moose markings in Mystery Lake, is that Ptarmigans? If you do not see moose markings here or at the dam, then the spawn might be at Trappers. But it could also mean that you don't have a moose spawn in the Mystery Lake at all. Yeah. But I heard some Ptarmigans there, but must have been my imagination. Tony Lizudo. And yeah. This cabin is quite nice because it's very close to the lake. And you can always come in here for a respite. There isn't really anything in here other than random loot. But it's somewhere to keep warm. And you can always kill a bear and store stuff here as well. Let's loot. There shouldn't be much to loot here, but there's this container. I think there's a first aid kit also. Oh, okay. Check underneath. Sometimes there's loot behind chairs like this. But that's a late game thing to do. When you have a lot of time on your hands and a lot of resources, you might as well do that. Oh, someone likes Mystery Lake. That's a camp office right there. That's our base. Look, you can look in the window. You can see me crafting. I'm actually going to eat one of my pies just because I'm getting tired. It's not really that big a deal though. It's late already. But I might be hunting very, very soon. In fact, I know I got a headache, but it's not going to last. And in fact, you can, if you want, drink a rosehip tea and cure the headache. I think, or painkillers also, but I left all the painkillers behind. And now we are going to see the bear. Apologies for the blurry vision. There is going to be a bear over here, I think. No, actually, no. So I only checked once. So there's a potential bear spawn here now. But if he's not there, then I know where they are. So this is the unnamed pond over here, and this is an area worth checking out generally when you're in this region. Because this unnamed pond has a hunter's blind, and in that blind you can find potentially, I think you can find a hacksaw there, you can find books, flares, and all sorts of things. And there's a lot of cattails around too. Alright, well here's the bear cave. Bear cave is right there. Oh, he's going to sleep. He's going into this little bear cave, and I think he's going to go have a little nap. Oh no, he just went in to visit. Okay. But then we're going to hunt the bear, and there's many different ways you can do that. The worst way to do it is to stand it out in the open. But the downside of bear hunting is that if you don't kill the bear, it will run away. And then you gotta go find the bear, which is a real bore. The best way to kill the bear is to find high ground. Somewhere like this, where the bear can't get to you. So if the bear charges you, he won't get up here. Right? That's pretty good. Then you get a free shot or two. You could try and shoot the bear from here. But if you hit the bear, unless it dies, it's probably going to run away. And then you got to go find it. It's better to kind of wait for the bear to see you. And then you get a few shots in. And even if the bear can get up, you can just jump off. Arguably, that one there is a bit better. You can also go in the hunter's blind itself. The bear can't enter the hunter's blind. It will approach it, but it won't actually get in. So it's always good to have some sort of high ground, somewhere you can jump off on. So even if the bear could get up here, which I don't think it could. I never actually hunted from this location before. Usually I use that tree there, or the hunter's blind itself. But we can try this one. Once he sees me, he'll make a little growl and be like, oh, there you are. Then just wait for him to get a bit closer, and we shoot him in the face. And then we'll probably get another hit in. And then if he doesn't die, he'll probably flee. And then we'll try to hit him while fleeing, because that will reset his aggro. Let's see, he might not be able to see me actually. It might be too far in a safe space. Let's see. Hello. There we are, he's seen me. Alright, so let's take a shot at his head. Okay, so he fled. I'm not gonna hit this shot. Hail Mary. Okay, so I hit him. He's got an arrow in him. He's bleeding. So now he's bleeding to death. But he's going to bleed out and die. The problem now is that we gotta find him. So you only need one arrow to kill a bear. If you hit the bear with the arrow, doesn't matter how you hit the bear with the arrow, the bear will bleed out. But now you gotta go find the bear. And that's the boring part. Now where's my arrow? I shot it over the hill here. And that could be literally anywhere. It was kind of a stupid shot to take, to be honest. But it's around here somewhere. Let's just see if we can find it. It could be in a tree also. So keep a sharp eye. There it is. Okay, so now we have bear tracks to follow. And these bear tracks will eventually deteriorate. There we are. Oh, yeah, here we are. There's a blood trail. And how long it takes for the bear to bleed out depends on where you hit it. So if you hit it in the head, I think it takes an hour, I think it is. So that's like 5 minutes or so. Did he turn? The blood trail disappeared. No, I think I just took too long. Here it is again, yeah. And you can follow this blood trail, but it takes a little while for him to bleed out. So I think I did hit him in the head. So I think he will bleed out fairly quickly. But it's still kind of difficult to track because eventually the footprints disappear, the blood disappears, and the bear can also run places where we can't go, like up steep slopes and that sort of thing. So now it's disappearing, but I saw it was here, and it's somewhere around here. Let's see if we can find it again. Being around this way. But you see, because also I took a while getting the arrow, the trail is disappearing. And it's not actually that great of a mechanic. It's very subtle, all that stuff. I think he went this way. So now you gotta find him, and you gotta basically keep a lookout. And what you can do though, of course, here's the... Okay, he started walking again. Usually when you see prints like that, then he started walking again. Is that him right there? Did he run back up? Where did he go? Now the footprints are pointing this way. Did he go back up? No, he went this way. There we are. There's a wolf over there. Yeah, usually when you see prints like this, it's pretty fresh. But there's no blood, so that's kind of weird. It could mean that he stopped running and he's just walking. But we'll see. I think I can hear him actually. There's a wolf there, but that was not a wolf grunt. I think he's around here somewhere. There's the trail. This is weird. Okay, there is a wolf up here, so we gotta be a bit careful with that. So stay on guard. There's a wolf right there. Okay, that's how you deal with wolves. Hey, Wolfie. What? You're charging, eh? That's alright. The bear is here. I can hear the bear. He's breathing. Walking away. He is around the corner here somewhere. Not too close though, because if he was too... Oh, he died. He died. That was the sound of him dying. He's up here. Oh, there he is. He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Okay, so that was the bear. Wolves are pretty easy to kill because I'll try and kill another wolves. You basically got to make them charge into you. So when a wolf attacks you, you let them charge you, and you move into their trajectory. So if they run left, then you move left, and if they move right, you move right. So that you always have the arrow on them. Don't try and shoot them from a distance. I mean, you can, but it's not going to work as well. Then you just wait until they get close, and then you basically shoot them with the tip of the arrow right in the face, and they always die. There's our bear. 1 arrow to the face was all it took. Right in the snout. And now we can harvest this guy. It's still warm, but barely. And I think we'll actually quarter this guy, just because it's warm. And then we can get the hide right away. I like using the hacksaw for that. If I get cold though, I might have to cancel. I'm going to eat another one of these pies. So I can carry stuff. Let's also drink this thing here. And we'll see what the weather looks like. Let's start with quartering him. Mostly because he's such in a weird position, and I want to just get the hides first. The hide is the most important part. And then the meat is second. Okay, now the weather's bad. Oh, we got the quarter. Okay. So, we got these meat bags, but the weather's really bad. And I don't think we can make a fire here. Yeah, this is good. See, I can't make a fire. Oh, the fire is the hill is too steep. We make a fire over here maybe, but it's no good. So what we're going to do instead, we're going to grab the hide and all the guts. The guts are kind of spread around for some reason. Let's move this over here. I don't know. Oh, this is silly. Let's do like this instead. Grab some of these quarters, and then we'll drop them again. And then we can grab all the guts. And how heavy is this? I'm gonna eat another one of these rosy pies. Oh, wolf coming. Oh. Alright, here we go.
Need some first aid.
Bandage quick, stop the bleeding. That one was very difficult because of the slope. Okay, we're gonna take one of these meat bags only because it's too heavy. We'll come back for the rest later. We're gonna sleep in this cabin down here. So that wolf was dangerous. I'll fix the other stuff later when I get out of here. So the bear died in one of those awkward locations where you can't make a fire. So that's why I wanted to quarter it. Normally I would make a fire and then just, you know, harvest it manually. But because it was in a weird slope, that's not good. We might have to do this. Because if a wolf shows up now, the wolf I was in a struggle with is gonna die, so I'm not worried about that wolf. If in a pinch, we could also grab a stim and just run back to this cabin, but I think we'll be alright. That second wolf was a good illustration of why it's important to hunt wolves on flat ground. Because, is that a wolf there? No, it's a deer. The wolves are pretty easy to kill when you have control of the terrain. The first wolf I killed, it was very easy. But the second wolf I killed, that ended in a struggle. I haven't killed it yet, but I will kill it. So the problem with that was that I could hear him coming. And by the way, if you don't play with a headset, I highly recommend you play this game with a headset. You can really hear when wolves are around with a headset. When you play without a headset, it can be difficult to tell that a wolf was around the corner. But there I could hear him. I could hear his little paws. I knew it was coming. But the but the angle is very, very awkward. I'm gonna have the stim ready in case he shows up. Any wolves show up? That's a deer. Yeah. It's very hard to see, very bad weather. I will get a lantern out, but then I'm not ready with the stim. We're gonna go to this cabin over here. It's always good to have at least one stim in your inventory in case you need to make a sudden dash for it. But yeah, I think I lost an arrow because I missed the arrows around there somewhere too. So basically, when the wolf comes at you at an awkward angle like that, it's much harder to hit a charging wolf because he's just coming at you from an odd angle. You kind of have to hit the shot based on accuracy alone, which I didn't do. But if you have a flat terrain, if you can control the encounter, it's very easy. You only really miss if the wolf dodges at the last minute or something like that. In that particular case there, I had nearly full health. I had okay stamina. I had a hatchet. So I wasn't too worried about dying there, but I could have died for sure. Okay. So here we are back in this little mini cabin thing. So we can drop our bear hide here. We can drop our guts here. We can drop our saplings too. And then we need to basically heal. So we got that curing now. We can also make a note here, for example, in our little calendar, say kill bear. Unnamed pond. And now I know that because it takes, where's the thingy? Door? No, I don't want the door. Over here somewhere. It takes 12 days for this to dry, or cure rather, right?
Nothing to drink.
Which means that on day 25 it will be cured, right? So now I know that. Okay, so we need to rest, we need to recover. We have one birch tea. We don't actually have, yeah, we do have a herbal tea. The herbal tea doesn't actually do that much. The herbal tea heals 6% only in addition. So it's not fantastic. And also I can't rest fully here, which is a bit of a shame. Okay, we're gonna heal our infection risk. These ones, the sprain risk, we don't need to worry about that because this will all heal by itself by sleeping. So that's not a worry. I would like to sleep 10 hours. We are going to pass a little bit of time. I can sleep longer. And then it'll be later in the day also, and it'll be warmer when I go back out. Oh, an aurora, sweet. Let's drink a bit more water. I would like to make a fire soon as well. I think this is probably good enough. Okay, so we're going to eat. Oh, damn, yeah, I forgot. Okay, well, we'll change the plan. Let's eat some. I want to harvest this meat also. I just forgot about it. Instead of passing time, I should have harvested that meat. But let's eat this carrot I'm just carrying around as well. And let's drink some water. And let's harvest this meat bag. We're going to use... we'll use our hacksaw for that. We get 5 kilos of bear meat, which is lots of calories. We can just carry it on our person for now. It doesn't really make a difference. But ideally we should maybe just do it right away. Let's leave and leave it outside. We can cook it later. You can click 3 on your keyboard and you'll drop the meat. Technically you're doing a decoy, but it doesn't make any difference. Okay, now I think we can sleep. So let's eat some cattails. And we're going to drink a herbal tea and a birch tea. The herbal tea will be better if we could sleep 10 hours, but it is what it is. And that should heal us up for a decent amount. I'm going to put 10 hours, but I think we'll sleep like 7 or 8. That's fine, because I had those pies. The main reason I had those pies was just so I could carry more stuff when I did cooking, but of course the bear died at an awkward angle. Then we're going to drink this herbal tea. We're also going to drink a birch tea. And we're also going to have a sip of water. And we're going to sleep for however long we can. So I'm going to put 10, but I think it'll be 7 or 8. And I'll heal as much as we can. There we are. We healed up a decent amount. Let's grab one of these books. And let's drink a little bit. Now, let's go back and see if we can grab more of this bear. Yes, and it's cold. Minus 13, but we got decent amount of wood and everything. Let's leave some stuff behind, actually. You can leave some stuff behind in this cabin. Let's make a note in case I forget later. So also like, oops. Unnamed pond cabin. Curing bear hide, guts, saplings, misc loot left. But I don't need to take it all back to base right now, you know. So let's just drop some stuff that we know we won't be needing. Like these books, for example, we don't need those. We don't need the second storm lantern. We can actually refuel the one we got. Anything else? We don't even need all these torches either for now. We can drop these 2 torches. We can drop the marine. Now we'll carry the marine flare. I think that's it for now, actually. Alright, so we're gonna go back up to the bear and grab / cook what we can. It is now a clear day, which means I can use the mag lens to start a fire, and I can always start it near the bear carcass and then cook and quarter there instead. So let's pick up some sticks while we do this. I don't smell now, so the wolves shouldn't be an issue. My health is good enough. I can drink some more birch tea if I want, and we'll be fine. That wolf encounter could have killed us, but we did have pretty high health. And also, what's our protection rate? It's 21%, that's alright. Oh, I didn't need to carry both of these around. I forgot about that. But it was unlikely to have killed us. Also, we had the hatchet, and the hatchet is definitely the best on Interloper. There is a video by a YouTuber called Bashrope that has all the mechanics explained in detail on how struggles work, and the weapons all do different things. In short, the hatchet does the most damage to the wolf, the knife makes the struggle end faster, and the hammer has the most chance of making the wolf flee. But across the board, if you average it all out, the hatchet is basically the best still. There's the bear stuff up there still. So generally speaking, it's always best to use the hatchet in a struggle. And I have, in all my years of playing, just generally found that to be the best as well. I very rarely die in a wolf struggle. It does happen, of course, that I die. Not on series runs, that is. But in all the struggles I've been in, I have survived with a hatchet. On my old main run, where I survived 1,000 days on Interloper, I would have to look it up. I think I was in something like... let's get these saplings as well. I think I was in something like 60 wolf struggles in 1,000 days. And that's a lot. And I used a hatchet in all of those. I was very close to dying though, like 3 times. With 3 times I had less than 10% health. Let's grab this birch as well. Now, if it wasn't windy, and if you're a little bit worried that the nice weather is going to end, what you can do is you can start a fire with the mag lens, and then just grab a torch and carry the torch, and then if the weather changes, it doesn't really matter because you got the torch. But it's too windy, like it's way too windy, so it's not gonna work. We can still make a fire near the stuff. We just gotta choose a location. So it's here. Wind's coming from that way. I think we can make a fire here. Invalid location. It's not that steep. Come on, game. Really? I can't make a fire here. That's silly. Okay, well, what about up here then? How about here? Too windy, invalid. Okay. Yeah, it's too windy, I guess.
Oh, so cold.
So here would be good, but it's too windy. I can't believe that I can't make a fire here. The wind is like right there. Too windy, too windy. Come on. I mean, the... Aren't I in cover here? Like right here? Where's that symbol thing? I think this is cover. That's cover, yeah. So here, you should be able to make a fire. Seems like you can't. Ugh. Okay. What about over here? Behind this tree. How about here? Come on. There we go. Thank you. Oof, what a struggle that was. That was a bit silly. It wasn't that steep. Then we can bring the meat bags over here. That's the benefit of quartering. So I don't often quarter actually, but here
Are you serious?
was a good good example of it being useful because the weather changed and I could grab the hide and guts, get them back, and the whole thing. Come on, little fire. But yeah, from this point onwards, you basically want to hunt and get your supplies. You want to get hides, some guts. The guts are not, at this point, anything to worry about. Because when you kill a bear and a moose, you just get so much of the guts. Hey, fire starting level 2. We're going to make some water while we do other stuff. We don't have that much of it. So you want to hunt big prey animals if you can. Let's, while we warm up, let's just prepare the birch bark. Warm us up a little bit. There we go. We should actually make some bandages. I only have 2 bandages, so let's make a bandage. And then we can go get the meat sacks, so to speak. Okay, and hopefully the wind won't change, but if it does, it does. Alright, let's go get some of these things. High risk of sprain here, but that's okay. Let's go on level terrain to balance out the sprain risk. There we go. And we can carry 1 or 2 of these over here. Let's go back up here to reduce the sprain risk. It maybe have been good to have the crampons here now, just because of where this is. This is a very unusual location to get a bear. Well, it is what it is. Okay, drop these, and 19 minutes to boiled. Okay, so we can harvest for 19 minutes basically. That's 2 kilos. That's good, because you always want something cooking while you do this. And most of the harvesting animations happen off screen, so that's good. You gotta sit through it every time though, it's the only thing. You might as well use the skillet to cook, so put the meat on there. 59 minutes. And 52 for that. Put the cedar wood on here. And let's just harvest some more. Very often I leave the last part, the little bits. But it's 9.9 kilos, so it's fine. We can do all of this. We can start on the other meat bag too. And the important thing now is to just cook as much as we can. 21 minutes. We want to we cook as much as we can and harvest all of it. But we don't have to cook all of it. We just need to have the meat available for cooking later. The main thing is to get the hide and the guts, and then cook what you can. Okay, I'm going to eat this bear meat. It gives me 1,000 calories, but will give me risk of parasites as well. I'm going to make a little bit of more water, I think, too, because we don't have that much of it. So let's make another 2 liters of water. And then cook some more bear meat. I'll probably eat more bear meat than usual here, just because of I need some calories. And this is a risk, so it takes 24 hours. So in 24 hours from now, or maybe it's when the day starts, I'm not sure. Anyway, then the game will roll a die, and in this case it's 1%, so if you roll 1 out of 100, you get parasites. If you roll any of the other ones, you don't get it, and it resets. Okay, let's harvest the rest of this. I think knife is the fastest, but we're not really in a hurry as such to do this, so hacksaw is fine. Hacksaw is great. I like using the hacksaw for harvesting as much as possible, mainly because it's very easy to repair the hacksaw. You just need tools, quality tools, simple tools, and then you just use the scrap metal to repair it. And scrap metal can even wash ashore. So it's easy to maintain a hacksaw. Alright. Let's harvest some more of this. 22 minutes. Okay, let's do that then. 3 kilos. And yeah, you gotta sit through the animation every time. It's the only thing. It's a little bit of a bore, but it is what it is. This is something that was added relatively recently anyway, so it didn't used to be like that. Okay, that's cooked. We can drop that over here. There's the cooked part. Let's make another one. And 40 minutes and an hour, so let's harvest. Let's harvest this big one actually. Oh, the wind has changed. Oh, it's a blizzard. But I think this fire is protected from the blizzard because of this hill. So I think we'll actually be alright. Yeah, I think so. 40 minutes. 2 hours. Oh, it's frozen, that's why. The hacksaw is great also when things are frozen. It goes really fast. But when things are thawed, then the knife is usually better. Knife is better when it's thawed. Hacksaw when it's frozen. Alright. 9 minutes. Boil dry. Okay, let's make a birch tea. Let's go get the other meat bags. While that cooks. There's 3. I don't think we can carry all 3. No.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Yeah, it looks like the wind is hitting the fire, but I think it's just marginally missing it because of the slope of the hill. So I was a little bit lucky. The wind has to change to come from... This is actually a pretty good location for a fire. The wind kind of has to come from this way to blow it out. I think it would blow out from this way too, actually. Okay, 1 minute and 2 minutes. Alright. Take the bear meat, drop it here. Put another one on. And put another one in here too. Okay, let's quarter some more. Got a lot of sticks, so let's put some sticks on here. Quarter some more food. Go. If the wind changes and the fire dies out, I will notice, because the sound will change, the lighting will change, and also I'll get cold eventually. 6 minutes and 12 minutes. Okay, if that's the case, I think we'll just wait that out. Now we can get the last bag. Let's do that. Going up on flat ground, come back, and now we have all the meat bags. So this is a great example of why quartering is good. I very often don't quarter, but this was great because it allowed me to move the stuff here and cook it. Okay, the wind has changed. It doesn't look... Oh yeah, it changed to come from that direction. And I don't know if we can make another fire here. Too windy. Coming from that direction, actually, really. Okay, well, in that case, how about over here? How about right here? No? How about here? Oh, alright, fine. Have it your way. What we're going to do in that case is grab that, grab both of these, grab the cooked ones, and we're going to find somewhere else. Can we make one here? No, too far away. I don't... It's too steep. So let's grab these ones. Nah, I might actually do something else. We're gonna forgo these meat bags. Take the meat with us as far as we can, anyway. Let's just do this. How heavy is this? It's okay. I think we can actually take most of this with us. It's a little bit heavy. That'd be right. It's hot. Grab. Let's go. We're gonna take all of this meat back, and I'm gonna leave the rest of the meat, actually, instead of going down. And I normally would take the meat bags and leave the meat, but because of this really awkward location, the only way for me to really harvest it, unless I come back later, is to go down now into the flat ground. And I find somewhere like behind one of these trees down here, for example. I can make a fire behind this tree, probably, for example. But then I gotta go all the way up there and grab the meat bag, all the way down. There's a lot of back and forth, there's a lot of faff. And trust me, you will not eat. You won't need all the bear meat. You usually end up with more bear meat than you actually need, because you're also going to kill several bears. Let's drink our hot birch tea. And we're just going to basically walk back to our cabin. There's not going to be any wolves there anyway, so we'll be fine. And then we're just going to wait out this blizzard, and then we'll check for the moose again. And then that's it for now, I guess. I'll see if we can kill some more wolves. And we can just let that stuff stay there and cure. We don't need to take the stuff back to base. There's going to be a while before we actually are able to use that stuff. So when it's time to use it, we might as well come back and grab it then. And just make a note of where it is. I do recommend using the journal as much as you can to write down things that happen and where, especially where things are, because it's very easy to forget. You might think in the moment that you'll remember. You'll be like, oh, I'll remember, I'm doing this right now, it seems unlikely I'll forget this. Sure, but then you don't play for a few days, or maybe you don't play for a few weeks because you went on holiday or whatever. You come back and you're like, what was I doing again? Oh, the bear, I think. Anyway, no, wait, what? You forget what you were doing, so it's recommended to track things in the journal. It's not too hard to find the cabin from here, because you just hug the wall pretty much, and then go over this little slope. So here's our deer carcass. Cabin should be over here. We're very slow because we're carrying so much meat. And normally I would leave some of the meat behind and I take the quartering with me, but just because of the location and how awkward it was with the terrain, I prefer getting this. And I left 2 bags behind, plus 1 I had partially quartered, so I think I left about 12 kilos of meat behind. Which is a bit, but it is bear meat that gives us parasites, and I'm not too worried about that. Cabin should be straight ahead, I think.
I just want to lay down for a bit.
And we're still very rested, so I might have to go out at night, we'll see. I can see the outline, there's the cabin right there. I'm gonna drop this meat outside. We'll eat the cooked meat, which will give us parasite risk, but that's okay. Then we're going to check for the moose again. We could also go to trappers, of course, but we don't really need to. Alright, and then we're going to drop our meat here, especially the cooked meat. Raw meat. There we go. We can also drop some of our cooked meat in the meantime here. There we go. And we're going to wait out this blizzard. It's too much. Let's just eat one another of our bear meats. Let's fill up. Well, now we have 4%. Let's fill up the belly with some cattails as well. We got a good amount of water. And it's kind of turning into night now. So, let's see. I think we're just going to sleep, to be honest. We can go out at night if we want to. I want to sleep at least 4 hours because that will cure the ankles. So let's sleep 4 hours. And if the weather is alright, we can go and get the rest of the meat, but if not, just leave it. Sounds like it's still a blizzard, so I think, unless there's something I can do, I don't think there is anything to really do. Oops, forgot to drop these saplings. Let's drop those. I think we need to pass time here, to be honest. And heal up and sleep until morning. Pretty much. Because it's too dark to really do anything. And it's too late in the night to really do much either. This is still raging. I think it's stopped now. But I think we'll just pass time here. Pass time and get up in the morning. So 1 more hour maybe. Yeah. Alright, so let's have some water and sleep for like 4 hours or whatever this is. 3 hours maybe. Might be 4. And then it should be morning, but it will be cold. But that's alright. And we're going to take some bear meat with us. We're going to take all the cooked bear meat with us. And I think I'm going to leave the stuff. I'm going to go look for the moose. It's a little bit dark, but it's going to get brighter. So we're going to check out see if the moose has spawned now. And we're going to check, we're going to then go to Mystery Lake if it hasn't spawned to see if the second bear is there. And if it's not there, it'll be in Trappers. We could go to Trappers right now, but there's nothing really need in Trappers. Except for the other bear, of course. But I want to check on the moose first. There can also be deer around there. So I actually prefer Trappers as a base to Camp Office. Mostly because... How much do I carry here? Right. Mostly because in Trappers you have more access to food. So you can have... right outside of Trappers there are rabbits spawning all the time. And also in the open field next to Trappers there are deer that can spawn. You can also get a bear spawn and a moose spawn in Trappers as well, but even if you don't have that, you have rabbits and you have deer, and wolves can come by as well. So you have a lot of meat around the Trappers cabin, which is very handy. So what Camp Office, you have one deer that's like around, and you have ptarmigans, and then you don't have to go very far to find wolves and more deer, but it's a little bit further away than Trappers. I think there's ptarmigan up there by the lookout tower. The destroyed lookout tower. We won't go there though. And there's the lookout tower up there. Okay, so we're gonna head back to the... I think there's a couple of cattails. I don't know, important. If you see more wolves, I'll do some more explanation of the wolves and how to hunt them. But generally speaking, the wolves are not really much of a threat. If you are low on health though, you want to avoid them if you can. Just not risk it. Any acorns for me? Might as well grab them. The acorns are not great, so I wouldn't prioritize getting them. If you're here anyway, you know. Because the acorns, they can you can get a coffee out of them. Which is like a very mild coffee. It's nowhere near as potent as the normal coffee. So it's not really that useful. But what is nice though is to have acorn grounds and make acorn pancakes. Because they give more calories than the other pancakes. Again, only if you have the DLC. Wolf. There's a wolf right here. There it is. Okay, so... There's a wolf one. So this isn't quite level ground. It's kind of downhill. Should work though, but what's even better is here. This is a bit more level. And what I want to do now is I want to trigger a charge. Once I aim at the wolf, like this, the wolf will start charging me. And I want to match his movements and have him, not try and shoot at him, oh no wolf, but have him basically walk into my arrow. So like this. Come here. You go right, I go left. Okay, okay, he ran away. Hit this wolf instead. Come on. Left, 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 left. And right in the face.
My fingers feel numb.
It's becoming daylight, so the sky is brightening up. Where's the other wolf? Come here, Wolfie. Remember to pick up the arrow afterwards. I'm missing an arrow, which is the one that was... Or did I pick that up, actually? There we go, okay. Okay, same thing, same thing. Try and keep it on a level ground. Just for cinematic reasons, so you can see it better. We can use this. Put that here. Now try and match the movement of this wolf. Level ground is easier. Okay, so let's see if we can get him to walk into my arrow. He goes right, I go right. Left. And move backwards also to give you enough space. Backwards. And right in the face. There we go. We're not going to harvest the wolves. We could. We could harvest the wolves. Because they give a little bit of meat. And they have wolf hides. And if you get enough wolf hides, you can make the wolf skin jacket. So we could do that. But it's not a priority right now. I'm not sure if I want to start a fire to harvest 2 wolves and then get a bunch of wolf meat, which is pretty much the worst meat in the game. I will get the hides, but I'm not really that... It's not that urgent for me to get the wolf hides because these 2 jackets give me quite a lot of warmth. Not as much as a wolf coat, but they give a decent amount and we're still in the early game. And wolves are just abundant. It's very easy to find wolves. So it's not really necessary to grab those wolves now, in my opinion. It will just give me wolf meat, and wolf meat do not give a lot of calories. Oh, I need to go down and up. The wolf meat does not give a lot of calories. It's just 800 and something calories per kilo. So it's less than deer and bear and moose. And it gives parasite risk, so I don't really need the meat. It will level up cooking, of course, and I'll level up carcass harvesting as well. And I will get a wolf hide, but again, like, I would rather get some better targets. So I'm going to check the moose again. And if the moose isn't there, I want to see if I can get another bear, which will give more meat than the wolves. Or I will hunt some deer. So the wolves, it's not really necessary. There are some people who think you should... Oh, look at this beautiful sunrise here. Look at that. Wow. Beautiful. I do love the aesthetics of this game. It's absolutely stunning. Never ceases to amaze me. There are some people who think that you should never waste a kill. And yeah, you could argue that. But I don't really need it, so... He's detected me. He's trying to go around. Because I smell. See, I have 1 smellometer, so to speak. So he's going to come for me. But he's going the long way. There he is. He hasn't seen me yet. He's going to go all the way around. He's going to basically go up there. The wolf, when they smell you, as he's going, when the wolves smell you, because I have a scent now, they will go to the location that they detected you. They won't go to where you are. They will go to where that you were detected. So he detected me up there. So he's going to go around here. And then when I'm not there, if he can still smell me, he will go to where he smelled me next. If not, he'll be on his merry way. So we might as well see. He should go around here. We should be able to see him, actually. Let's have a little look. Should be around now. The wolf will come and then he will change direction. Oh, there he is. He probably detected me up here then. Now he's going back. And he's a little bit too far away to smell me again. We're not going to leave all this thing. Let's see if the moose is here now. And if not, maybe a deer is here. Okay, we got deer. No moose though. That's a shame. But then we'll hunt some deer instead. Because the deer hides will be good for crafting. And also they are not predator meat, so we don't get parasite risk. So let's do that. Now the deer, we can just kill all 3 of them if we can. Now the deer will spook very easily, and at level 5 archery, it's very easy to hunt deer because you can just crouch and then shoot them when you get close. So they're very easy. But at this level you can't do that. You can try and shoot and nothing happens. So what we can do instead is you can crouch and get as close to them as you can. and then when you have an opportunity, you stand up and shoot and just be fast about it. And then you can shoot him in the face. If you can get him to walk towards you, that's the best, because then you are more likely to hit them. Because even if you aim wrong, you should hit them pretty well. So let's try and get this buck first. Wait for him to stop, and then you stand up and shoot. Aim around here, stand up, shoot, and... Okay, he didn't die. Let's see if we can kill him. Oops. One more time. Okay, he's gonna run away and bleed, unfortunately. Hail Mary shot. I always do one. Okay, so I hit him, but just like the bear, he ran away. So now he's going to bleed out and die somewhere. It's just a bit of a shame. Where's my other arrows? I shot 2 more, didn't I? Oh, here he is, coming back. We can try and kill him. That's lucky. Yeah. Sometimes that happens. Lucky me. Other times it doesn't. Oh, the arrow broke, that's why. 4 arrows. 5. And then the 6th one broke. Where's my Hail Mary arrow, though? Was that one?
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
I think there's one more arrow, isn't there? The wind is a little bit annoying. The wind picked up right now. That's a little bit of a shame. I think I'm missing an arrow, aren't I? Didn't I shoot one more? I think I'm missing an arrow. There it is. Okay. I would like to kill these 2 other deer near this one. But that's going to be tricky, especially with this wind. So that's going to be a little bit of a pain to do. But what we can do is we can make a fire near this deer and just harvest this deer first. Let's see, the wind is coming from that direction. Can I make one here? Yeah, I can. Always use a mag lens if you can, because then you save the matches basically. Come on, little fire. Although you will find a lot of matches in Interloper. It's only really in the early game you use matches a lot, and then you don't use them a lot. I'm running out of coal, but we're going to put 2 of them on and some sticks. While we wait to heat up, we might as well place the stuff. We might also make some birch tea. Why not? And we can always map as well. Why not? There we go. Alright, we'll get these 2 other ones later. Alright, so now we're warm-ish. Okay, so... let's grab this. Let's grab the Rosips. Alright, so let's see here. How cold is it over here? -21. Okay. I can grab 1 kilo just to get that going, but I will get cold doing it probably. At least the incision has been made. Now there is a trick you can use actually to stay warm here. It's a little bit of a faff, but you can do it. I'll show you. You basically can use the torch trick, but it only works if the torch doesn't blow out. Feathers, we'll take that. Let me just try. I think the feather, the torch probably will blow out, I presume. Let's grab a torch. Blew out. Okay, doesn't work then. Because what you can do is, if an animal, it doesn't work here because of the wind, but if an animal dies in a slope, so let's say the animal died, you know, I don't know, over there, right on that slope, you can't make a fire there. And there's wind, but you can make a fire down here, and that's fine. You can throw a bunch of torches at the carcass, and it won't fall, but the torch heat actually stacks, and you can stay warm that way. If you want to see that in practice, I've only done it once. I have a series called Mastering All Skills in Stalker, where I get all the skills in the game to level 5 on Stalker, and there's 4 episodes of that, and I think it's in episode 2. I do that with a moose that died on a slope. in Timberwolf Mountain happens. And I throw a bunch of torches so I'm staying warm. Okay, let's put this in. How many are there here? Yeah, let's put these. Let's warm all these up. And put them in the furnace. Let's not burn them this time. Alright, let's cook this venison. 41 minutes. Let's make some water. And let's just harvest this in pieces, really, because it's too cold. But we don't really have much choice. Just do it a kilo at a time and warm up, I guess. That's all we can really do. Which is a bit of a faff looking through the animation every time, but it is what it is. Alright, these are going to stay hot because they're not going to burn. So I might as well just do that. And let's see. Bear meat, we can leave that here. We're going to eat this once it's done. I think I'm going to just brace the cold and grab another kilo of this, to be honest. If the wind dies, which I hope it does, we can move the fire and then harvest the rest. Okay, we will get cold, but just barely, so it's fine. Take a couple of percentages. Check for feathers when you can, because they often respawn while you harvest. Okay, now we're going to wait. Back in the warm up. Let's eat the venison. I don't think I lost 12 feather, did I? No. 13 minutes, let's just grab that too. Okay, that's better. Then we can put these two to cook. Actually, I'm going to make some more water. I don't have enough water. Put the venison to cook. 41. Yeah, this is fine. And still windy though. Where's the wind coming from now? Did it change? No, it's the same. Okay. Let's grab 2 kilos this time. See how we get on. Okay, the wind died. So now actually we're good. And now, even though we don't actually have to move the fire, I don't think. Because it's warmer now. So it's fine, we can just keep this fire going. Let's just eat this here. We won't eat the next one though. Okay, now we can actually harvest most of the rest, so let's see. And then let's put this to boil, or cook rather. Put some more sticks on here. It's good to pick up all the sticks. Let's grab all this meat. We want the hide as well, but the meat is more important. How long for the knife? 32 minutes. So this is actually not frozen. Oh, I think it's actually, yeah, no, it's 51% frozen. Oh no, it's frozen now. It wasn't frozen, but now it is frozen. But now actually it takes 1 kilo, it's much better with the hack. So see the difference? 27 minutes for 1 kilo, 9, 14. We're gonna use 5 kilos this time. And we can get the other 2 there, especially if they're grouped up. Oh, the wind changed. It looks like this should be in cover though. Yeah, I don't think this is actually... it might be marginally not in cover. Let's see here. Too windy, yeah. Yeah, wind's coming from there. Okay. If it was a big tree, you can just move this around, but because it's not a big tree, it's a little bit frustrating. We can try just stay in cover here. This is cover, isn't it? No? How about here? Looking for that shield symbol. Oh, come on. This is cover. I mean, the wind is right there. Come on. This is cover. Ugh, fine. It might not be too windy yet. I think actually it is too windy to sustain a fire. Fine. We'll make a fire over here then. Right here. This one is better because we can move around it. It's windy, too windy to start a fire, but not so windy that you can't carry a torch. So that's handy. Okay, so we're just going to start this fire here. And I'm just going to keep doing what we're just doing. Just warm up here and then bring all the meat over here. These teas should be warm still. Yep. So let's oops. Let's grab all these teas. Okay, witness picked up. So now you can't use a torch either. That was lucky. Let's put all these teas in here. There's 7. You can have 8 though. But we only have 7. So these should keep them warm for quite some time. Even though we don't really need it, but just for as a precaution, might as well. Let's pick up all our meat and take it back over there. We're gonna cook stuff so it's all in one place. And yeah, might as well grab the charcoal, why not? And in case we want to do some mapping. Let's drop all of our stuff here and start cooking again here. On this new fire. And we should be able to cook all of it, I think, or at least we'll try. Let's see. 40 minutes. Put on some more sticks. I do need some more sticks though. I don't have enough, I don't think. Let's grab what's left of this. I think we'll take the whole thing. I think we might just barely not get cold doing this. Okay, now we got cold, but we're only going to lose a couple percentages, so that's... Oh god, sorry. Whoops. I think I was muted there, sorry. I'm not sure what happened there exactly. Okay. Let's wait this out. There's a stick. I'm going to use that stick. How's our furnace doing? It's still hot. It lasts for a long time. I think it's 6 hours or something. It's a while. Okay. But you can only have the same type in there. How long? 4 minutes. Let's have a quick look around for sticks then. Around here, for example. Got ourselves an unfortunate soul here. I think I looted this guy already. No, I haven't. Okay. Feathers though. And more saplings. Hurrah! I might as well take them. A lot of saplings in Mystery Lake. Alright, let's grab these sticks on the ground here too. Alright, there we go. Let's go back. Let's run. Reduce the cold damage. And here we are. Did the wind change again? I think it did. Yeah, it changed again, I think. Doesn't seem that windy now though. Let's just see. Ah, that's fine. Okay. Cook some more. Let's drink one of our rosehip teas. So you just transfer this out of the thermos. Drink it. Be a bit warmer. There we are. And put on some of these. There we are. Let's prepare the birch bark. There we go. Yeah. We can map probably wait also to warm up some more. Oh, we already done that, but still. 30 minutes, 12 minutes. This is wait until this is done, I think. Bravo. Okay, parasites have been healed, so I'm going to eat one more bear meat now. In a little bit. 38 minutes. 41 minutes. Okay, we're running out of sticks here, so we're not going to do this for much longer. I'm pretty much just going to grab the hide and then that's it. It shouldn't be too cold. Grab the hide with the knife this time. I'm going to leave the rest of these there. These are cooked. Cooked. 15 minutes and I don't really have much wood. I can put the coal on if I would like. But I think we'll just carry this stuff around. I need one of these bear meats to fill me up pretty much. There we are. Now we have 1%. Have a drink. Maybe I should use the coal. The only thing I don't really want to. I think what we're going to do is this. We're gonna break down these branches. So let's put this to cook. Let's put on the sticks, the last sticks, and then we're gonna harvest these with our hands. And then put that on here too. There we are. And then let's harvest this by hand as well. I don't really want to use the hatchet, it takes too much durability loss. Okay, that's good. I think there was another one over here. Yeah. 15 minutes. Grab that one. Three, okay. I think we have enough to do the last two as well. Yeah, so only 2 left, so cook those. The wind has died down, which is great, but it doesn't really matter anymore because we got through it. 40 minutes, put on enough for that, that's it, good enough. We could, while we wait, harvest a gut, I suppose. We don't really need it, that's the only thing. We could kill another deer. We don't have that much wood, so I think we'll leave that for another time. We have enough for the moment. Let's go and grab a gut or 2 from this deer while we're at it. We can use a knife and grab both. There we go. The deer has been completely harvested. And this house is looking. 4 minutes. Grab the skillet, grab that, grab a torch, grab the meat on the ground. I think that's everything. And let's just head... I was going to go back to the trailer actually, but I'm not that heavy. So I think I'm going to head back to camp office instead. Or I could go to the trailer. And I could just... I'm going to take the same route back. It's safer. Could go to the trailer and check for the moose spawn in the morning. But I don't really need to. I'm just going to head back to the camp office instead. And then next time I go out, I can check for the bear spawn in Mystery Lake. And if it's not there, it will be in Trappers. So if the bear spawn is in Mystery Lake, here comes the wolf. But I'm not going to kill the wolf here. It's too much of a slope. If the bear is in Mystery Lake, then you can... I can kill that one and have 2 bear kills. If it's not, then we'll go to Trappers and kill it there. And either way, we'll loot Trappers or the lake or whatever. So it's always a plan. So you also want to make kind of like a long-term plan. Now, normally, if I hadn't spawned in Ash Canyon or Timorph Mountain, which I did this time, normally I would go to those places now after I hunted. So what I usually do is, once I have the bow, I'm gonna start a new torch here. So grab a torch.
It's a bit, but I'll make it.
Once I have the bow, and I usually have my main base here in Mystery Lake, but once I have the bow, I then usually try and kill 2 bears and have their hides curing here in Mystery Lake. And I get some meat as well, cook what I can. I ideally get a few deer as well, so that I have some deer meat. If I get a moose, perfect, but you don't always get a moose. And then while that stuff is curing, what I then do is I go to Timorph Mountain. I want to go to the summit and also to the gold mine. So then I would take the route I did now, but in reverse. So I would leave that stuff to cure. It will take 12 days anyway. Maybe I'll stay here a couple more days, and let's say it takes 10 days. And then I make my way to Pleasant Valley. I loot Pleasant Valley, go to Timorph Mountain, I loot the summit, and then I go to Ash Canyon and I get the backpack. Or I might go to Ash Canyon first to get the backpack first and then go to summit. You get the idea. And then by the time you've done that, by the time you've gotten the backpack, you've gone to the summit, done all that, by the time you get back to Mystery Lake, most likely your bear hides are cured. And then you can craft the bear coat. And then you're great, you're golden. And if you don't find a moose here in Mystery Lake, what I usually do is that I then look for a moose on the way to the gold mine, and usually you will find one. So you'll find one in Pleasant Valley or Timberwolf Mountain or Ash Canyon. One of those places on the way will have a moose, and then you can just kill the moose, and you can either camp out there and hang out there for a while and cook the moose and all that stuff, or you can just take the moose hide with you back to your main base, for example. And in this particular case, because we spawned in Ash Canyon and I already have all those things, what I probably would do is I would now hunt at least 2 bear, and then I would go for a moose hunt. So if it doesn't spawn there next time I check, I would then go to another region, like Fallen Muskeg. Check Fallen Muskeg. If it's not there, check Mountain Town. If it's not there, maybe go Hush Through a Valley. And do that loop until I find a moose, and then come back here. And then after I've done that, then it depends. There's no major item I really need. So then you might do some more hunting, hunt some more bears. Just start cooking and setting up this as a really strong main base. If you have the DLC, you could alternatively get some more things curing and then go to the far territory. You can go to the Forsaken Airport, or Forsaken Airfield rather, and get the radio so you can start the Signal Void quest. The Signal Void mission is alright on Interloper. It doesn't give you much in terms of loot, but having the radio allows you to get some loot cache, which again doesn't give you much loot. But if you finish Signal Void, you get a balaclava that's pretty good. Oh, Ptarmigans. You know what? I again forgot to make these damn arrows. Tell you what we can do is we can make some now, just to illustrate how easy it is with the arrows compared to... do I even have stick? Oh no, you need sticks is the thing. Ugh. Let's see if there's some sticks over here. Let's go around the Ptarmigans, not spook them. And then we'll see if we can get some sticks. Let's drop all the meat and stuff in here. So let's do that first. Yeah, you clock away. I'm gonna leave the meat outside so it lasts longer. Like your own little freezer. So let's drop all the bear meat here, which is great. We got a little bit of bear meat as well. Let's drop it. And let's just drop the hide here while we're at it too. Here. A lot of deer hide, which is great. And we can drop these guts over here too. We got even more saplings. So many saplings. I feel like I could have a maple on me that I left somewhere. Anyway, let's have a look here. And grab some sticks, because then I can make some fire hardened arrows and I can kill all of them at once. Oh, we could harvest these ones, of course. Ah, here's some sticks. Great. Yeah, we'll make a little fire over here. I think you need 5 sticks to make the arrows, as well as of course feathers. Yeah.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
Come on, little fire. There we go. Let's put on, ironically, some sticks. And crafting is 5 sticks, yeah. So let's harvest these branches. Let's do the... It should be embers, so we'll be fine. Okay. I might actually use the coal here. Yeah, let's use the coal. And we can craft some of these arrows. Let's maybe make some water or after. How long does it take to do this? 29 minutes. Okay. Yeah, let's make some more. There we go, and it's boiled. And let's take a torch, which we're going to drop. Okay, so let's see if they're still out, or they may have gone by now. I think they're still there. Okay, so if we drop this torch, bring out our bow. Oh, we have a sprain. Bring out our bow. We're gonna switch ammunition to the fire-hardened arrows, and then you can hunt them silently. This, if you're close enough like this, you can pretty much just aim straight at them and shoot. They die. This one's a bit further away. This one is close. Shoot. Same with this one, maybe a little bit higher. Dead. And then this one. Yeah, see? See how good the fire-hardened arrows are with this? Because now I got even more meat I got. And it doesn't break either. You can have the 2 shots. There we go. 4 ptarmigans. And now a load of feathers I can use to upgrade my my bedroll, for example, or make insulation layer, or I can make broth with the meat. There's all sorts of things I can do with the ptarmigans, and that's why it's great to have some fire-hardened arrows. Isn't that nice? All right. How's this looking? Other stuff cured. Oh, we can actually make the travas, I think. I think we can. Where was that? 4, 2, and 1. Yeah, we could actually make that, which makes hunting something big even easier. I think we should do that just to illustrate how easy it can be with that. But I think we don't really need to. We got quite a lot of stuff here. Food-wise, we're good. Water-wise, we're good. Alright, so what are we carrying? We're carrying a bunch of ptarmigans. 1, 2, 3, 4 of those that needs harvesting. And some feathers, some acorns. We don't really need this fire anymore. I think it's time to really more or less sleep. We could maybe make a little bit of water. We don't have much wood. We actually have like no wood because we made those arrows. That's a little bit. That's okay though. Let this burn out. Let's go back in here and have a little look. We can put our feathers in here for more arrows later. Carry the acorns for now, I guess. Carry all this stuff around. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, let's go to the bed. And let's heal up a bit too. We got 1% risk of parasite, which is very, very low. Not too worried about that. We can pass a little bit of time so we can sleep for 10 hours, which will be around here, I guess. We can have a drink. And we'll sleep for 10 hours. There we are, it's practically daytime. Do I have any books? I do, but not on me. Let's see if we can access these drawers. Oh, they're not. Oh, they're downstairs, of course. Let's before I drink water, let's just grab some food. We need to harvest these ptarmigans as well. They will last for a couple days and then they despawn. Let's eat venison. And we can eat maybe one of these. I think we will eat 2 venison actually, and the next time we'll eat a bear. Because 1% is very low. Go. And back inside. I'm almost full health again. Alright, so there we are. Let's put this here for ambience. This one has like no light, but that's okay. That here for ambience, I guess. Okay. So with that, fellow survivors, I think we'll call it there. I think I should end the video here. It's kind of hard to know when to end the video when you say have a massive interloper walkthrough like this, because there's always something more to do. And you kind of feel like, well, I could do that as well, and I could do that, and that, and that, and this piles up, and then the video will be 20 hours long. So I think we reached a point that's good enough, because now We have the bow, including fire-hardened arrows, but that's really secondary. We have the bow, so we can hunt and sustain ourselves. We have a bear coat, a bear hide, all this curing in the other one. Bunch of guts. We have a load of deer hide. We have a load of saplings. We can even make the sled with our maple saplings if we want to. We got a load of ptarmigans, so we can upgrade our bedroll. We got quite a lot of supplies in terms of equipment. And outside there's quite a lot of food, so we can definitely survive quite a few days. And I think what I would do now is, let's browse this one. I think it's about to die out, so it's kind of blinking. Epileptic. Yeah. So I think that what I would do now, if this was a committed run, is I would go back out there, get the second bear, which is either out here on the lake or in trappers, kill that one, so that those 2 hides are curing, and then do the same thing, cook as much as possible. Might also make the sled. That's only if you have the DLC. The sled isn't essential, but if you have it, it's a bit easy to kill like a bear and a moose, because then you can just put everything in the sled and drag it back to base or somewhere else that's indoors, and it's just so much easier to do everything. So it makes it a little bit easier. Well, and I think what I would do, I would hunt the bear, and once I have 2 of them curing, I would then start looking for a moose. And if I can't find one in Mystery Lake, I would just keep moving. I would probably go to Fallen Muskeg, Mountain Town, and Hushthrough Valley, and I probably would find a moose in one of those 3. And if not, I would just spend the night and then go back the same way and check for moose again. And if for some reason I still wouldn't find a moose, I probably would do some stuff around here and then go check. Or if you absolutely really need a moose and can't find one, you can go to Bleak Inlet. Because Bleak Inlet is unique in that there's 3 moose there. And they can all spawn in the same run. Not at the same time though, but there's 3 spawns, which is very close to the cave you come out of from Fallen Muskeg. And then a nearby birch forest that's there. And another one is the washout trailers. So it's basically like here, and down here, so to speak. And very, very likely to have a moose up. If you go there, yeah, there's timber wolves, but you're extremely likely to have at least 1 moose up. So that's one way to pretty much ensure you get a moose. And then cure that, then make the moose hide satchel. So you can create a long-term plan from here, because from here you have the bow, you have some good gear, like our clothing is decent. We only have the gloves as crafted, but in time you want to make the bear coat, maybe a second bear coat or wolf coat, deer pants. Unless you find combat pants, you can use those, I guess. And you want to switch this one out for the moose hide. You want to upgrade your bedroll if you can, which is this one. And that's it. And it's going to take a while to do everything, to hunt enough bears and moose and deer and wolves. And once you have crafted everything, then it's time to kind of go out on an adventure and really explore all the areas and maybe set up a base in every region. So now we're in Mystery Lake, and once we're sort of done with everything, you can go to Fallen Muskeg or Pleasant Valley or whatever, set up a base somewhere, hunt there, get enough food, water and supplies, loot the whole area and explore everything, and do that for pretty much every region. And all of that's going to take a long time. If you have the DLC, you can go to the far territory and get the radio and do Buried Echoes or Single Void and all that stuff. There's so much you can do. From this point on, it's just about first sustaining yourself with enough food and water, which is quite easy with the bow. And then in addition, you want to set up bases and then just explore freely. And then you make your own goal. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to do the Single Void? Do you want to set up a base in every region? Do you want to break down all the crates in the world? Do you want to make a set of clothings for every base that you got? You want to kill 100 bears, you know? Do you want to just try and get nice sunsets? You want to map the world perfectly, faithful cartographer or not? There's so many things you can do. You just got to choose what you want to do yourself. In any case, though, we are now on Interloper day 16, and we have a bow. We have good gear, load of resources to craft things. Also, these need harvesting. A decent amount of food, even more food to cook back in the unnamed pond hut. There's more deer we can hunt, there's more bear, there's more wolves. And once you get to cooking level 5 especially, things become very easy. So we're looking really, really strong here. This is a good run. And if you watched all the way to this end of this long video, I hope you enjoyed the ride, and I hope you also learned something. But if you didn't, if you already knew this and was just along for the ride, I hope you had a nice one. And if you were sleeping through the whole thing, because some people do that, they just like to listen in and sleep, then I hope you had a good snooze, no matter which category you fell into. That's fine either way. In any case, this is Interloper. I could continue and do a part 2, for example, but I'm not sure if it's really necessary. If you did like this video, you can let me know and I can consider making a part 2. But there are 2 other series I have that kind of already have that. If you look up a video called Interloper Made Easy, which I made about 2 years ago in 2022, that video is an introduction to how to survive on Interloper, and it's similar to this kind of video, except that it's pre-DLC, which means that it doesn't have any of the DLC items. And that video has 2 sequels, which is the mid-game and the late game. So if you want, you can watch those 2 sequels just to have an idea of what you would do from this point onwards. Of course, if you were playing this game and you were in my situation now and you hadn't been in Ash Canyon, Tin Wolf Mountain, then that is definitely what I would do next. I would absolutely, from this point on, I would go and hunt a second bear, get that curing, try and find a moose to get that curing too, and if not, then or if you find a moose, or if you don't find a moose, then you go to Ash Canyon, and if you don't find a moose, you look for one in Pleasant Valley, Tin Wolf Mountain, Ash Canyon, and you probably will find a moose checking there. You get the backpack, and then you go to Summit and loot the Summit, and then you head back to your base, and by the time you come back, most likely all your hides are cured, and you can craft some really good stuff. So if that's the case, do that. Or if you did spawn in Ash Canyon or maybe Tin Wolf Mountain, then you've already done that, so then you have to do something else instead. There's all sorts of things. But yeah, so if you want to see this in action from my point of view, you can check out my Interloper Made Easy series from 2 years ago, and there's a part 2 and 3 there. While it doesn't have the latest updates, you still get a good idea. There's also a series on my channel called Road to 500 Days, which I imagine many of you have seen. It is an Interloper series racing to 500 days survival. And as of this video, there are 50 episodes out of that series, and that pretty much maps out also what I would do. If you skip ahead to maybe episode 6 or 7, we're more or less at the point I am now, maybe a bit before that, give or take, I'm not sure exactly. And then you can see what I do from there. Oh, you can watch the whole thing, obviously. That's also a kind of Interloper guide. But this has been an all-in-one thing. Now, there will be another video like this, if you're still listening, because as of right now, as of this video, we are in DLC part 4 out of 6. So the Tales from the Far Territory was meant to be released over the course of roughly a year, starting in December 2022 and finishing in the course of 2023, and now we're in April 2024, and the developers announced that now it's taking longer than they thought. It's going to take a while longer, and probably the DLC won't be finished until probably late 2024, I think. It'll be like a 2-year thing. And as of right now, we're on DLC part 4, where the latest things that was released was sonar contamination, and they added the thermos, they added the sled, and a few other things. But there are still 2 more parts to go, and one of them has significant impact on the run, and that is because it's going to be a wildlife refresh, which is that they're going to change to some degree or other where animals are. Where will wolves spawn, where will bears spawn, and they're going to add the cougar to the game, which will also change things. So if you're watching this video in the future and you watched it all this way, well, thank you. The video is almost certainly going to still be relevant, but there will be a few smaller things that will be obsolete, because probably there'll be some animals that spawn differently on different locations or have a different pattern. There probably will be a cougar in some of the areas we went to, and there'll be safe house customization and a few other things added to the game that's not in the game right now. So I think this video will still be relevant and useful. However, when all of this has been released, which is probably late 2024, when all of that content has been out, then I will make another video like this, because then all of the content has come out and we can do a proper walkthrough with no more surprises. Because when new content is added, yeah, it does impact the game a bit, but it's mostly smaller stuff. Like, for example, the addition of this stuff, all the cooking things, It helps, it's good, but it's not essential to survive. We could be fine just without it. Same with the Ptarmigans. We don't need the Ptarmigans, but they do help. The Thermos is great, but again, not essential. You saw me use it like once in this run. So none of the additions content-wise are really that important. They're more like extra things, like win more items to make the game a little bit easier in certain aspects. But there are two things that have changed with the DLC that has a larger impact for the overall game. The first one is that when DLC Part 1 came out, they changed the entire loot table. So a lot of loot was changed. There were a lot of guaranteed places of loot before that are not there now. Although on Interloper it wasn't changed that much. So on Interloper it's still highly relevant. So 80%, 70% of the items are still the same place. And the second thing is the wildlife refresh, which hasn't happened yet. And the wildlife refresh changes globally all the positions of all the animals and all that stuff. So therefore, that will have an impact on general game strategy, because there might be areas you want to avoid because they're too dangerous now and that sort of thing. And we don't know what those areas are. But other than those things, any tutorial that I made now or in the past are still highly relevant, because the same strategy applies. It's pretty much spawn, find a hammer, find a hacksaw if you can, get to a forge, make the tools, make arrowheads, kill saplings, make the bow, make arrows, start hunting. And that's pretty much the strategy. Knowing the maps help a lot, because then you know exactly where to go in terms of your plan and your route. But it's not essential. I have done blindly Forsaken Airfield and Interloper, and blindly Zone of Contamination, and also to a certain degree Blackrock, and I survived on all of them. Zone of Contamination was a bit hard. Forsaken Airfield was fine. So knowing the map helps for sure, but it's not essential to survive an Interloper. Anyway, I think that's enough of an outro of this long video. And yeah, let's take a deep breath. And if you watched this far, then thank you so much. And I hope your own runs go well. And if you weren't asleep already, I hope you have a good sleep now. Because I'm going to go to bed, I think. All right. I hope you learned something. I hope you had fun. And thank you for watching. And have a great run of your own, whether it's Interloper or Pilgrim or whatever you play. Have fun when playing, no matter how it is that you play, because this game is meant to be played where you want to play it. Okay, with that said, thank you so much for watching, and see you next time, survivors. Bye bye.